Well, assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today it's the 12th of February 2022, 3 minutes past midday here in the United Kingdom. A very early time to stream, but that is because we're taking part in the 6-monthly Vatsim Cross the Land event today, Westbound today. We are in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah. We'll be flying to Vienna. Flight time of 4 hours, 45 minutes. Over 2,200 people voted for the choice of aircraft. You, of course, chose an Airbus for the Cross the Land event. We are in the excellent ToLiss Airbus A340-600, the latest version, which was actually updated this morning, I think. We're in version 1.0.3. We're looking forward to it. We're going to have a Flight Deck to Sim quiz around the 2.5 hour mark, where the winner of the quiz will win the Flight Deck to Sim pint glass. And when we eventually land at Vienna later, in about 5.5 hours from now, we'll be doing a giveaway of this aircraft as well, just to say thanks to you guys. But looking forward to it nonetheless. Here we are anyway, in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah. This scenery from Thai Models. It's really quite a nice detailed scenery. Bit of an FPS hit. I'm usually getting 120 FPS in the ToLiss. I'm getting 36 FPS right now because of the scenery. Absolute hog on the FPS, but thankfully I've got a bit of a beast of a PC these days, which is able to deal with the performance. But really much looking forward to getting going. Hello, Rene. Hasso here's Grutzi Talu. I hope you're doing well. Right, Alsmagist. Hello, Packers, he says. Hello, Andy Mambo. Hello, Captain. Following the stream whilst at a wedding. Oh, it's not yours. That's how much of a celebrity you are. Unbelievable. I'm certainly not that. And I hope you're not getting married, Eddie, and it's one of your friends. And I hope he doesn't find out that you're watching the stream at a wedding. Unbelievable. Stefan Dandy, hope you're doing well. John Doe with you. Skywalker 1592. ADS Legend 60 Foe. Domino O'Cena's here. Archie 13. Starship. Polcast. Aaron Hastings. Tim Waters, hope you're doing well, buddy. Domino O'Cena, I've said hello to you already. Pam Palek with lots of guitar emojis. Looking good. The best for now here is we're very excited here before the start of the stream, which is great. Love the enthusiasm. And Navid is here too. Excellent. Anyway, let's zoom on in here. And this is one of a few airports taking part in Vatsim Cross the Land. Look how busy it is. This main terminal is absolutely chocker with aircraft. Lots of A340s. Few 737s, which is very sad. Huge airport here in Jeddah as well. 3 runways. I think it's a major international airport, taking a lot of international flights all the times. We've got a few Alpacas here. We've got an Alpaca A340 here. We've got a Lufthansa A340, and here is our Alpaca Airways A340. We're on stand Charlie 06. Looking good. We've got 2 air bridges attached, which is awesome. All ready for boarding. I think in long-haul flights, in reality, the aircraft is usually prepared by engineers or perhaps someone, and when the pilots arrive at the aircraft, it's all pretty much, just got to load the FMS. But we are actually going to be doing it from cold and dark. But I have going to import the flight plan from SimBrief, which I loaded today, that should save quite a bit of time, and I'll be looking for all the help and assistance in chat, certainly in the critical phases during takeoff, approach and landing as well, because I'll be probably getting a little bit tireder once we get closer to Vienna, so I'll need all your help. I am also on standby today, so there's a risk at any point during the stream. My standby started about an hour ago, and it's a 12-hour standby. I could get called at any point, so if I have to go, we'll repeat the stream at some point in the future. Tim Fraser, 39 months as a member. I think he's one of the oldest members. Got my slot at 13:08, going from somewhere to Geneva. Going to be a long day. Sleepy emoji. Excellent, Tim Fraser. I'm sorry you couldn't join us on this particular sector, but we've got a lot of Alpacas. I think actually the Alpaca Airways is the leading airway in the Cross the Land event, which is really, really cool. Mason Island, you're taking the 737. That's what I like to hear. Excellent. 3-1 Short, you love the livery. Yeah, this is one of Moen's livery, one of the members. Suits the Airbus A340 very well indeed. Anyway, we'll imagine that we've rushed ahead of the passengers, and we've gone down the bridge. There we are. Ooh, super realistic. Through the L1 door and into the cockpit. Yeah, I've done that before for sure. Excellent. So yeah, let's get the show on the road. Now, a little bit about our flight for Cross the Land. Our slot, I have a calculated takeoff time, so this is not an off-block time of 12:55. So that's what's that? 47 minutes from now, we need to be airborne, plus or minus a few minutes. We'll talk about slots later. So I've started a few minutes before. We'll aim to push back at around 35 minutes past, so a little under half an hour from now, in accordance with our slots, and then we'll join everyone else taking part in the Cross the Land event. So I've got a little PDF open on the side, which helps me get it all set up here. It's the ToLiss Standard Operating Procedures Checklist. We'll run through that as I did with my previous streams. Works quite well. So the engine master switches, we confirm they're all off at this stage. The engine mode selector is in the normal position. The weather radar and predictive wind shear switches are all off. They are. Verify the landing gear lever is down. The wipers are in the off position. Where are you, window wipers? There they are. So they're both off. We'll now put the batteries on auto. So we've got battery 1, battery 2, APU battery, and we'll put the ground power on as well. There we are. So we have some electrical power. Sounds like everything is coming to life, which is good. Application of AC power is completed. APU, well, we're going to imagine we've got some conditioned air into the cabin because I don't want to start wasting fuel with the APU. It's 28 degrees Celsius here, so you definitely have some external air plugged in to keep all the passengers and crew comfortable. We'll turn up all the lighting on all the displays here. Oh, Airbus, it's all the same. All very difficult and unfamiliar. Right, PFD-ND lights are turned up. Ecam and lower display. There we are. Brightness is turned up. There we are. So we won't start the APU
40,
just yet.
30,
We'll do the APU
20,
fire test before
10.
we start it, and we'll continue with the rest of the checklist there. Thank you, Vlad907.
Hello from Alaska.
Hello, Vlad907. Must be very early in the morning for you. Thank you very much for your donation. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're staying nice and warm in Alaska. I dare say it's very cold this time of the year. Well, every time of the year. Thank you very much for your generosity shown. I hope you're doing well. Henry, how many Easter eggs can you find them all? There's quite a few with this livery. I am aware of some of them. For example, the no smoking sign has been replaced by a no llama sign. So we don't allow llamas here at Alpaca Airways. We'll put that switch straight on. Right, air conditioning. Verify that we have all white lights. So I think that's the case. We've got all the fuel pumps off at the moment. We'll turn those on later. So all the air conditioning lights. There's no white lights with the pack fault lights on. But that's normal because we've got no bleed air coming in. Cross bleed rotary switch to auto. It's in auto. Cockpit temperature as desired. So we'll probably turn all this down slightly for when we do get conditioned air in the APU. Cockpit lighting is set. Ecam pages. Verify oxygen pressure on the door page. So let's select door. Where are you? Door. Crew oxygen. Yes, 1850 psi. You can see we've got the cabin and cargo doors all open, which is looking good. Hydraulic page. Check reservoir fluid level. So hydraulics. Goodness, very Airbusy. I can see bits in the green, which is a good sign, and engine page for oil quantity. So engine, we've got oil quantity 18.5 quarts, looking good. Nothing's been exceeded. Excellent. So brakes, make sure they're in the brake accumulator band. Now I think there's a little thing, if I remember rightly. So we need to charge the brake accumulator. It's right up here on the overhead panel. I think it's the blue electric hydraulic pump we need to turn on. This one on, and that should charge the brake accumulator pressure. There it goes, look, that's in the green range. Ah yes, I am Airbusing. We'll turn that off. Now we've charged that up. Excellent, and that's done over 1000 psi there now. Overhead panel, all white lights now out. This includes switching on all fuel pumps. Yes, being an Airbus A340, there's a myriad of fuel pumps on. So all I remember is turn everything on. There we go. And the Airbus does it all automatically, which is great. We'll put that. There's no white lights now, I think. Good. Right, navigation equipment. All ADI are used to nav, which is done. Lighting, we want the strobes off, but it does say put in the auto position. We want the nav and logo lights on, and that is it. We are pre-fueled, so we'll put the signal sign on as well at this stage. And we'll also arm the emergency exit lights. Anti-eye system probe and window heat can come on. There we are. Light in button extinguished. That is the case. Landing elevation knob is in the auto position. That's here. Main valve selector switch is both. Set pack flow to normal. It's in the normal position. ELEC panel is all configured. Steve B93, 6 months member, parenting duties for the day, introducing my 1-year twin boys to simming. You may watch in anticipation of the butter. Thank you very much, Steve B93. Fantastic. That's like a fun day, looking after your kids, getting to watch a stream. Thank you very much for your 6 months membership as well. Really appreciate it as well. Sorry, oxygen crew supply has to be turned on. Where's that, Captain Meow? Is that, that's the one I did do. I think I'm reading that a little bit too far behind there. Ground control on to ensure CVR is running on the ground. Well, to be fair, we do that on the 737. Where is that switch? I remember that on the A300 actually. Well, there's nothing to be heard. We won't need to have any investigation. I can't find the switch. I'll carry on with the rest of the checklist. Have I flown the A340 in a stream? I have, Nicholas, yes, when it was released. And I eventually got it airborne and landed, but this is the third time I think we've flown it. Right, we'll do the engine fire test and APU fire test. That's all the way up here, so I think it's just simply holding the test button. That sounds like an Airbus fire alarm. Engine 1 fire, land ASP and checklist items, excellent. We'll do the APU fire test now, which is over here. There we are, land ASP, APU fire, and the actions as well. David Bromwich, 22 members, 22 months as a member, so long. If it's not butter, you have to divert to Innsbruck. So it's not too far away. Our alternate's Graz, or Graz in Austria today. I'm not going to Innsbruck in this, are you absolutely crazy? And at night, probably raining.
40,
and snowing as well.
30, 20,
thank you,
10.
Thank you, wannabe captain, for the £5, sir. Very generous of you. Thank you.
Hello from Singapore.
Hello.
Great to be watching your stream live for the first time in a while.
Thank you, wannabe captain. Thank you very much for the £5. Really appreciate that. Good evening from Singapore. Of course, very rarely stream at this time of day, midday in the UK. I've not even had my lunch. I'll be having that about 2 hours into the stream. But yeah, it gives you an opportunity for a lot of people in Eastern Asia, Australia, Japan. It's getting quite late there now to watch the stream live. So thank you very much for your generosity, and I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. Nates says good morning from Texas, of course. In the weekend, we've got a few people watching all over the world, which is awesome. Right, so fault and fire tests are done, and APU and engine fire test. Maintenance panel, all lights check off. I think that's up here. So all lights are off. CVR test. Where on earth is this? Is it that button? Oh, I have really no idea. I'll imagine that's done. Annunciator light test. That's down there. Let's move it to test, and then you do a panel scan to make sure all the lights are illuminated, and if there's any blown bulbs, you'd replace them accordingly. So I'll imagine that is all looking hunky-dory. We'll put that switch back to the bright position. Main instrument panel, ISIS. What on earth that is, I have no idea. I think it's this integrated instrumentation. Check and adjust brightness, so it's bright enough. That's good. North reference push button as required. It's not required, it's off. DMC selection knob. That is an auto. Don't know what that does. ECAM switching. Interesting. Landing gear gravity extension selector is in the off position. Anti-skid is on. It's on. Pedestal audio control panel is down here. So we are on Vatsim. Have I received a question? No, someone asking if we could fly to Bangkok at some point there, but we'll get the weather shortly. So I think to get the radio, I have that button here, and I have to have it pulled out, which it is with the white light, so we'll be able to get the ATIS shortly. So the radio panel is all set. Oh, bulbs don't exist on the Airbus. What are they, PJ? Are they LED? How do they work behind that? They can't. It's an old aeroplane, isn't it? Audio control panel's set then. Thrust levers are idle. Thrust release is stowed. ATC switch to standby. That's over here. So TCAS transporter's over here. So standby. Radio management panel switches we've done. It's now time to load up the FMS. So what I'm going to do is just grab the ATIS first, which is 1262. See what runways are in use and the weather here, and then we'll probably get our clearance at this stage as well, just so we can confirm the departure as well. So here's the ATIS tuned. Let's see if it's on voice today. It is.
Speed. Temperature plus 28.
28
Dew point
degrees.
plus 12. QNH1013. Airborne frequency 124.0.
Many frequencies.
Acknowledge ATIS information call. King Abdulaziz International Airport ATIS information call. 1100.
Old.
Expect ILS approach. Runways in use 34. Runway 34 left and runway 34 right for departure. Runway 34 center for arrival. Surface wind 270 degrees, 10 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. To 4,000 feet. Temperature plus 28. 2.+12. QNH1013. Airborne frequency 124.0. Acknowledge this information call.
Excellent. So we've copied information Golf. We can expect either 3-4 left or 3-4 right for departure. I was hoping for 3-4 centre, because if you look at where we are on the airport, we are right in the middle here. So we're going to have quite a long taxi. Well, not a huge taxi. Hopefully 3-4 right down here. So actually not too bad, but 3-4 centre is there. Well, it's about the same as hopefully 3-4 right. We'll get there. QNH is 1013. So that is set here, and I think I've got it desynced on the FO side, which is great. And now I will grab our departure clearance to confirm with ATC. So, clearance frequency is now tuned up. And the radio tuning panel does it to the nearest 0.5 decimal points. It's taking absolutely ages to tune this. Just show you on the radio tuning panel. Look, can only do it at 0.5 increments, which is a bit of a pain, but there we are. We have clearance now active.
Unit 1013, stand 2 Alpha, Airbus 340.
Hop up, what route are you flying for the flight factor event? I'll talk about that later. I am taking part in that as one of the streamers, along with Q8 pilot and XP72. I'll be flying Heathrow to Helsinki.
Jeddah clearance, good day, Austrian 2 Tango Yankee with Golf at Bravo 12 Airbus 310, request clearance to Vienna,
Stand
please.
actually, Charlie 06.
Austrian 2 Tango Yankee, you are clear to your destination as flight via flight plan route. Victor 1 Victor departure, runway 34 right, initially climb 6,000 feet, squawk 4567.
Cleared Vienna, Victor 1 Victor 6000, squawk 4567, Austrian 2 Tango Yankee.
Read back correct.
Austrian 2 Tango Yankee, confirm for squawk 4567.
Squawk 4567 at the box, Austrian 2 Tango Yankee.
2 Tango Yankee, readback is correct information, Golf report on the deforms back.
Golf on board will go Austrian 2 Tango Yankee.
Clearance, assalamu alaikum, it's Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, stand Charlie 06 information. Golf 1013 departure clearance to Vienna, please.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, alaikum salam, welcome, you are clear to your destination as flight via flight plan route. Megda 1 Victor departure, runway 34 right, initially climb 6,000 feet, squawk 5231.
Cleared to Vienna, Migda 1 Victor departure, runway 34 right, climb 6,000 feet, squawk 5231, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, readback is correct information, Golf report on the deforms back.
We'll go. Perfect, so we've got our clearance, it's 6,000 feet, so we can set that here. Our squawk is 5231. And we can now load up our flight management computer. So let's go here to the FMC, so FMGS initialization. Let's have a look at the comments here. Thank you, HK's Flight Simulations. Always happy and excited to see you live. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing very well. I'm guessing Hong Kong is where you're from. Hello from Algeria, says Sid Ahmed. Hope you're doing very well, and salam to you. ToLiss is such a great place. It's a very popular Airbus. I'm indeed like flying it whenever I jump into the Airbus. I always like flying the A340 and the A319 that they have. Cool. Are you using the Airbus Thrustmaster Quadrant or the Boeing one with 2 or 4 throttle levers? I feel I've just had the Airbus side stick with just... I don't have the throttle quadrant for the Airbus, so I'm using the little thrust lever on here. I mean, it's an Airbus. You very rarely use manual thrust, so I don't need a thrust lever quadrant for it. Superb. Right. FMGS initialization. Let's get cracking. So, MCD aircraft status page, which is here. We've got the latest aircraft installed. We've got the Rolls-Royce Trent engines. Press the init key. And here, if I remember rightly, all I need to do is type in our departure and destination points, and it should load up the flight plan I have put in the X-Plane Output FMS folder. So, Oscar Echo Juliet November, and then / Vienna Lima Oscar Whiskey Whiskey. Oh yes, it's recognised it, and that is all our routing today. That's going to save a bit of time. So we're going to go to the insert page, and it's put all my routing in. Wonderful. I can now put in my call sign, which is Alpaca 464 Charlie Tango. We have today, passenger-wise, we have the Iberia A340-600 layout, so we've got a full load of passengers based off that, and they had 359 seats based off all the classes. I've got 10 tons of cargo, and that's putting us a zero fuel weight of 231.4 tons, so fully loaded Airbus A340. The flight plan fuel, just to show you here, I've gone for 60 tons. 60 tons. The reason is, if we have a look at the flight plan, minimum required is 50.940. This is burning 8 tons an hour. I put on an extra hour's worth of fuel. It's a Vatsim event. I think they'll be accepting other traffic. Someone told me there's already 150 odd arrivals into Vienna. I have done a Vatsim cross the pond event where we had to hold for an hour, so we've taken up that amount of fuel, 60 tons, with alternative grass. So just to show you that information is all there. 359 passengers then. 359. Cost index is 10. We're cruising at flight level 380. I think the temperature at cruise level, I think we put it here, we'll put it in a top of climb, is minus 50. Tropopause, I think it grabs automatically. Ground temperature 15. I think that's probably default was 28. Let's put 28 in there. Excellent. So that's all done. I'll now go to init B to put the information here. So zero fuel weight is 231.4. It's a heavy aeroplane, 231 tons. Our CG. Oh, I need to select the. Actually, stand by, guys. I need to put the SID and runway in here so it pre-populates that. So flight plan. Where are you, flight plan button? I'm staring right at it. I know I am. Oh, there it is. Flight plan. OEJN, departure. 34 right. And the SID is the MIGDA 1 Victor. And that is it. There's no transition, so temporarily insert. So if we look here, there's no discontinuities. Takes us all the way to MIGDA. Then I need to scroll all the way over to Vienna. Early days at the moment, but based off the forecast weather, we can expect ILS 11. The arrival is an Obuti, and one of the reasons I took this aircraft, or had it as a selection, is it's all RNAV based arrivals into Vienna, and via Obuti it's one of these transitions. I think it is, let me just grab my work iPad for Vienna because I already selected the expected arrival transition. It's via Balad 3 Kilo, so obviously this is all subject to change, but just to get something in the FMS. There we are, temporarily insert. There's no discontinuities. In fact, what we'll quickly do is bring up the ND, flick that over to plan, and we'll step through it. So there we are, here's our departure. Great routing today, over some fantastic places, we'll look at that shortly. Looking good, no discontinuities, happy with that. We can now go to the ARC page, we can now go to the perf init page 2. Oh no, not init page 2, always forget that one. And now I should be able to do the zero fuel weight CG, because I think if I bring up the interactive simulation control system, there we go, I can now select the flap setting, which is 3 for departure, and it should give me my trim. So there we are, zero fuel weight is 231.4. 23.2 is the CG. Block fuel 60 tons. And that's giving us all our data. So trip time 4 hours 30. It reckons we have 2 hours of extra fuel, but that also includes diverting to our alternate. So it is about hour 20 extra fuel. This is obviously just not taking into account our diversion fuel as well. So that's all in. Just a performance to do. So perf, flap 3, 3-4 right. We've got a CG of 25.8 and a THS of up 3.4. So I think we'll go. It's 3/up 3.4, and I discovered after you started the engines, it sets this automatically, not the flaps, the trim, which is really alien. 59 degrees flex temperature. Oh yes, I need to put a little. Is it F? Sign tax. What does it want me to put in there? I can't remember now. There's the tutorial here. F for flex, F59. Why can't I just put 59 in? Airbus, damn you. Transition altitude is 13,000 feet, V-speeds 161. Look how high they are. Even with a high flap setting, the V-speeds are incredibly high. 161, 161, and 165. So, V-speeds are set. It's an Airbus, so all I have to do up here is set 6,000 feet and then leave the rest exactly as it is. It'll do everything else for you. Radios will leave in automatic. Startup preparation, localizer scales off, flight directors are on, QNH is set. We'll get the APU started now, so master switch on. And once that is completed, APU start switch to 1 as well. And we're pretty much ready, I think, for push and start. I'm sure someone will say if I've missed out anything massively, but no, I think we're okay. Remember, our slot, guys, is 12:55. So when you have slots, so put it in here. This isn't an off-block time. A slot or CTOT is a generated departure time by air traffic control. So in Europe, it's done by Eurocontrol. And you have to aim to be airborne at this time. Now, there is a little bit of a leeway either side, and what that is usually -5 to +10 is the window at which you must be airborne by. So we have to be pushing TOGA, essentially, getting airborne, or, sorry, thrust to SRS, at 12:50 to 13:05. So we've got this sort of 15-minute window to get airborne by. So we've still got 20 minutes is the earliest airborne time. So by the time we've got pushback, APU started, all the engines will hopefully be ready right to get airborne at 12:50, which is the earliest time we can get airborne. And that's exactly how slots would work in reality. Right, so APU is available. That means I can get rid of the ground power, and I just turn it off, I think. There we go. No switching of the buses has to be done manually in an Airbus. And now I can go here to ground services, turn off the external power and the chocks, and I'll order me some better pushback. So let's press pre-plan and connect first.
Ground to cockpit, 2 is driving up now.
Excellent, loud as ever. Oh yeah, winds on the init page. Thank you, Yaroslav. My bad there. So init page. Wind. Now, climb wind. Wind request. If I do that, does it grab it from active sky? Clearly not. It's not going to be that. Well, let's leave that in here. And I think for cruise wind, if we just put the average wind, it should actually give us a decent ETA and fuel and arrival. Let's put in the average wind here. Oh, it's the beastie tug. I can hear it. 25668. That's it for now. Next phase, descent winds we can do later. Well, if we've got the average wind in, it's going to give us some sort of more accurate ETA.
Okay, all the doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
To 2,000 miles, 17.7, 448. Perfect. Let's just have a quick brief of taxi and the SID for you guys. So, just need to pre-select our SID actually, which is the MIGDA 1 Victor. There we go. So we are on stand Charlie 6. Pushback for us on 3-4 right, be to face east. Out via Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey 4. And then on Whiskey 4, we're going to go out right here via Victor, or Whiskey, and then another right turn onto these taxiways over to 3-4 right. So not a super long taxi, which is good. And our SID is here, the MIGDA 1 Victor. So, climb to 6,000 feet, or as assigned by AT, so we were cleared by AT to 6,000. It's climb on 336 heading to Juliet November 231. So we go here, Juliet November 231. Max speed is 210 knots, well we won't have accelerated by then. And then we're going to make a right turn inbound to Juliet November 232. Juliet November 232, there's a stop altitude there of 6,000 feet. So many pink stars, I think, is a restriction. So we've got the 6,000 feet restriction in here. It's then to Juliet November 231, 232, and then 397, got to be above 8,000 feet, and then at above 12,000, 150, we should be just above these, look, with the predicted altitudes, and then MIGDA. So it's a lovely RNAV SID for the FMS to follow, and it's all in there, looking good. Right, taxi, SID brief, performance complete, PA, yeah, should I do a PA briefing for you guys, just because it's a special event? I don't know, you guys like to hear them. Let's do it. So what would I say to our passengers? I've got to be so careful here so I don't split by operator. Be like, welcome aboard this Alpaca Airways flight from, where are we? Jeddah. Jeddah to Austria. Looking for an on-time departure, pushing back shortly, taking off from runway 34 right, routing. Let's have a look at our map today so we don't get too lost. Routing along the Saudi Arabian coastline, it's the Red Sea. This is the Sinai Peninsula, so flying directly overhead Cairo, then the Mediterranean. We then have Crete, Athens, Greece, and then the Eastern European countries. What we got here? We've got Albania, Bosnia, Croatia, onwards to Austria. Flight time of 4 hours, 45 minutes. Lovely day to go flying, smooth conditions. And we'll be showing you safety demonstration. Please wear your face masks and enjoy the flying. Thanks. There we are. Departing Jeddah. Unbelievable. You don't close the doors. Thank you so much, Westgate. That's great of you to remind me. Thank you. Oh, that was close. So close. I think in the auto position they're closed. So cabin crew arm slides and cross check. Thank you. Let's go to the door enunciation. What a tug. That's cool. I see lots of green lights and oh, look at the cabin crew arming the slides. That's mega. Very cool. Excellent. So yeah, we maybe see the pyramids today. If the time we get to the Mediterranean, the sun will be setting. It'll be a nighttime approach because we're live weather today. Cool. Ready for engine start then. So let's go over to clearance and request push and start.
923 disregard. We just thought that maybe a private message turned off.
Down 515, ready to push back and start up.
Down 515, contact to the ground on 21.7.
21.7, thank you, bye.
Delivery low again, Saudi 4 to that information on the request clearance to our destination Brookstad.
Saudi 4 to Delta, standby for clearance number 3.
Launcher, Saudi 4 to that.
At clearance, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango stand Charlie 06 request push and start.
Assalamu alaikum, Rajuli 7482, requesting clearance to...
Photographically, they were paying attention to the doors unlike the captain. I know.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, contact to the ground 121.77, have a nice flight.
121.7 Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango Maslow. Perfect. Over to ground.
Via 341, taxi to holding point Mike 1, runway 34 right via Lima 2, Mike Foxtrot.
Just checking the stand. Keep forgetting what it is.
Taxi to Mike 1.
Usually they have the stand number on there.
Right, by Lima 2,
so you know straight away what it is.
Heading to 8454.
Alpaca 18 Charlie contact Jeddah ground now. Jeddah ground now 118.5. Enjoy your event. Goodbye.
118.5, 18 Charlie, thank you very much.
Busy.
Same goes for you, Saudi 126. Contact Jeddah tower now 118.5. Enjoy the event, sir. Goodbye. 118.5, thank you.
Ground Alpha 3 Kilo Alpha, request taxi.
Busy. Hi Wojtek, hope you're doing well. Have a great flight. Thanks, buddy.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, taxi to holding point Mike 2 for runway 34 right via Whiskey 3, Whiskey, Mike.
Taxi to holding point Mike 2, runway 34 right via Whiskey 3, Whiskey and Mike, Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, on your way to
like 3 people trying to check in here.
Boeing 747, passing from left to right.
Giving way to Boeing 747.
The little Lufthansa pushing back as well. There's quite a few people around here.
Lufthansa 814, contact at the
So I
tower
probably
now,
won't get pushed until he's out of the way.
Over the tower 118.5, thank you. Egypt 292, please. I'm unable to see your tag.
Uh-oh.
Jeddah 292, you are currently on the wrong frequency. Please contact Jeddah ground east 121.6, Quebec.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, thank you. That was Jeddah ground 121.6.
Jeddah ground,
Plaza 330.
line 515, good afternoon, requesting start and pushback.
Let's make sure these doors are disconnected. I had to do it manually.
Line 515, Jeddah ground west, very good afternoon, sir. Please stand by. Break. Lufthansa 330, contact Jeddah tower now 118.5, Quebec.
Sam can cause issues sometimes in this. Ah, look at the new Alpaca Airways 74 livery. Epic. Ground, hello, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, stand Charlie 06, request push and start, please.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, Jeddah ground west, very good afternoon, sir. Please stand by. Traffic out on your left.
Perfect, so told to stand by, he knows we're here, so that's good. Why didn't the other air bridge disconnect? It's the rear one.
Jeddah ground, salam alaikum. Saudi 341, stand 284, request push and start.
Oh, don't you start messing around. One of my air bridges is still attached, how do I detach it?
Saudi 341, Jeddah ground west, Walaikum
Yes, if you
Assalam, and very good
want the
afternoon,
Alpaca Airways
sir.
CSL, it's just been recently updated by
Facing south, QNH
Jamlin.
1012, call for taxi.
Push start approved, facing south, QNH
Oh, really?
1012,
Are you sure?
call for taxi, Saudi 341.
If this one is better pushback, I didn't know.
Air India 8454, contact Jeddah tower now 118.5, enjoy the event, sir. Goodbye.
I thought I was going to 34 left, Air India 8454.
Oh, sorry about that. Air India 8454, continue
So,
taxi
show
instructions.
your instruction, put this to auto.
Sorry, Air India 8454.
Okay, so I put it to auto, and then when I put the beacon
my
light on,
apologies.
it'll disconnect both.
Straight on Lima 2, left on Lima, Sierra, hold shutter front with 34.
Nervous as a passenger if you ever see the air bridge reattach, it
Two
shouldn't.
left on Lima, Sierra, hold shot, 24 center, Air India 8454. Ground,
Air India 8454, my apologies. Taxi.
no worries, Air India 8454.
I get hammer and wrench on air bridge. I'll put the anti-collision light on now. I mean, you would. Oh my goodness me! What is he doing? Do you see that departure by the Lufthansa? It looked like a Cobra, like the F-22 Raptor does.
Alpaca 424.
That looked a bit risky. Welcome aboard, Vast Johnny. You're doing well.
Alpaca 424, taxi to holding point, Mike 1 for runway 34 right, via Lima Alpha.
So a little bit about the
Lima
itinerary
2.
today, guys. We'll get airborne. 2 hours into the flight, I'll grab some lunch. Hopefully I'll have like a 15-20 minute break, and then we'll do the quiz 2 hours 30 minutes after being airborne.
Alpaca 424.
Flight decks and pint glass up for grabs for the winner, and then we'll do a giveaway of this aircraft once we land in Austria. Beluga says Alpaca, the animal, yes. Hi Diogo Newfall, hope you're doing well. So it's still okay, remember our slots at 55,
Taxi to holding point, Mike
so
2 for runway 34 right,
we've still got plenty of time.
via Whiskey 1, Whiskey, Mike.
Vastajina, funny someone who pronounces my name right. I'm not very good at that. Neil Simler. Thanks for subscribing though.
Whiskey and Mike, look for 45. Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, Jeddah ground.
Shoot, can I build my Lego plane before you land? Most likely.
Sorry about that. Air India 8454, stop taxi.
Stop back, Air India 8454.
Air India's taxiing around.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, you took a wrong turn
Streamlabs,
on
thanks for
Lima.
subscribing.
You were supposed to
Said
take
R2K2,
turn
welcome aboard, buddy.
Please,
Stefan, what
switch to
motivates
Mike
you to be a
via
pilot?
Mike
Just
Bravo.
growing up as a kid, loved aviation. I had everything aviation related. My stepfather had a PPL. My uncle was a tornado pilot in the
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, thank you very much.
in the German Air
Break,
Force, my
Air
aunt.
India 8454, sorry
My
about that.
uncle was very close with my father passed away years ago. My uncle's sort of like my fatherly figure. They had a lot of family members who were in the Air Force, tornado pilots. my uncle as well, my other uncle. And then yeah, airfix kits, model aeroplanes, trying out flight sim, had it all. I just really wanted to do it. Just mad about it. Still am now. In my early 30s, and I flew yesterday. Went to Malaga yesterday. I've been simming today. Flying again tomorrow, and love it. Wouldn't do anything different.
Break, Alpaca 782, same goes for you. Contact Jeddah Tower now, 118.5. Enjoy the event, sir. Goodbye.
Switching to Tower 118.5, Alpaca 782, thank you.
Bye bye. We'll go check out that other CSL. That's beautiful model.
Question 3, Lima Charlie. At the Grand West, very good afternoon, sir.
I think he might be in the PMDG, because that's an 800, isn't it?
Facing south QNH 1012.
That's really nice, gentlemen. Superb work.
Start approved.
Oh, we're getting busy at the whole point, look. If you want to grab these CSLs, so you can see the Alpaca Airways, Victor Charlie Papa, in your Vatsim client for X-Pilot, use the command exclamation mark CSL and just simply drag that with all the other files. AA Boeing, AA Airbus, just put the Alpaca folder there. All wide bodies, look, we've got the A340 777, Saudi 777, Lufthansa A340, Alpaca Airways A340, we've got a, I don't know what that is, Fly 174-400. Excellent choices of stands here, look, I wish I'd come over here. Fly Dubai, it's so cool when you got massive events like this. Here's ours. It's gone very quiet on the frequency. So waiting for the Lufthansa really, and they'll be on our way.
Saudi 341 requesting taxi.
Kitty system, probably run into you in Austrian airspace. Probably, hope you're doing well, nice to see you back here. Chris, you inspired me so much of the vids that I applied to an aviation academy a few days ago. Thank you very much. Awesome, Chris. Very cool. I got a lovely message on Instagram 2 or 3 days ago. I don't often have an opportunity because I get so many messages and emojis and whatever to anything I post. A lovely message from someone who started watching.
653 requesting taxi.
Started watching my videos a while back, and you know, had no flying experience, and now he's just about to start his type rating working for Ryanair, which I thought was really cool. And he said it was my videos that inspired him to get into flying 3 years ago, and he's just about to start his type rating. I was really like, wow, that's amazing. Still a bit shocked by it all, really.
And Saudi 3171, pushback please.
Domino Messina, number 6 of departure. I'll miss my 12:47 slot. You might do.
Stand by.
Oh, you can see the workload's picking up now. Hi, Brian Court from New Jersey. Hope you're doing well, buddy. HK Flight Simulation could create a subsidiary airline for Alpaca like Llama. Well, Llama International Airlines exists. It's our main competitor, I'll have you know. And we've got Austria Regional. Love it. Pusher 90, the most longest Airbus, that's right. Yes, I believe the A340-600 is the longest Airbus. Maybe even the longest airliner, I don't know. I do have a quiz later, as you well know, the 2.5 hour mark. And there are many A340 themed questions, not one of them on the length of it though. Did I say cross the pond, Domino Mosina? Cross the ladder? I don't know. Oh, but are your jetways still attached? They are, yes. When I turn on the beacon, they should disconnect. In fact, just in case... Well, the autosave feature in the ToLiss is one of the best on any add-on aircraft. So if you have any problems, you can just reload the sim and just reload it. It literally uploads everything as it was. It's so good. The A340-600 was the longest airliner until the 747-800. Got you. Got you. Uh-oh, it's gone very quiet on frequency.
319 to the Crown West.
Lufthansa here, he requested taxi a while back. Now on the flight plan, I've actually modified the taxi fuel slightly. Just to show you here. So I think SimBrief defaults to 10 minutes, so I've put 30 minutes of taxi fuel. There you go, 30 minutes, so it's nearly 1,500 kilos we'll use for taxi. Callie Smith, remember to drop a like. Thank you very much. Yes, if you are enjoying the video, don't forget to like the video. I don't have a like target, it's really, but if we can make 1,000 likes, or 1,000,000, that'd be great. But it does help the channel out tremendously, so thank you very much.
Charlie 67, request to stop.
Flight simulators, a ToLiss A340 worth buying. I'm no Airbus buff, but the other Airbus real pilots, so V1 Simulations and 320 Sim Pilot, I think they both speak very highly of flight factor. I'm sure their Airbus is very good. I've not tried it, but I think ToLiss is well respected and actively updating and developing it. Like I said, this version was updated literally last night, version 1.03. Oh dear, this has gone very quiet on frequency on ground. We've got Lufthansa waiting for taxi. He requested taxi about 5 minutes ago. Behind the Lufthansa, we've got Brussels Airlines A320. I believe this very route, I was looking into it this week, is flown by Saudi Arabian Airlines, and they use a 737. Oh, is it 737? Or maybe not Saudi. It's an airline that does fly from Jeddah to Vienna in real life. Breadmaster, how do you update it? If you go here to plugins, you should have the Skunk Crafts updater, and many developers utilise this to update their aircraft in-game, which is pretty cool. So FlyJSim do their updates through it. ToLiss, Felis and his 747. I am Phil. Is it safe to pay for airplanes when X-Plane 12 is on the verge of being released? I'd be very confident that most active developers, I am Phil, will make their aircraft compatible with X-Plane 12. I certainly know any builds have said they will. I'd be very surprised if any of the current big developers, so you're talking ToLiss, any builds, they've confirmed it, Flight Factor, I'm very sure very soon after release, if not at release, it'll be compatible with X-Plane 12. Hi Nick Greed, good morning Captain, catching a live stream for once. Excellent, it's good of you to be here, thank you very much for popping in. If you have just tuned in guys, thank you very much for coming in to watch. We have requested push and start with Jeddah ground. He knows of our request and then he has asked in the last 5 minutes just to stand by for everyone. So I don't know if it's workload, it might be airspace capacity issue. These issues do arise in real life as well. We are flying from Jeddah to Vienna in the Vatsim Crossland Westbound 2022 event. And flight time will be about 4 hours 55 minutes when we get airborne. We'll be doing a quiz at the 2.5 hour mark. Everyone in the chat can take part, you just got to put the correct answer in chat. And then I'll be giving away this aircraft once we've landed in Vienna as well. Breadmaster, can I get the name again for the update thing? Yes, it's called Skunk Crafts. I'm pretty sure that whenever you install ToLiss or any builds or whatever, or no, any builds actually, I don't think use this, but it installs it automatically. Skunk Crafts updater. I'm pretty sure with ToLiss. I'm sure with ToLiss they already have it.
All stations, sorry about that. Jeddah ground west is back. We had a technical glitch.
Ah, poor guys.
Charlie is ready for taxi.
Ah, so there we go. So Vatsim's been having a lot of technical issues, I think, at the moment. I think since Velocity's been updated, I've been reading about them. So obviously no, so that's actually not an issue with airspace capacity. This is an issue with Vatsim, by the sounds of it. More technical problems.
Line 515, taxi to holding point Mike 2 for runway 34 right. The Whiskey 2, Whiskey and Mike.
Buzzfeed, catching the stream whilst having my lunch. Enjoy. Very cool. Thank you very much. Popping in. I'll be having my lunch at about 2:30. Quite late one. Everyone's obviously, it's a bit of a backlog now.
Ready for departure on Mike.
The beast, the waiting time makes Vatsim more realistic. That's true, actually. If there's technical problems in real life, which there sometimes is with ATC, everything stops basically. So from that degree, it is quite realistic.
I think ground is off the air again.
Oh dear. That's not good.
He just went offline again.
No. Oh, I can actually see. So our frequency 121.7 we're using for ground isn't online. It's come back online now. So obviously it's actually having issues with this particular frequency, maybe this controller. That Lufthansa looks mega small, yeah, in comparison to our aircraft.
FAD, Flyview 375, radio check.
Safe flight. The frequency's gone offline. I mean, would it be worthwhile going to the other ground frequencies? There's 2 ground frequencies here for the event, 1 to 1.7 and 1 to 1.6. Obviously, the 1 to 1.7 frequency is having a lot of technical problems at the moment.
Flyview 375, requesting push and soft.
Yeah, both the ground frequencies are offline.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Kator, for the $5. Hope you're doing well. Love it.
Have fun flying the 4 hair dryers or 5 APUs.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for the $5. Hope you're doing well. And yes, well, actually, to be fair, I believe the 500 600 variant with the Trent engines doesn't have the same performance issues as with the shorter variants of the Airbus. I've been researching, as you can tell. The CFM powered Airbus A340 was very underpowered, I think.
21.7 is back online, but I don't think he can hear us.
There's a lot of performance issues and stuff, so...
Jeddah ground east is not connected. Jeddah ground east is not connected.
Jeddah ground low, Arabia 106 and Charlie 05, ready for push.
The 106 pushes throws approved facing east QNH 101.
Back in business.
12 push shot approved facing east, Arabia 106.
I knew that was going to happen.
Stations unreadable, say again.
No, don't say that. No, don't say that. Say again. Everyone will say again.
Say again. Now it's Tilly Machali ready for taxi.
Neil, Air Canada dumped their A340-500 in favour of the 777. I think most airlines did. The problem with the A340 was, well, I mean, they're not in production anymore. They are, compared to a 777 or any twin wide-body jet airliner, not as fuel efficient. The 777 and the A350-787 is far more fuel efficient than the A340. I mean, there's not so many airlines operating now. I'm not going to do too much because my quiz is based on a lot of the A340.
Cross runway 34 center after crossing Conan ground 121.6. Have a safe and nice flight.
Cross 34 center and call ground 121.6, air India 8454. 319, ready to push back.
Saudi 3171, stand Alpha 5, Lima requesting pushback 012.
Continue, Bravo, next year.
Iberia 31 pushing towards approved facing east QNH 1012.
Approved facing east QNH 1012, Iberia 219.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha ready for departure on taxiway Mike.
He's been there for ages, that Alpaca as well.
3 Kilo Alpha, contact tower 911.5, have a safe and
yeah, they've got maintenance on 4 engines as well. Yeah, all the expenses associated with 400 aircraft.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha.
Saudi 3171, stand Alpha 5, Lima.
How much fuel is that APU using? Good question. We started with 60 tons. We burned 140 kilos sat here. So our slot was a minute ago now, so we only have, technically in real life, we'd have to be airborne in 9 minutes, so we'd miss our slot. In reality, we'd need a new slot.
Pressure calling Jeddah ground, say again.
Alpaca 6793, Bravo 08, request push and start.
Alpaca 6793, push and start, approved facing north.
That poor Lufthansa has been wanting to taxi for ages. He's been there for about 20 minutes, his engine's running.
375 Jeddah ground report, stand number.
Uh-oh.
375, never mind, stand by for now.
Oh dear, didn't know it started on the delay.
Coming in for 6793, we're clear for push and start north.
Lufthansa's just appeared. Choose another stand, sir. Many other stands available.
Kilo Alpha, Alpaca 6793, thanks.
Correction, just cross the runway 34 center, request taxi to runway 34 right.
Air 42 Delta taxi via Romeo, Mike, hold short runway 34 right at Mike 2.
No, Mike, hold short Mike 2, runway 34 right, for your footsteps.
Airlines leaving Charlie, contact tower now 1.05, bye-bye.
Lufthansa 653, requesting taxi.
Go on, Lufthansa, let's get you away.
653 taxi Whiskey Alpha.
Got him, I think.
4, Whiskey,
It's
Mike,
looking clear now.
short runway 34 right at Mike 2.
Okay, so what happens if you miss a slot? Do you need to find another flight plan? Not usually new flight plan, you need new slots, and it can be often hours after.
Ground Qatari 1186, push and start at Charlie 10, please.
So try, guys, you've got to try to listen out. If someone gives an instruction, don't just call on the radio.
1186, stand by 4 push.
So if someone just goes, you know,
Thank you, Bravo 12, request push.
yeah, just that's really unprofessional. So you never ever make a radio call. If ATC's given an instruction, you wait until the other person's replied.
Jonas 1012, pushing north, Austrian 2, thank you. Mention Austrian, Charlie holding Mike 1.
I think it was that Lufthansa that's
Line 3, Charlie, contact tower 118.5, have a safe
the tax
bye-bye.
clearance.
118.5, thanks, bye-bye, mention Austrian, Charlie. 425, contact tower 118.5, bye-bye.
Tell me where you want to go.
515, contact tower 118.5, have a
Very
safe
likely to be this way.
Going to 118.5.
Make it a longer push so I can actually exit via that one as well if needed.
Sadia 341, request taxi.
Ground to cockpit, the road track is connecting on the bypass plan as a
3923, radio check.
release the parking brake.
Nearly there.
3, visibility 5x5.
Absolute chaos, it is busy.
Sadia 341, request 11 information, hotel, push and start.
Ooh, that was a rotation and a half. Tail strike.
You can cut out second 3923.
Have you missed a slot? Oh, absolutely right. Yeah, it happens. It's nothing you can do sometimes.
923, you're in the western block, contact ground 121.6, bye-bye.
Okay, 1216, Sadia 923.
Maybe 106 for any taxi.
There he goes. Well done, Lufthansa. Poor guy.
106 taxi, Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey 4.
Cheers, Ian. Is that your phone I can hear ringing? Unbelievable. My phone is right next to me. I can't miss a call if I'm on standby. Unbelievable. Cheers, buddy.
Sadia 341, requesting taxi.
341 taxi.
Ro, who decides slots?
01,
Actually, a very good question. I think it's ATC. It comes from Eurocontrol, I think.
Saudi 3171, requesting taxi.
No, I'm talking in Europe, obviously. Yeah, re-request push, yeah, I think so, 65. I think it might be a different controller.
Short hold runway 34 right at Mike 1. Taxi to hold Lima 1, Mike Foxtrot, runway 34 right and hold short Mike 1, Saudi 3171.
Ground, assalamu alaikum, it's Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango stand 0, Charlie 06, request push and start.
64 Charlie Tango, assalamu alaikum, push started approved facing east onto Whiskey Alpha, QNH 1012.
Push start approved facing east onto Whiskey Alpha, QNH 1012, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. We're on our way, guys. So beacon can come on, that's getting rid of the bridges, excellent, and to face east onto Whiskey Alpha.
923, the other ground controller just went offline, can we still get push from you?
So yeah, perfect, east onto Whiskey Alpha, and we're doing a long push so we can actually exit via Whiskey 2 if needed. So,
Radio 375, request push and start.
anti-collision light is on, and that's it, just release parking brake. Let's go, guys!
Facing west QNH 1012.
Okay, the push start, you may start the engines in sequence.
Yeah, so the radio doesn't control better pushback volume, I didn't think it did. We're moving! Excellent! Check the doors again, don't do that, don't do that. All green. Oh yeah, QNH 1012, thank you. So it's quite a long push, so we'll just delay the engine start slightly.
Lima Alpha, Lima 3, Mike Echo, hold short runway 34 right at Mike 2.
Up Ducat, doesn't the airline know slot times when airlines go bankrupt? So yeah, there's a difference there. Up Ducat, slots at airports are different to what the slots we're talking about. Slots by air traffic control are calculated takeoff times. You've got to be airborne within a certain window. Airport slots are what airlines buy for airport positions and slots at airports. Two different things.
Good afternoon, this is Alpaca 253 at apron 2, stand 6, request push and start.
253 to the ground, report stand number again, please.
Right, so starting the engines, engine mode selected to ignition start. I need to turn the APU bleed on as well.
start approved facing North QNH 1012 Alpaca 253.
Poor passengers.
Ready for 54, 121.6 going
I
to
thought
be
it was going to go quieter. I hope I've got sufficient bleed pressure. And then we'll start engine 1 and engine 2. So 1.
Jeddah ground, Assalamu alaikum, sir. Do 2 request startup.
There we are, we've got some rotation. And 10 seconds after that, we can start engine number 2. You just simply move this lever up. So there's 10 seconds, starting engine number 2.
Oh, I can see Saudi 2 start is approved, QNH 1012.
Startup approved, QNH 1012, Saudi 2.
Alpaca 6793, request taxi.
Luke, what's the flight time today? 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Kilo Alpha, Kilo, Whiskey, Mike, hold to runway 34 right at Mike 2.
I presume the engines are starting. Yes, there's a slide up on engine number 1.
Saudi 4 to that, Mike 2 ready for departure. 342 Delta, contact tower now, 1 way, decimal 5, bye-bye.
Spoozy clips. Actually, you would start 2-1 and sequence then 3-4. My bad. I'm just following the checklist that's included in ToLiss. There might be a practical reason for doing that, I do not know. Maybe I have no clue when it comes to flying these aeroplanes.
Alpaca 6793, taxi back, Kilo Alpha, Kilo Whiskey,
So those two engines have started successfully. Available. Yep, so which engine will be giving electrical power? I thought they all have IDGs. So 1 and 2 stable. Now it says now starting engine 3 and 4. Engine 3 master selector 1.
Saudi 341 and Kilo. 341 to the gun, say again.
Okay, 341, set the parking brake.
Parking brake is set. Starting engine number 4.
Disconnecting the 2, please stand by.
341, negative, I didn't give you Kilo. Make a right to the Whiskey and a right to Mike.
Like it.
344 right at Mike.
Look at this.
Whiskey, Mike, then
Still
Mike 2,
negative.
34 right, Saudi 341, thanks.
Alpha to the Yankee, request taxi.
Ah, got you, number 2. Controls hydraulics, got you.
Kilo Alpha, Kilo 5, Kilo, Whiskey, Mike, hold to runway 34 right at Mike 2. Caution at Mike, the 2 for arrive via Kilo Alpha, Kilo 5, Kilo Whiskey, Mike, then lost the drink.
Love these external views, the engine starts. I know you can't hear me. Don't care.
The 2 is disconnected and the bypass has been removed. Hand signal on the right hand side. We'll see you next time. Have a great flight.
I didn't say that, Daniel. It's Rolls Royce engines only. There's the tug.
So do you 2 request taxi?
Get 2 taxi via Alpha and hold runway 34 left at Alpha.
There's the bypass pin. Wonderful. Right, select engine mode to normal. APU bleed to off. Arm the ground spoilers by pulling up the arm on speed brake. Set rudder trim to 0 by pushing the reset button. Flap lever for departure, so flap 3. Loud flaps. Pitch trim is set for the takeoff setting, which it does automatically. 3.4 units does that, I think, after all the engines are started, so that's done. APU master switch to off. And then that's it. Taxi.
There's only one ground now. Ground west is not on anymore, so I'll be taking care of all of you for now.
Oh wow, great job by this controller. Well done, bud. Turn the hair dryers off, we can't hear you. Right, I think that's it. I'll have to do some other checks whilst we're taxiing. Ground Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango on Whiskey Alpha, request taxi.
64 Charlie Tango taxi via Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey 4, Whiskey Mike, hold short runway 34 right at Mike 2.
Taxi, Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey 4, Whiskey Mike to 34 right, hold short at Mike 2, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So, we're on Whiskey Alpha, we're going to go up to Whiskey 4, then Whiskey, which is like the bottom taxiway here, then over to Mike, which is the... Oh, Jimmy Charles, don't know there? It's the outer taxiway, Lima then Mike,
Yeah,
and then Mike to hold point. So over there, let's go.
34 centre at Romeo, Alpha 253.
So we'll put the taxi light on, taxi camera on, there we go. Just turn down ATC, and lastly I just need to turn on, that's it, taxi light, which I think I've done already. I did, taxi light. Right, there, so release parking brake, and we're on our way to Vienna. Oh, did you hear that noise? It sounds like the Trent. I've flown on an A380, which has, I think, slightly bigger Trent engine, but it sounds the same. Listen to that. I just did a little bit extra. Great.
923.
923, please, that's clock 5206.
Oh, I forgot to read.
From where to Vienna? We're flying to Vienna, Brutal, from Jeddah.
Saudi 2, holding point Alpha Romeo 34 left. 2 cross runway 34 left, after crossing, continue on uniform.
What a beast.
Cross runway 34 left, continue uniform Saudi 2.
Actually, I just need to concentrate on the taxi, just make sure I go the right way. So keep going around here on the Whiskey 4. Yamato 8125. Some airlines put the flaps during the taxi runway, and others put just after pushback. What is the most effective? It doesn't matter, so long as they're set before departure. In conditions where the wing's contaminated with snow, you want to delay the engine's flap extension until after de-icing. So remember, such a long aeroplane, you want to really overshoot that taxi line to make sure the main gear's over the line at all times.
Welcome.
Thanks for subscribing there. Pramo, I think that is, or Pramo, welcome aboard, buddy. Pramo.
1186, report star number, please.
Mario, do you get confused flying on these aircraft in the sim with the 737 in real life? Thankfully not. Thankfully not. I've been doing it for 5 years and I haven't got confused yet. I mean, mostly do fly the 737 in the sim. I love flying in something different. It's great fun. Some airlines, they have pilots that fly multiple fleets, so it's exactly the same really. So you'll see here, when we turn, don't start turning now. Remember, the aircraft is 70 odd metres long. You want to really get past that line and then turn. And just to show you why, if you look outside, that's where the main gear is. Look, you want to keep the main gear on the line. Make sure you always overshoot the line quite a lot. Sorry, it's very loud. So it looks like I'm off to the side, but that's perfect. You can tell. Look at this camera. There you go. And then by the time you finish the turn, you're bang on the taxi line.
Was that 118.5 for Saudi 341?
Was for you, Saudi 341, contact tower now 118.5, bye-bye.
18.5, Saudi 341, thanks for your help, bye-bye, ma'asalama.
Bye-bye.
Oh, is that Alpaca Airways A300 there? Beautiful. He's got the retro livery from Bounce. Order brakes on max. Yeah, I'll do the little Airbus pre-takeoff checklist. Hopefully that'll get me everything configured. We'll do that one way on the parallel taxiway. Ooh, we'll just give way to these guys. Well, I don't think I have much choice in the matter.
319 cross runway 34 after crossing contact.
Excellent.
Excellent contact messages. Cross runway 34 and continue PR. Saudi 2, we need for the taxi.
So clear left.
Saudi 2, we need for the taxi instructions. 2, make a left onto Foxtrot, then right onto Romeo, hold runway 34 center at Romeo. Left Foxtrot, right Romeo, hold short runway 34 center, Saudi 2.
So I'll just use my rudder pedals to taxi.
292, stand by Iberia 319.
And they're going all the way over to Mike, which is the most outer taxiway. Oh, there's the crazy crowd stuff again. Typical MH, where's the flight from? Where is it going? All the information is here. You've got the ICAO codes, that's the code for Jeddah, and that's the code for Vienna.
219, thank you, bye-bye.
So once we're on the parallel taxiway, we'll do the before takeoff checklist.
8844, Jeddah ground, good afternoon. Push and surge approved, facing west, QNH 1012.
Push and facing west,
What a view.
1012.
If I undercut that slightly, but it's quite hard to taxi in this view, if I'm honest. G-Log. Excellent. Right, so let's do the taxi checklist. Perform a brake check, which I've done here already. We'll now perform a flight control check. So, flight controls. So full up. And full down. Left. And right. Here comes the rudders, which I'm using as taxi, so in reality you'd be holding the tiller, but there's right and left, and the tiller isn't. The rudder's not connected to the rudder, I think, in the Airbus, or you hold it. So that's done. Sorry, just not the mic. FMAs, verify nav and blue are green, so we'll turn the camera off.
253 on Romeo, holding short, runway 34 centre.
253.
Transponder code is set, terrain if required, want to brake to max.
793, contact tower now, one way, decimal 5 away.
RTO arm. And that's it. Pull the purser, so we'll tell the cabin crew ready for departure.
18 decimal 5.
Oh yeah, takeoff config I need to test as well.
375, requesting schedule frequency to tower, please.
Takeoff config. There we are. All green, no blue. Oh yes. That's A380. But yeah, A380's got a long way to go. So cool.
3292, please set squawk 4536.
So again, I'll just do my own operators before takeoff checklist as well. That's a good way of checking the configuration is as we need. So config, takeoff config we checked. Flaps we have 3. And you see it's all there, so that's flaps extended. Stab trim set for departure automatically 3.4 units up.
55, contact Jeddah ground 12 decimal 9 away.
And takeoff briefing. Aircraft's all configured for departure. We'll be flying the MiGDA 1 Victor.
To Jeddah ground, go ahead.
Straight ahead to 201, right turn 232, stop altitude 6,000 feet, set on the MCP, or Airbus MCP. Noise 2, so I think Airbus distancing.
121 decimal 9 as well, we've got contact as well.
And that's it.
Thank you very much.
Cabin secure, we're ready for departure. Although we're number 4 or 5 here. Perfect. Before takeoff checklist. Wings present accounted for. Checklist complete.
I don't see you anywhere on the airport. Can you please report your SAM number?
There we are. Parking brake is set. And that's why I took 30 minutes of fuel for taxi, you see, because I knew I'd be here for a while. Oh, that was a bit funky.
Every time I contact them, they send me back to you. It's weird.
Many noises. Just accidentally reset my view to the wrong one. So that's that wing view. I've lost my engine view now. Oh, thanks. There's no need for that, but thanks.
3923 taxi, runway 34 right.
I'm just resetting my view. It's quite cool. You get a little taxi camera here. I just want to reset to the engine wing view. So I think the layout that ToLiss have is like an all first and sort of part. It's sort of a Iberia class, I think it is. That's the view. Excellent wing view and engine view is reset. Beautiful. Oh, I can taxi forward now. I was too busy setting views. Oh, that sound of the tread spooling up, it's so good.
50, 40,
Thank you very
30,
much, Captain Meow. That's
20,
very kind of
10.
you.
Jeddah ground, salam alaikum, sir. DA2, cross runway 34 center on Romeo.
Don't forget for takeoff.
Uh-oh.
Retract flaps to 1 above F speed. Flap conference 1 plus F conference 1 auto retract at 215 kDSUs and then set flap 0 passing S speed.
All noted, Captain Meow. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much for the £15. I have some notes which I had from when I first flew this aircraft. I think I've got something similar. Use flag 3 for departure. At 1 plus, or config 1 plus F, which you suggested, we select flap 1. And what the Airbus does, it leaves the slats extended, and when the aircraft gets above a certain speed, it automatically retracts the slats. And then at the S, we select the flaps up. So I will follow that as exactly and perfectly described as yourself, Captain Meow. Thank you very much for your generosity. Appreciate it. So we've burned 800 kilos of fuel, or 700 kilos of fuel since pushing back, and we allowed 1,500 kilos, so we're fine for taxi fuel.
Mike, quarter runway 34 right at Mike 2. Kilo Alpha, Kilo 5, Kilo, Whiskey, Mike, hold short 34 right at Mike 2 for the south of the 50. 64 Troy Tango with me.
Hey, Ferb.
Mark the 64 Troy Tango, contact tower now 118.5. I love your YouTube channel, by the way.
Tower 118.5, really appreciate it, kind words. Thanks for the excellent agency and doing all of ground today. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. How's it gone? Perfect.
Bye-bye.
Excellent, well that was very kind. No need though, guys, I'm just a regular guy streaming. Appreciate it nonetheless. Make me blush. Excellent. I was right up his AP, a little close, yes. We'll check in with Tower, just to let them know we are here.
90 degrees, 12 knots, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff. Adil 375, clear for taking off.
So they've got the other runway. In hindsight, we should have started on stand over there. Look, 'cause you've got 3-4 left here, which is the other takeoff runway. There's no one there. We could have run away quicker. It's such a large airport. Jeddah Tower, Assalamu alaikum. It's Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. We're going to be holding at Mike 2, ready for departure in sequence.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango Jeddah Tower, hello, your number 3 for departure.
Copy. Perfect. Number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn 2 Tango.
Guys, if you're enjoying the stream so far, this beautiful Saturday afternoon in the beautiful country of Saudi Arabia, don't forget to like the video. Very much appreciated. We'll be on our way shortly on this 4-hour, 45-minute flight on this excellent Vatsim event. 4 of these big events, isn't there? Vatsim, they do 2 Vatsim across the lands, 2 across the ponds. I think the cross the pond is a sort of the main event, but this is the first one I've done for a while because I couldn't do Vatsim across the pond 3 months ago, and I couldn't do cross the land 3 months ago either. So I think the last one I did was a year ago, Vatsim cross the land Westbound, which we did. Where did we fly from? I think it might be Israel. And we went to Italy. I can't remember where though. Naples, I think maybe. No, not Naples. If anyone knows you're flying an Airbus today, let's see if he stops by. Hopefully.
375, please set squawk mode Charlie.
All his assistance required. Am I squawking mode Charlie? Oh, I'm not actually. I am now. What else do you need to do before takeoff? Check brake temperatures.
375.
So, wheel, taxi, when you taxi a long time, braking lots, you can actually increase the brake temperature quite a lot. So they're 40 degrees, that's fine. This is maximum 150 with brake fans on, maximum 300 if brake fans are not running. Back on 2 doesn't need to be off, exterior lights, I'm just going to turn all that on now because one of my line up.
Departing Airbus A310,
So you only do this in reality when you got your clearance.
Adi 375, contacted the radar now, 124.0 Master.
And transported to TAR8. Should be already there, maybe. Weather radar and predicted windshield warning on. Which I don't think it's modelled, but...
Station calling, please say again.
No, not that one. System 1, predicted windshield warning on as well. Oh, it's auto only. There we go.
Station calling, please say again, I read you 2x5.
Oh no, Andrea, Captain, how are you? I'm going to get my wisdom tooth removed in an hour. Wish me good luck. Are you going to be under local anaesthetic there, Andrea? Or general? I'm having wisdom teeth issues. One that's going to be a lot of jip, and I'm going to have it pulled out at some point. It's 2 weeks ago, it's caused me a lot of pain. It's calmed down a bit now. I had a bit of swelling around it, but it's in a bit of an awkward position. So I do pity you, because I know how horrible tooth pain is. I'm not looking forward to having mine whipped out. What happens if you take off with hot brakes? Well, in the event of rejected takeoff, you might not get the stopping performance on the brakes that you'd expect. So they have to have cooled to a certain temperature.
The radar now, 124.0, bye-bye. Radar 124.0, Austria, thank you, bye-bye, thanks for service.
So, a little bit undershot that line slightly. Actually, my tiller's all over.
292, please, it's Cosmo Charlie.
Parking brake set. Thomas, my wisdom tooth. The doctor said, I hope I'm retired when you need to come out. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it can be very difficult for dentists to extract. Sometimes
Alpha 6793, the wind is 290 degrees.
We're next, guys.
Runway 34 right, clear for takeoff.
There you go.
Clear for takeoff, runway 34 right, Alpaca 6783, thanks.
Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango, line up and wait. Correction, Pilot Departing Company, Airbus A340, line up and wait, runway 34 right.
I need company departing A340, line up and wait 34 right, Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango. He's off, so that's good, and I've got my alerts. Oh, my thing. Have I got the alerts muted up, guys? It's all frozen in the background here. There we are, alerts off. Excellent. So, clear line up and wait, A firm, clear left, he's rolling, clear right, and we've already done our checks, remember. Just turn the camera off. There we are. All looking good. Is this the 1.0.3 version? Yes. I updated it this morning, breaking my one rule of never, ever updating without testing, but I believe ToLiss only releases once it's been exclusively tested.
54, correction, 5240.
So such a long aeroplane, I want to come all the way out here.
Squawk 5240,
Oops.
Alpaca 67993, contacted the radar now, 124.0, bye-bye.
124.0, Alpaca 6783, thanks, ATC, bye-bye.
Bye.
There you go, even with full direction on the tiller there, still left of the sensor, but we're looking good. Well, no one's moaning at me about anything I might have forgotten. Looking good, guys.
We'll pull up and hold turn to 34 right up, Mike 1.
The sounds on takeoff on this are awesome. These are just stock sounds as well.
Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango, the wind is 290 degrees, 12 knots, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 34 right, clear takeoff, Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango. Guys, Togas or SRSs or whatever it is in Airbus in chat, we are on our way. Parking brake released, and there's the timer, that's run. Enjoy the departure, guys.
It's
about 50%, 40 looking all stabilised. Man flex 59, so take off thrust. Yes.
292, confirm ready for departure. Confirm ready for departure, Egypt Air 292.
80 knots checked.
Egypt Air 292, line up and wait, runway 34 right.
There's V1 suddenly coming up on the PFD, so far away still. V1 rotates. And we're airborne. Pilots ready to climb, gears up. I have a green nav.
Jeddah Tower, Alpha 253 is with you on mic.
So quite heavy today, look.
Alpha 253,
See it's climbing quite slowly. Just 2,600 feet per minute.
Evening Tower, Thunder 55 is mic 1.
Thunder 55, Jeddah Tower, hello, your number 640 departure.
Wow, got away just in time. Busy.
Roger, thank you.
No climb.
Alpha 64, Charlie Tango, contact Jeddah radar now, 124.0, bye-bye, see you again.
124.0, thank you very much to the ATC Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Assalam.
Salama.
So we can go to flaps 1, I believe. Is that correct? At the F, select flap 1. Don't need to trim because it's an Airbus, but put the autopilot in, put the tray table out shortly. And then it automatically extends the slats at that little orange, the orange bug, I think. Contact departures. And then we'll go flaps up at the S. But remember it's max 210. Ah, no, we need to hold this actually. Isn't it max 210 knots for this day?
679
I already passed it, to be fair.
to make the speed to 990 knots.
Direct make speed 290.
There's the S, so flaps up. At departures, hello, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. We're on a MiGDA 1 Victor, passing 3,000 for altitude 6,000 feet.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, hello, you are identified departure, continue climb flight level 190 and restricted speed 250 knots.
Climb flight level 190 and restricted speed 250 knots, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So 190 set, you don't have to push out into delete restrictions, you just simply set 190. He wants speed 250, so what I'm going to do is pull it, so that way it doesn't accelerate above 10,000 feet. I'm airbusing, guys, check it out. I'm going to do now the after takeoff checklist. Gears up, after takeoff, AP off if it was running, engine mode selected normal if required. Disarm ground spoilers. Don't need engine anti-ice. What's the temperature outside? 28 degrees, fine. Nose lights off.
136,
I need to push it, don't I? Oh no, pull it. Op climb. I need op climb. Open climb, ladies and gentlemen. This is an Airbus tutorial. You might be wanting to learn about Airbus. Don't forget to pull on that knob to get your open climb. I'm just testing you guys. Well done. Retracts. There's no retracts in this aeroplane, is there? Flaps are up. There we are. After takeoff, jet is complete. Where is the button for something else? I think I want. Let's just leave it on engine. There we are. Beautiful.
Alpaca 993 report departure when make the switch control 126 decimal 5. Have a good time, bye-bye.
Apologies, say again for 6793.
6793 report departure waypoint MiGDA, switch control 126 decimal 5.
Fly the Airbus reminds me of having a cockpit as a kid, yeah. But I think I'm doing it now. So yeah, pulling it.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, proceed direct to MiGDA.
Direct MiGDA, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Watch this. Direct MiGDA. Insert. I don't even need to push LDAV or anything. It just does it. Even if you're in heading. That's another airbusing tip.
You are identifying the Assalamu alaikum. You are identified climb flight level 190 and restricted speed 250.
There we are, passing 103, 190.
50, 40, 30.
Thank you, everyone.
20,
Lights
10,
off. Check the rest shortly, but it's lovely ortho for this sector as well. Thanks, RH.
Hi, look at you abusing like a real pilot.
Abusing.
P.S. Can someone make 777, 787 or A350 livery?
Thank you very much, RH, for the 200 rubles. Very kind. Hope you're doing well. And appreciate the generosity there. We are abusing.
Charlie Tango, speed 290 knots.
Speed 290 knots now, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. We are abusing beautifully today. And we don't have 777 or 7. We don't have any of those liveries, I don't think. Maybe one for the Flight Factor A350. I'm talking about Alpaca Airways there, RH. But thank you very much. Whenever we do fly those aircraft, no doubt it'll be an Alpaca Airways variant. So thank you very much indeed. Are you V1 in disguise? Thanks, Tom. That's funny. 8 on 2 months member. Happy anniversary, Cap. Thanks. Thanks for always amazing content entertainment, and thanks to all the amazing members who have been awesome. Thank you very much, Adon. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your generosity as we set standard here by pushing the log. And no, it's been great to have you here for 2 months. You've been very much an active part, taking part in the racing as well. So thank you very much for your generosity. Of course, what makes the membership so great is all the wonderful members we have on the channel. So thank you very much, guys, to all of you. Right, so 290 knots, that was instructed by ATC, so that's why I have the knob pulled, because I think it'd be commanding a higher speed otherwise. And we're approaching now clear level.
Roger, 102, proceed direct to Bomax, please.
Beautiful. No, we'll now take off the passengers. We'll leave the no llama switch on.
Egyptair 292, right heading 030.
Well, isn't that switch meant to be an auto? What's a knockdown? When is lunch being served? Surely. 359 passengers today.
Like 64 Charlie Tango, report departure waypoint. Make that to Jeddah control 126.5. Have a good flight, sorry.
126.5, we'll confirm the big point. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Goodbye. I was meant to say Massas, but there we are. So is it Egypt? I don't think we've ever spoken to Egypt on Vatsim. Right, anyway, 1 to go. It's already gone to Outstar, so it's leveling off at that level. So there's traffic just ahead, look.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
We'll check in now. Departures, hello, it's Assalamu alaikum. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, just levelling flight level 190, at speed 290 knots, and approaching Migda.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, stand by, break, Volga 5581.
Volga? What, oh, cool sign.
Volga 5581, so we called you a few minutes ago asking about 320. Is there any news about 320?
Sam Butler, thanks for 10 months, buddy. Thanks for an enjoyable stream. Can't beat a Flydeck Airbus long haul. Stay safe. Thanks, buddy.
320, no problem. I understand it's busy. Thank you. 5581.
Traffic everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Traffic down to our left, look. He's zooming up really quick. Look at that rail climb. My goodness. Is he in an empty Boeing?
That's a 425.
Boom, look at his climb rate. +3, +4, +1. Can we see him?
We land 5 back in the cockpit.
Reassuring words. Oh, there he is. Look at that. I see it.
Thank you very much.
Saudi Arabia 777.
Alpaca 424 back in cockpit.
Look at that. It's so cool. It's just wicked.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Sorry about the delay. Radar contact flight level 190. Climb into flight level 380 and continue asphalt. No speed restrictions.
Climb flight level 380 and free speed. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. No problem. Thank you. Perfect, so I can now, there's no speed restriction, so I can push that in. It'll now go to our econ climb speed of 320 knots. And if I push this, I'm telling the Airbus, you do it. No longer open climb, we're in VNAV go mode. 2 pushes, and we go, guys, to our cruise level. Amazing. And here we are, first ever time. We've departed Saudi Arabia. What do we have? No, what am I on about? We flew the 737-200 in Saudi Arabia. not that long ago actually. But no, first ever time departing Jeddah as we go all the way up along the Saudi Arabian coastline, the Red Sea.
515, confirm, continue climb flight level 360. Continuing climb flight level 360.
You can see all the other aircraft there already. So we'll be coasting on the Red Sea. There's the Sinai Peninsula. I think our routing takes us directly overhead Cairo in Egypt, then the Mediterranean. We're going right over Crete, Athens, Baltic countries, Bosnia's there, Croatia, and then Austria. There is Vienna here. Super routing today, very cool. Sunset will be in about 2.5 hours as well. We're going to have a lovely sunset into the night. Managed mode, thanks Ollie man. Vince Naylor, thank you so much for the $5 Australian. Hope you're having a lovely evening, sir. Thanks for all the entertainment, Captain. Won't make landing live, but we'll catch up. Enjoy bussing. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening in Australia. Thank you for your generosity. Welcome, Everyday Normal Geek as a member. Glad you joined the content and you'll get influenced to our members only Discord. I've just read this, Vince, but here we go.
Thanks for all the entertainment, Captain. Won't make it to landing live, but we'll catch up. Enjoy bussing.
Thanks, Vince. And, very kind of you. And Everyday Normal Geek, thank you for your membership as well. Appreciate it. Welcome on board. Awesome. Night landing, yeah, it'll be a night landing into Vienna. Of course, I downloaded Ortho for the entire sector, not thinking it would actually be at night. So we're heavy, look at this, 320 knots. Look at that, 2,300 feet per minute. Imagine that, the classic 340s. You'd be barely doing anything with the CFM powered engines. Catch me out, SOP used to deselect ECAM page. Okay. That way it will show you the most useful one depending on the phase of flight or aircraft failures. So that is actually very useful now. So we've got fuel burn, total used, oil quantity, pressurization temperatures. Very useful. Sky, I always love you watching. Always love watching Westbound Airbus. It's always fun. It's always stressful. No, it's great. I love it. I think it's easier for me as a Boeing pilot. Oh well, the Airbus. Once you understand what's going on. When I first saw the Airbus on the stream, I hadn't got a clue what was going on. Really, it was quite tough. Now, I don't know how many times I've flown a modern Airbus now. Probably 15, 20 times. I'm now at a point where I sort of. I couldn't tell you exactly what it's doing, but I sort of understand. Sorry about that. Some guys are talking over it. It was hard to hear. It's sort of difficult. I sort of have a rough idea of what it's doing, like in managed mode, open descent, all this. I can sort of see what it's doing now. Still lots to learn. I will make many mistakes, but that's what makes it quite entertaining for you to watch someone who's Boeing through and through try and manage this aeroplane. And now, what I was saying is, I think it's quite. Once I understand the Airbus systems, it's sort of not too difficult for me to jump in here. I did the practice sector a couple of days ago. I didn't have too many problems. I think it's more difficult for, say, V1 or 320 sim pilot or someone of an Airbus background to jump into a Boeing with no experience, let's say, and I think they'll find it, especially at VNAV,
I still need your tag from Jeddah radar.
and how the Boeing VNAV works is quite different to Airbus. So.
Emirates 687 has initiated descent. 16,000 feet.
Just turn it down slightly. Does this work with Vatsim?
Correction, flight level 160.
Love it when devs actually make this compatible with Vatsim. It's really solid, this ToLiss A340. I'm not an Airbus guy, but I really think it's a good aircraft. What I find incredible is how the developer, and I was discussing this, it was Aaron Hastings in Discord the other day, how they squeeze so much performance out of this aircraft. Now, if I didn't have an FPS cap on, I've actually capped my FPS to 60 now, because if I don't, the FPS runs way to, like, I get 130, 140 FPS in this aircraft, and I think that causes issues with streaming, so I've capped my FPS down to 60, and you look at that, it's bang on 60, and it actually it frees up a lot of my computer now. I mean, my PC is just ticking over. It's not even doing any work right now, and it's silky smooth. I get no lagging now since I've capped the FPS as well. Look how smooth everything is. It's beautiful.
Blocked. Egypt 292. Sorry about the wait. Climb maintenance flight level 3.
Yeah, so guys, so sorry I'm talking over Vatsim. I know how frustrating it is to as a viewer to me to talk and have someone talk over me. It's very hard when it's busy to do both. BX7 iOS, how do you lock FPS? Now I use Steam.
Alpha 5, Christian Alpha 2, 5, flight level 170, flight level 190, inbound, make done.
Jeddah Control, Assalamu alaikum, Saudi 2, flight level 190, direct Maktab.
That's really rude. You can't just check in when someone else has checked in.
Leaving radar contact, flight level 180,
how do you lock FPS? So I use Steam, and there's a command you can put in the Steam command window to lock it. Now I can't remember off the top of my head BX7 iOS, but if you really want to know, comment after the video's finished and I'll post the command. Yeah, it's a Taylor 31425. It's a nice problem to have. Yeah, it's the thing is, if I run at high FPS, I think with Streamlabs it can cause issues with the stream where it will sync. I don't know anything about this. So yeah, I don't know. I was having issues with Windows sort of lagging with the FPS that high. So you're having this. I've had no issues since.
I just asked you if you can still see us at flight level 360 because I'm having connectivity issues.
Uh-oh. Stefan, Nandi, how many minutes to the quiz? So I mentioned that we're doing 2.5 hours into the flight. Airborne now for 16 minutes. So 2 hours, 15 minutes from now we'll do the quiz. Time-wise, oh, look at that for time. It'll be at exactly 4 o'clock UK time on the hour. I timed the takeoff perfectly to ensure that would happen. The quiz, I can confirm, will be at exactly 1600 Zulu.
5581, still with me.
One of One Aviation. I suspect you're secretly loving the Airbus. Don't comment.
5581, contact Cairo Control now, 126.
Not to the fact that you know, it's a far nicer place to work when the cramped 737 flight deck is quieter, a bit more modern.
Thank you very much, have a good flight.
What about what we're talking about? But not can't fly like a proper aeroplane though. FOB field of view, I use 105. 105. How much fuel we burned now, so it should be an airborne. Look at that, look, 6 tons of fuel burned. 3 tons, it's crazy. That's enough fuel to get. I flew back to the UK yesterday from Malaga, and the entire trip fuel was almost 7 tons. I burnt as much fuel in 17 minutes of flight time as I need to burn in a 737 to get from Malaga to the UK. It's crazy.
Contact Cairo Control now, 126.
105 for the FOV. I'm sorry, I can't. Is that? I don't recognise it as a symbols of what country that is. So yeah, 105 for the field of view.
Over to Cairo, 126.6. Thank you.
Iberia 319, that's copied, thank you. Break, Victor, Papa, Charlie.
Oh, you cannot hear, sorry. Yes, sorry for AC. I'll put it in chat.
Climb into flight level 320, no speed restrictions.
Look at that, 1,000 feet per minute. Actually, the performance is not as bad as I thought it would be. This is the same performance as a fully loaded 737, and we're quite heavy today as well.
Climb maintain, radar contact flight level 190, climb maintain flight level 400, no speed restrictions. Climb maintain flight level 400, no speed restrictions, so
Lovely, afternoon here.
We're leaving Big 190, 290, the speed.
Oh, what view.
Lufthansa 2040, very good evening, Jeddah, control radar contact flight level 190, climb maintain flight level 380, and no speed restrictions for you.
That's zoom levels 16 for the ortho. That's the Red Sea and the Saudi coastline. I think the stock sounds on this aren't that bad.
1A Charlie overhead the sun contact Cairo Control.
Is there a sound pack for the 340 yet?
Bye-bye.
I heard the stock sounds are pretty good. Cruise decimal 85, I think decimal 82 on our cost index.
Current 8454, that's improved.
Might crank it up a little. I'm running a little bit behind schedule. What do I find? Yeah, decimal 82, cost index 10. I think it has... Well, I don't know, I think the cruise range is based off your cost index, but I think it could easily do far more than that.
Emirates 7, you're clear to join the VMM1 mic arrival runway 34.
Ah, there is a sound pack from FTSIM. Is it good, Domino? How is the FTSIM sound pack? I do have FTSIM sound packs for the 757 and MD-80. They're very good. Hey buddy, Jack just walked in.
Emirates 687, you are cleared to join.
Catch me out. The amber sign you saw on the speed scale is the max speed for extending the next stage of flaps. It's only shown below 200. Normally go to flap. Normally go 10 knots below. Oops, I think I waited right until that speed. Everyday normal gear crying at decimal 78, the A321. He wanted to go in the big boys today for these events. BX7 OS, to use the side stick now. Yes, I'm using the Airbus side stick today. No jack cam, no yoke cam today, I'm afraid, guys. Coming soon. Again. Oh, Jack, that's your tail. You're going to whack out the headphones. Come on then. Up. Good boy. He's on my lap. Good boy. Many miles 1, thanks to 12 months. What do you do if you get a command on the guard channel to turn away from a warship or warbird? Do you comply? I'll ask ATC for clarification. Wow, great question. Now, first thing I would do is obviously respond to that request. I would also confirm with ATC on the main frequency straight away. So if I had that sort of command, I'd confirm with the ATC unit we're talking to, saying, look guys, we've just had this instruction to turn based off a command from a fighter jet or something. Can you confirm what's going on? They should know. Now if I was, obviously if it... you know, the risk of a hoax and all these sort of things here, you know, these sort of things you'd have to take very seriously. So I'd firstly confirm with on guard frequency on 21.5 what's going on, and also then with the main ATC unit frequency as well. Yeah, but it'd be a very unusual one. I don't know if you guys remember a couple of months ago, well no, more than that now, there was a Ryanair aircraft flying, and they were instructed to divert to Belarus, and it was all political. The instruction was political, because it had some people on board which the Belarusians wanted arrested, and it was seen as a sort of, yeah, they should have done that sort of thing, but they were instructed to by ATCs, they had to. So yeah, interesting one. Ethan Cole, thanks for the $10, appreciate it very much, thank you.
Good morning from Chicago to my favourite virtual captain.
Oh, thank you.
Watching your videos have pushed me to finish my instrument rating and now moving on to my commercial. Thank you, hard face.
Oh, thank you, I think you're meant to have had a heart face there, I'm not sure, but Ethan Cole, that's very kind, thank you so much for the $10. Very good morning from the Windy City, and appreciate the kind words there, and best of luck with the rest of your flight training. So I'm guessing, yeah, I don't know if you have your PPL now, because you say you're moving on to your commercial, because in the US you can have an instrument rating with a PPL, can't you? Am I getting that right? You can't in Europe, or maybe you can, I don't know. In the UK they have a IMC rating, a special rating for that. So yeah, best of luck with the rest of your training, and I hope your instrument rating goes well. It's the most challenging part of any part of your flight training. Thank you. That's beautiful scenery.
Lufthansa, do you mic Alpha Jeddah control? To mic Alpha, go ahead. Lufthansa.
Never flown this part of the world before.
Alpha Jeddah control, radar contact flight level 180. Continue climb flight level 360, cancel speed restrictions.
Now I cannot read Arabic, but I cannot tell you what's the city we're about to fly over. I've got an actual atlas, the flight data sim atlas here. Yeah, we're currently overhead Utah. I'm not joking. Jeddah. This could be the town of Odemar or Badajuan. Well, actually, I could get Navigraph up. Fuel check, yes, we must do those.
687, cancel arrival start, expect radar vector silence runway 34 center.
You should see Navigraph now.
Delta radar 124.0, bye-bye.
This is the town of Yanbu. Yanbu, Nicholas, straight there. Brilliant.
Cancel start and contacting 124.0. Thank you, bye-bye.
Excellent, let's go outside. Just make sure it's not going to deafen you. Awkward silence. That's better. There is Yanbu, ladies and gentlemen.
Air India 8454, contact.
Now you see something fly by the aeroplane. I'm not sure that was.
Bye-bye.
I think it's Cardiff.
4.7, Air India 8154.
Contrails seem to be moving out of the airplane very slowly. 0321 short, off to get some groceries. I'll check in later for the approach and landing. Have fun, guys. Thank you very much, buddy. Are chemtrails real? No. Yes. No, they're not. It could cause some controversy if I said they were. Beautiful. Thanks for subscribing. Souls on Board Aviation. Welcome aboard, buddy. Is Alpaca Airways a real thing? It's a unofficial virtual airline, balloon colonel, that we have here over at Flight Deck Sim. There we are. Don't know if there'll be many more streams where we fly over Yanbu, ladies and gentlemen, but there it is. Are we over a waypoint? I think we're turning. Oh yes, look, we're over the Yanbu VOR. Maybe we should do a fuel check.
Did you say 124.7?
Yanbo. 24 minutes
That is
airborne.
correct,
27, so running a
124.7.
little bit behind schedule, but we did have a slower speed, remember, incline from ATC. Should be doing decimal 8.2, and we are bang on 8.2. We should have 42 tons. Remember, we took nearly 10 tons extra, 9 tons. Got 51.9. Importantly, fuel used 8717, and we have used 7930. So we've saved about 700 kilos. The reason was taxi fuel. Remember, I took quite a generous amount of taxi fuel, so the fuel burns where we expect it to be. That's important.
425, report speed.
That's better. What ortho's that is Bing. I use Bing generally. Zoom level 16. Looks great. From up here, it looks really crisp. You can see a slight colour change there. But I've got ortho for the entire sector. Tell we're over the desert. Technically, chemtrails are real. It's frozen dihydrogen monoxide. Well, thankfully, David, well, I suppose at that point you are right, but it's not real from the point that we have a switch to you know, affect people's thinking or something, or whatever they think. Alibaba, was the taxi burn less than expected? Is below estimate? Yes, because I actually modified the taxi fuel on the flight plan. Default's to 10 minutes. I changed it to 30. And that is not unrealistic at all. Well, certainly my operator, at certain airports, based on a certain time of day, they'll adjust the taxi fuel based on the expected taxi time. So I always use Barcelona as an example, where you always have 30 minutes taxi there, because it takes so long to go over to runway 25. They usually use 25 left for departure there. It's quite far from the terminal. So yeah, did the same here, 30 minutes, and that has worked out well. We've used quite a chunk of that. And it's an industrial clean. Madrid, yeah, Madrid will have a similar amount. Very long taxi there.
So done to Mike Alpha second, please.
Beautiful. So what is our ETA?
My apologies, Lufthansa 6 Mike Alpha, very
1801, 6 o'clock UK time. Ah, perfect. So that is another, we're now at 2, so 4 hours. 4 hours from now we'll be touching down with no delay.
That's all correct. Lufthansa 6 Mike Alpha.
Good, just standing up now. Get some blood where it needs to be. I'm going to the Canaries tomorrow as well, so a lot of sitting down today, tomorrow.
170, climb maintain flight level 340, cancel speed.
340 speed restriction cancel, steady 923, thanks.
Richie Walsh, Z-boat is showing no autopilot at the gate. Why? Cheers. What do you mean by showing no autopilot there, Richie Walsh? You can't engage it? You can actually engage it on the ground, but it should be working. I think it's important to do that as well.
Thank you very much.
I am Phil. Do you think Orbex is worth paying for? Well, Orbex have a wide range of products there, I am Phil, and I use a lot of them, and they're all of a decent quality. I have a lot of the Orbex airports like Edinburgh, Newcastle, several I've used there. I've always been quite impressed with the quality. I like their Orbex True Earth as well for X-Plane. I have them installed on a second drive, it works out quite nicely. Quite FPS intensive, but I do like their products. Was that for me?
Speed
Oh, no.
1.8.
Bavarian Eagle, is that a heading up display? I believe it is, yes. So we've got a little headwind. Or a big headwind, 257 and 79, so our track's off in this direction, heading to the yellow bug. Thanks, D-Sides, for the $2. Captain, is the Earth flat? Can't tell you that, not allowed. It's as round as my forehead, which is very round, balding, as my friends like to say. Yes. One of our quiz questions today is actually based on the Earth having to be round for the question to be valid, so yes, I can confirm it is spherical in shape. Thanks for your donation.
We'll wait for the traffic ahead of you to climb to flight.
Big 7, have you had corona? I've managed to not catch COVID once from the entire pandemic, but I have been very, very careful. 62, do you ever get up from your seat to stretch, move around during a flight? I do. Absolutely fine and permitted. You just have to hand control or radio to your colleague, and yeah, on a Canaries 3-hour plus flight, I try and stand up at least for a couple of minutes. It's not a good flight day to stand in 7-3, so you have to be a little bit hunched. But if you go right to the door, you can stand. I can just about stand up, and I just do some stretches, just move my legs. It's just you feel better if you sat down all day. You just get back aching and bad for your posture and everything like that. So I always try and take the opportunity on the longer sector to stand up. But yeah, 2 or 3 minutes or so. Henry might be.
Okay, 253 at flight level 320. Is flight level 340 available?
Unbelievable. So, what have we got here traffic wise? I'll actually sit back down here. We've got traffic same level, straight ahead. Separation's about 18 miles. Traffic at 360 at 30 miles. Let's see if we can find the traffic ahead of us. There's quite a strong crosswind here, so we'll be over in this direction.
I got disconnected briefly there, as the server is overpacked.
Vatsim
might have missed some
struggling.
communications there. You'd have to repeat again, please.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I think Vatsim Velocity's had a few issues since being released. It's a great addition, but the servers have been struggling, haven't they, since? I can't see any of this traffic ahead.
Alpha Go 4, question 253A from flight level 340 is available.
Okay, 253 request flight level 340.
Where
Alpha
are
Go
you?
253 climb in flight level 340.
Flight level 340, Alpha 253.
I usually have the labels on. Oh, there they are. It helps identify the aeroplanes. So, there is traffic straight ahead. Same level that A340. There he is, there's the A340. He's like rock solid. We're getting closer, I can't tell. And there's the traffic ahead of him. I look at little alpaca lips here. It's an A300 or A310 there. Very cool. R2K2, just out of curiosity, which YouTube channels do you follow yourself? And these can be aviation-based gamers or just channels you follow because you like the content. R2K2, I follow lots of people here. Aviation, just general themes. I'll get out actually my subscription feed so I can tell you who I follow because I'll tell you what the sort of things I'm interested in as well. So I subscribe to a lot of the developers, so Innie Builds, Phoenix Simulations, not they're making an Airbus, you know, but so I quite like to follow their development. ToLiss, FlyJSim, all the usual flight sim stuff. I follow a lot of the real pilot streamers, subscribe to V1, 320 Sim Pilot as well. Reflected Reality Simulations, great sim channel. He's got some fantastic videos on several out on aircraft. He's an Airbus pilot as well. I follow the Boeing 737 tech channel. That's very good. That's 737 Captain with a lot of detailed tech info. Outside of simming and flying, I follow Jay Foreman, the map main guy. Very funny. Kurt Scart's videos are amazing. Their animations on science, all those sort of stuff. Launchpad Astronomy, he's got some great videos on the recent launch of oh my god, what's it called? The Webb Telescope. Some of my friends have YouTube channels as well. I won't discuss them. Yeah, they're the main ones I have there. But yeah, Kurt Scott great, Jay Foreman great as well. Other aviation themed channels are available, yes. But they're nice subscriptions. I sometimes just watch stuff as well.
Lufthansa 2 Mike Alpha, confirm you are unable for flight level 360.
Scott Manley, I'm not subscribed, but I do sometimes see his videos pop up on my recommended.
So you can maintain flight level 340.
Andrew B, do you fly in Asia much? Love to see you flying Phuket to Jeju in the 747 as a long haul flight, or vice versa as well. Yeah, I don't do too many flights at Andrew in Asia. And it's not that I don't like it, it's just the time of day I stream in Europe. I'm familiar with European airspace, I generally stick to Europe, but I do go all over. Last flight we did in Asia, I took the ToLiss 747 from Narita to Seoul in South Korea, which was about 2.5 hours. That was good fun. We'll visit again soon. Jorgen October Storm, I think that's how your name's pronounced. Probably not. Just entered here. Is that real traffic in ATC? Yes. ATC you hear is real ATC on the Vatsim network, and the other aircraft you saw are other people using that network like we are. And Jacob's Sausage, how long is the flight time today? 4 hours 45 minutes, and we've been airborne now for 38 minutes, so about another 4 hours to run. Or list them in, we could just send a route, which would have been easy. Cheers, buddy. And we're now overhead Ragno. Are these just these man-made islands, or are they just naturally forming? No, they must be naturally forming, because there's nothing built up around here. Of course. Name excellently pronounced. Thanks, Jorgen. Did it. Not often the case.
Very good evening, Jeddah control radar, contact flight level 190, climb maintenance flight level 400, and no speed restriction.
Richie, back on your Zebo questions. It's on the centre forward under engine 1, engine 2. It shows no autopilot at the gate. Thank you. Or Richie, I'm not sure what you're referring to there, buddy. Without seeing a video or picture or your situation, you've got autopilot issues. It's quite hard to hit ATC in that view. So having a look at the Vatsim map. Oh, what a lovely conga. Oh, look at all this traffic. Wow. Look at the Vatsim map, guys, going from Jeddah, where we've departed, to Vienna, and we're going to be converging with a lot of other traffic coming in from the Middle East. There's a lot of aircraft that departed Dubai for this event. And then I think there's quite a few arrival airports. Oh, I'm so glad I've got an hour's worth of fuel, guys. It's going to be crazy. Might be an area with no ATC actually, overhead Greece.
Delta, thank you very much. Break Victor, Papa, Charlie, Jeddah control. Papa, Charlie, off.
Victor, Papa, Charlie. What a call sign.
Cairo control on 124.7. Bye-bye.
Diego, in real life, do you fly the NG or the Classic? The NG, Diego. Tiger Games is looking for a free 787 Dreamliner for Microsoft Flight Simulator to download. Well, the stock one's there. I mean, it's very basic. I don't know if there's been anyone that's modded it yet, but there's not a super high quality one yet available, I believe, for Microsoft Flight Simulator. R2K2, thanks for answering my question. I'm familiar with J4, the unfinished London series, so am I. I watched his recent video on London Bridge, which is brilliant. I know I also watched his friends Tom Scott, the Tim Traveller, and Matt Parker, and a much longer list. Now, the one he did with Matt Ben, is that one of those guys? I didn't know they actually had separate channels, but yeah, I mean, watched all of the unfinished London series. Great videos, Matt Ben videos.
Starfleet 170.
Starfleet.
Initially descend to flight level 300. 300. And Starfleet 1701. What's your next waypoint?
Hyperspace. Great.
Whiskey Echo Juliet.
So basically, we coast along the Red Sea all the way to Sinai Peninsula, and then we'll be flying overhead Cairo. But I'm unfamiliar with all the airspace here. We get terrain on ND.
Cool. Control, good afternoon. FedEx 58 Heavy flight level 190-290 knots and direct to Mikda.
This area is probably the Sinai
FedEx
Peninsula.
58, very good evening. Jeddah control, ready contact flight level 190, climb maintenance.
Coming up soon.
Level 340.
Final maintain flight level 340, FedEx 5.
It's a great add-on, this.
Okay, 72, requesting 5 minutes away.
Scottish just completed a flight from Dubai to Kuwait. Very nice. I mean, it'd be great to utilise the full ATC for this event. I think, obviously, for the actual sectors, you have to book slots for, but I think ATC will still provide ATC for other traffic. Whether they're prioritising cross-land traffic, I'm not so sure.
Copy that. No speed restriction, climb and maintain follow 340, FedEx 58.
November Charlie 1701 is the Enterprise from Star Trek, which is in Starfleet. Amazing.
Alpha 72, requesting 5 minutes out of public.
Oh, Tiger Games. Yeah, I was referring to it. I don't think there's actually a free 787 to download. Just use the stock one. Tom Scott. Yeah, sorry, I know who that is. That's not the guy who partners with Matt Men. Yes, of course, his videos. I've watched one where he drove a set distance, and then I watched one where he did it was like a weird museum where it had something that dipped under the sea, and it was like a little submersible or something. Yeah, I do watch it. I'm not a subscriber, I do sometimes watch his videos. Good morning, Abby. Woke up. How's everyone doing? Good morning.
Alpha 782, contact Cairo control on 124. Question 126.6.
Mike, is there a way to listen into Vatsim without opening a flight sim program in order to just listen to radiology? I'm not sure, Mike. You can in your simulator, Explain Microsoft Flight Simulator, Prepared, whatever, you can actually open it in observer mode, and you can actually then technically fly on the network, and they won't see you there. Maybe they can, but you won't be affecting them, and I use that when I'm doing practice sectors, and you can listen in. Whether you can do it outside of a flight simulator, I'm not so sure. Probably.
Lufthansa, question. Alpha 3 Kilo Alpha, Ricardo control, 126.
Cam, have you watched Mental Pilot Suit recount of the Air Airbus 320 taking off in the wrong direction? I haven't, no. Nor have I heard of that instance. Sounds a bit fishy. What's that for me? My bad, an alpaca there. No, Lufthansa. Dristy, could you say how long would it take to become a good pilot using communication, navigating and flying? well, you have your courses, you complete your PPL, CPL at your school, and they'll get you to a standard which is required to operate an aircraft utilising all those skills. And that time frame is based on what sort of course you do. Now, an integrated flight training course, which gets you from no flying experience to a frozen ATPL, CPL, essentially what is required to operate commercial airliners in Europe. In America, a bit different. You need 1,500 hours. That course is easily achievable by most people, as long as you put the hard work in. Certainly at Oxford, where I went, Oxford Aviation Academy, the minimum requirements qualification-wise was just 6 GCSEs. Look at the colours changing, which is going through cirrus cloud, I think, there or something. It's really cool. You need 6 GCSEs or whatever they're called now. They're still called GCSEs, I think. Passed, and I mean, I worked hard. I didn't work as hard at school as I could have. I got all my GCSEs, passed them all. I did 3 A levels, and the HPL course for me, it was hard. There were parts of it very hard, but it's achievable for anyone. And the course is designed to allow people to teach them within the required syllabus to get there. And not everyone. I mean, on my course, I can't remember how many there were. 12, 14. We had probably 3 dropouts by the time we finished, because they couldn't do it or found it too difficult or whatever. As well, so it's not for everyone. It's easily achievable to most people, and I'm a firm believer if you put the effort and work into it, you can achieve anything you want. So,
380 overhead position Gibal, contact Cairo control 124.7. Bye.
Andrew, Captain Alpaca, what do you think of the new Aston Martin 2022? I saw the launch car. I watched the video yesterday. Oh, I'm also subscribed to the F1 channel as well, of course. Surely the best looking F1 car for decades. What team and driver are you rooting for this season? Thank you very much, Andrew B. Now, I have supported Mercedes throughout the entire dominance of Mercedes, because I have supported Lewis Hamilton since he started driving. He isn't my #1 fan. I think some of the stuff he does outside I'm not a fan of, but I still support Lewis. So, do I still say I support Mercedes into the new era? Yes, I do. And I will be rooting for Lewis Hamilton, but I am a big fan of the British drivers, being British of course, and I will be rooting for George Russell now on top of Lewis. It's a bit of a weird one, because where George Russell's from, Wisbech, is very close to where I grew up. I'm from a small town called Spalding in Lincolnshire. That's where I grew up, and where George Russell is from Wisbech is about 30 minutes away. So I will be supporting George more than Lewis, I think, this year. But big fan of Lando, love Lando, McLaren. So I'm British people are very spoiled for choice now in Formula 1 with regards to who to support. We've got a great drivers in some great teams now. So yeah, I'll be rooting for George, for Lando, and for Lewis this year. Ideally, in a perfect world, for me personally, I'd love George Russell to win. But it's going to be interesting this year, George v Lewis. A lot of respect for each other at the moment. What will happen a few races in, if they have a few dinks and deads, but who knows what's going to happen with these cars. I've got a funny feeling Mercedes is going to have a really strong car again. I don't know how Red Bull rise to that challenge. They've invested a lot of money into their cars, haven't they? It'll be really interesting to see in Barcelona what's going on with pace. Maybe Haas, who obviously skipped the development of the car last year, have built an amazing car. Maybe they'll win. Who knows? George versus Max, not Lewis, probably, possibly. Lando, of course, will be very fast too. Yeah, I'm so happy that he got a contract till, was it 25? 3 years with McLaren, that's great. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Danny Rick, because he really struggled with that McLaren car when he went there. He started to show some form, and obviously he won, what race did he win last year, the Italian race? I think he won. It was Max and Max and Lewis took each other out. But I don't know. How long has he been in F1 now? A long time. So I don't know if he's going to have to win a season. It's going to have to be with McLaren. I don't think he'll change again.
Soldier flight to date, departure, climb flight level 6,000 feet.
I just hope someone can properly challenge Lewis and team. High hopes, George. Yeah, George has showed the pace when he replaced Bottas. Was it last season? The season before, it absolutely smashed it out of the park with the when he replaced Lewis. Sorry, he was far faster than Bottas. I feel a bit sorry for Bottas, but he just wasn't fast enough.
Soldier 5 to report your position at your departure point.
Soldier 5 at Imperial 1 Victor.
Henry, I have to send the video to Discord, but on a recent flight, my instructor told me to close my eyes and try to maintain straight level to demonstrate how bad VFR into IMC is. I mean, if you close your eyes, you can't see your instruments, but it is very true that if you have no experience flying in IMC, and if you're flying VFR in your Cessna or whatever, and you get into IMC when you lose orientation, it is very common to lose control of the aircraft. Yeah, it can be pretty scary, so it's important that you only fly to the conditions you're trained in. And if you told you to close your eyes, you're going to always struggle. You can't have any instrumentation.
Alpaca 253 back in cockpit.
The PPL syllabus, I think, has some basic instrumentation flying. I remember doing some hood flying. My instructor did it. Just so if I ever found myself in that situation, I could get myself out of it. Hello, Johan Jacobs. Is that the default ToLiss A340 sounds? They are. Yes. So far, so good, guys. I'm surviving my standby. My phone is right next to me. And it is not round. It's this time of year less likely to get called in than in the summer. We have a bit of a reduced operation in the winter, so getting called in standby in the winter, if I was to put it on a percentage, 5-10% chance. In the summer, it depends. It can be sometimes 50-50. Depends if there's a lot of disruption. There's a lot of weather disruption. You're more likely to get called. Better stop talking about it because they'll call. You've done it now, Cap. Exactly, Adon. Steve, any future plans for the Challenger 650? Boggles the mind how much it simulates. Do you think you'll see other developers follow and will eventually follow suit? Yeah, absolutely going to fly it again, Steve. I need to give away a copy because Hotstart very kind to send that out to me for free. I didn't pay a penny, so it's fair to return the favour to the developer by giving away a copy. I mean, today I'm doing, because it's a special stream, I'm doing a sort of a generous give something back to you guys. I'd like to buy the ToLiss A340. But no, off topic there slightly. Going off topic. Yes, we'll be flying it again. Will any developers follow it? I don't know. Probably not, that I know of, because the amount of work that went into building that aircraft and making it as it is huge. I'm not saying that developer can't do it or won't want to do it, but there's a lot of time and commitment they have to put in. And obviously a Challenger 650, a lot smaller than a commercial jet airliner like this, so it's going to be a little bit, I wouldn't say easier, but less time consuming to make it to a sort of high fidelity detailed aircraft.
Speedbird 465 from Jeddah control meter contact, flight level 180, climb maintain flight level 360, continuous, and cancel speed restrictions.
Greg, if you knew my number, if I was your company's controller, I would be tempted to phone you as a wind-up. Unbelievable. I've got, probably some of my friends are going to do that now. They watch the stream. Hello, Nash. I can't be watching this. I need to be concentrating on all Boeing stuff now, and Airbus will just confuse me. Unbelievable. Guys, Richard Nash is a good friend of mine, and he's just about to start his type rating on the 737, his flight training, which is very cool. He's been watching my videos since the start, and I'll see you next week, Richard. I know you're going to be popping around. Steve B, reading a lot of manuals in It Hurts My Mechanical Engineer's Mind. Are you talking about the hot start? Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to learn there. I mean, it doesn't come with, well, the version I tested, they didn't have any manuals with it, but I had some great instruction from the devs, and most of my queries.
Climb flight level 190.
Captain LX, I've like Sim, I've always wanted to become a pilot, but since COVID-19 started, I'm a little bit afraid that if I would go to flight school when I'm finished, I won't get a job. What do you think? Yeah, I had the same fears as does everyone in flight training, Captain LX, unless you're fortunate enough to have a sponsored sort of scheme. It's a risk you got to take. I discussed it in length with my family because I'm not from wasn't from a position where my family could afford flight training. I had to take a loan of 70,000–80,000 pounds or whatever it was, which I only finished paying off a few years back. But we looked into the sort of figures. The loan is secure. Well, my loan was secured against my parents' property, whereby if I didn't pay it back, the house could be repossessed. But the monthly payments and the scheme that they had was quite good. So basically, if you finish your flight training, you only had to start paying your loan back with either once you started a job and you started getting paid, they want the loan started to be paying back, or you had a year, and the loan repayments were around £700 to £800 a month, and you could overpay if you wanted. You could skip payments if you made overpayments. So the amount is quite a lot. We were in a position where I spoke to my mum and my uncle, and I said, look, that's it, and if I haven't got a job, I'll be able to pay that. And they said, well, you have to pay it, but you'll have to get a job if you don't find an airline job for that period of time. And we worked out that we could afford those payments back, or I could afford them. I was very fortunate to finish flight training, get an interview and a job within 6 months. And when I started flying, I was a contractor, which is quite good because I had expenses which I could claim, allow me to pay back more each month. So yeah, that's it. There is pressure with that. You've got to realise that you might not be able to get a job straight. Not everyone gets jobs. I was talking about my course, about 12–14 of us. 3 dropped out. I can think of 3 or 4 people on that course that didn't get into aviation for whatever reason. More than half of us are now all flying jet airliners. A lot of us are now captains. A lot of guys are still FOs in flag carrier airlines. So yeah, it's a risk if you can get. The good thing is, COVID in Europe, in the UK, certainly the government have gone very pro-travel. You know, pretty much now in the UK, there's no restrictions. If you want to enter the UK, you don't even need a test now. I don't think it's changed a lot. And there's a lot of pent-up demand, and the news from my operator at least is looking very positive for this summer. A lot of demand, a lot of good forward bookings. They've already asked for people if they want to work in other bases where there's a lot more demand. It's looking good, and I think so long as we don't have any more restrictions or anything else, new silly waves or new problems, that the aviation will be springing boarding off COVID, let's say. There'll be a lot of demand for pilots, a lot of recruitment. So yeah, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. You've got to be flexible, as Sim 737 pilot was. I certainly was. I was prepared after flight training to go anywhere to get that job. Asia, Middle East, if it meant getting hours. I was very fortunate to land a job in Europe. But I was prepared to go wherever I had to go. And I know people who have, and are now back to where they want to be. It's just the fact. If you want to be a pilot, you've got to be flexible with this. I work unsociable hours. I work weekends. I work in the summer, 5–6 days sometimes in a row. One day, one block I'll be getting up at 3 in the morning. Next block I'll be landing at 2 o'clock at night. It just goes to the job. It's very unsociable. But for me, the time I get off between my blocks, it's worth it. I get nice 3 or 4 days off in between, which makes up for that as well. So yeah, best. I haven't worked a day in the last 10 years, guys. If I'm honest. Beautiful. Oh, it's all loud in here now, being outside. That's better. Anyway, approaching waypoint Passau. We'll be coming up to the Sinai Peninsula soon. As we cut across the Red Sea, and you'll see, look, the sun will be setting in a not too distant future. The last 2 hours of this flight will be night flight, guys. But we had to go live Wednesday for realism.
Jeddah 268 VG555.
Norway's lifted almost all restrictions as well. Seems to be going in that direction. That's great news, Leander. Excellent.
Delta 268, do you read me? Perfect.
Guy Smith, you ordered tickets to Aberdeen from Stavanger today. Can't wait. Not travelled since 2019. Very cool. As a passenger, I've not travelled since COVID started. Since the COVID pandemic started.
01, contact now, cargo control on 126.6.
Sim 737 pilot people with pent up demand to travel, including myself. There'll always be ebb and flow, but considering a lot of senior captains retired early, huge commitment to man will explain. I've got a feeling you're right. This time last year, I'd never have said that, but what COVID has done is it has basically ruined the aviation industry, but post-COVID now, exactly that. A lot of pilots have, certainly pilots not only coming up to retirement age, but perhaps had other interests. I can certainly think of, personally, two pilots I knew in my operator who have packed in flying. And they're not old, they're mid-40s, and they started other things during the pandemic. Second business, something that they were interested in, and that's become their commitment, their work and their passion. And they've gone, you know what, now I've started this and I'm doing well out of it, or I want to do this. They've just gone, well, I'm going to hang up my wings then. It's sad in a way, but a lot of people do that. A lot of people realise that flying isn't early. Now, another thing that's happened at my operator in my base, a lot of people that were sort of in their 50s, still had 10, 15 years of flying, have actually gone, you know what, I can't be asked to do this anymore with the pandemic, with the flying, I want to do other things, and they've just retired. I can think of a dozen in my base that have done that. Which is sad in a way because they're not going to be flying anymore, but good in a way for anyone that's coming up to commando grade 1 to become a captain, keeping the door open to new recruits coming open all the time. So there's also going to be a lot of attrition. There's going to be people who want to join other airlines. Yeah, I think certainly in the United States, I'm led to believe there's a lot of demand for pilots in the United States at the moment. So that's great, and I think that's going to come in Europe next. I can only speculate. I don't work in the industry, but it's good news.
Ground services only flight, only curve.
No problem, Captain Alex. Good luck with your training if you do commit to it, and always be positive. HK's flight simulations. Are you in your 30s? Yes. Are you planning on moving to a wide body? No. Very, very happy flying the 737 at my operator. Won't be doing anything different. Like the roster, like the flying I do. Good fun. And this is where I plan to stay. Streaming in between. I love this channel now. I love streaming it. I don't talk about it to many colleagues, but some colleagues of mine know about it. And I flew with one yesterday, and he was telling me, "Oh man, I love your videos." I wish I did the same. He said he's into his simming, and actually I found a few guys who are really into simming at my operator as well. They've got in contact as well, so I've been chatting to them. You'd be surprised the amount of us that use the sims to enhance our flight training or use it even for entertainment purposes. Just have fun. Certainly the case.
So remain frequency continuous flight.
Ah, look ahead. That could be the Sinai Peninsula, I see.
Approaching minimums.
Hi James Mike, 16 months as a member, thanks a lot buddy. Cozying up at the dock, just lit the fire. Rugby's on one screen and your stream on the other, thanks to the great entertainment. Fantastic, James, thank you for your continued support as a member. What rugby is on? I'm not a follower of rugby, so I couldn't tell you what it is you're watching or what's going on. But I hope you enjoyed the match, thank you. Michael, as a pilot, would you recommend Microsoft Flight Simulator, Prepared, or Explain? Very much depends on what you want to get out of your sim. If you want to play flying, practicing the use of commercial jet airliners, for me, Explain is simulator. And certainly in the last 3 or 4 years, the amount of aircraft available in Explain has improved significantly. Now, Prepared, I know I don't use it, guys, and there's no real reason for that. I think as a core simulator, it's not as good as Explain, but I think there's some incredible aircraft for Prepared, some of the best detail aircraft. So we mentioned PMDG, the Airbus FS Labs, I think is the creme de la creme Airbus, is only available in Prepared at the moment. And there's a 787 available for Prepared. So if you want really detailed studying the cockpit aircraft, you know, Prepared's a good shout. But my favourite airplane is the Zebo mod. The way it handles pitch power, I've said it so many times on this channel, I'm like a broken record, but it's great. It's just like flying the real thing. Microsoft Flight Simulator, at the moment, for me personally, it just needs a lot of work. There's no decent aircraft. Great for G8, amazing general aviation aircraft, and maybe in a year's time I'll have been completely wrong, and we've got some great aircraft coming out there for Microsoft Flight Simulator to come up, so have a look. Steve, will you be watching a Netflix film on the case against the 737 MAX, and do you believe in the future you'd potentially move to flying one? I will watch that. I didn't know anything was being made. The MAX has been obviously a problem for Boeing. I'm very confident now the MAX moving forward is just as safe as any other commercial jet airliner. Boeing cannot afford for that to be the case, and I will be flying the MAX in the future. My operator has it on order, and I'm looking forward to flying the MAX. I've actually done the extended sort of conversion course where they covered a lot of the issues with the speed trim system and NCAS and how it actually works and how the modifications have been made where we can be in a position to override MCAS to ensure that we can maintain control of the aircraft. So a lot of implementations and changes have been made because inherently... Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, go ahead.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, monitor frequency 126.6 gyro control, and wait for the controller to contact you.
We'll monitor 126.6, that's all copied. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Thanks to the ATC and have a lovely afternoon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So we're going to go over and we're just going to monitor, guys. We're going to listen out for our call sign, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. I think the FIR boundary's coming up. There is the Sinai Peninsula right on our nose. And if we have a look here at the operational flight plan, there we are. So Passam is the FIR boundary. At Passam, we cross over to Cairo control, and we just passed it. So we're now in Cairo airspace, and there is the Sinai Peninsula straight ahead of us. There we go. Many aircraft on the ground down there. There we are. Let's go externally for our view. We'll listen out for ATC. All the PMDG stuff is exquisite. I cannot wait to see what they have replicated with the 737 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That would be cool. It's Wales v Scotland and 6 nations. I have heard of 6 nations. France, Italy as well, and Wales, Scotland, England. Who have I forgotten? Uh-oh. I'm going to upset someone.
6793 Cairo control. Good day, your radar contact.
You can achieve near realism flying in VR. I've heard, Cam. I haven't tried it in X-Plane, but I have tried it in other games. I've been very impressed by it. Jerry, what airline do you fly for? I should think, yep, that's been answered already. Very normal for you to ask, and it's something I just wish to keep to myself. Thank you for your understanding.
There, 292 Cairo control. Alaikum assalam. Masai all your radar contact. Maintain level 340.
Mason, you were so busy talking, you missed the controller's first transmission. I always worry about doing that. I know it's difficult to stream doing it. I'm listening out carefully. That's why you guys are here for. Lars, any updates for quiz time, Lars? At 4 o'clock UK time, 1 hour 25 minutes from now, exactly.
Continue climb 300 for now, Air Baltic 777 heavy.
Hannah Burns, I think it's island. Did I not say island?
4 Charlie Tango Cairo control, good day, radar contact.
Thank you, Alpaca 4 Charlie Tango. Hello.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Austria 863 Cairo.
Austria 863, go
So
ahead.
first time in Cairo airspace, guys.
Austria 863 Cairo control, good day, radar contact, time level 320.
Mike, that enhanced map view is fabulous. It's included an X-Plane or an add-on, please. It is an add-on, actually. That's AviTab, which includes a map, which shows a very detailed map, in fact, if you zoom in, of all the street names and everything. It's quite good. And we're the red aircraft. Other aircraft are on Vatsim. X-Plane does actually have its own iOS, which is also compatible with X-Pilot, which shows you other aircraft as well, in all the airways. Also, Navigraph I can recommend. Navigraph
climb and maintain
subscription, which I have. It's about €9 a month. It's very well priced. Have all the airway charts, my en route charts, which you're following here, and the world map as well. And there's Sharm el Sheikh. Oh, I've heard of Sharm el Sheikh, guys. There is Sharm el Sheikh down there.
Albaca 1, 8 Charlie, Charlie, Cairo, control 127, goodbye.
Locked. Everywhere. Epic. Thanks, boss man. You're welcome, Lars. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Cairo control, assalamu alaikum. Saudi 2, flight level 400, overflying.
Callis, have you flown any long hauls in real life? Sorry if that's answered. Not as an operator, no. We don't. I don't fly long haul. Longest flight I've done is from the UK to the Canaries, almost 4.5 hours.
Cairo radar,
Simple takeoffs, Captain. As long as you're not a Chelsea fan, I'll remain subbed. Callie Smith, welcome aboard as a member. Glad you enjoy the content. Get invited to our members only Discord. Hope you enjoy using the custom emojis in chat. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your time as a member. Do you use reshade? No, I don't, Joey. This is enhanced skyscapes, which also affects how the atmosphere looks. Right, let's do a fuel check anyway. We've been airborne now for 1 hour and 10 minutes. Over at Sierra Hotel Mike.
Austria 863, climb and maintain 380.
Climb and maintain for level 3.
So we are, so Sierra Hotel Mike. It's the Sharm el Sheikh VOR. 1 hour 8 minutes airborne. We're 1 hour 11, so just 3 minutes late. We should have 35 or 36 tons of fuel. We've got 45 for 80, so that's that extra fuel we took. And we should have burned 15 tons of fuel with 14,340. So yeah, bang on, 700 kilos saved, as expected from the taxi fuel we saved. This is the ToLiss official profile from their Discord. As well, so it has a fuel bias of 7%, but it does mean that it matches the flight plan. Now, fuel biases we have on our real flight plans as well. My operator on our older 737s, we have fuel burn bias of up to 5% on some of the older aircraft, and that is changed and adjusted because they're constantly monitoring all the aircraft, how much fuel they're burning, and they'll increase the fuel bias if the fuel burn's higher. They're incredibly accurate, the real world flight plans. The burn is often within 10 kilos if you didn't have any disruption. You follow the flight plan exactly. It's very accurate. Shamrock Sheikh VOR, unbelievable. Steve, sorry Captain, what were you talking about MCAS before the frequency change? We were, weren't we? Sorry. So yeah, essentially, Steve, very confident that the new version of the MAX, or the updated or changed version of the MAX compared to the original ones, that it will not be in a position where flight crew can not overpower the aircraft. They'll be able to overpower the aircraft if there was, and there now shouldn't be, an MCAS fault, but if there is, or a situation where MCAS is activated erroneously, you can overpower it. Now remember, MCAS is there for a regulatory requirement to ensure that the pilots have sufficient picture authority in the event of a stall. It's there as a safety feature. And it is now there, and it will work as designed, and will not work erroneously in the future. And I've been in the sim over a year ago now. I will need to do another refresher sim because I've not flown it yet. Where we've seen MCAS work, we've seen how we could overpower it if we want to, and it does what it's designed to do now. It's great. You know, the MAX will be the last 737, which is a shame. It's a classic design, great aircraft, but it is an aircraft which is nearly 70 years old, guys. The design and the fuselage is based off the 707, the first Boeing. But the NG is a great aeroplane. Old but great, you know, very reliable, extremely reliable, flying in 10 years. I've had nothing serious happen. Very reliable. A lot of redundancy as well. And the MAX, it had issues with MCAS, but it's still an NG and 737 at heart. And these new engines are incredibly quiet. They are extremely efficient. I've not flown a MAX, but I've spoken to several people that have, both operators and passengers, and they love it. It's very quiet, you know, easy to fly. They've made it so it flies like the NG. A lot of modifications to ensure that It feels like it as well. It has a fly-by-wire speed brake system as well. So on approach, the speed brake, if you ever fly Max, you might see they're extended slightly to ensure that they have the main gear touches down first. It's called a main landing gear modifier or something, so it actually ensures that the main gear touches down first. It's cool. Oh, 707 was not the first. Sorry, first commercial jet airliner. Though, wasn't it? 707. Lauren, that's what I meant. Not the first aircraft. I know they made aircraft for years before that. I should have rephrased that slightly. First, was the 707 their first commercial jet airliner, or did they have any before, Lauren? I don't know.
Can we be 10 minutes on appropriate?
Max is good looking 732. I think the engines look. You can obviously the engines don't look right on the Max to me. They look like they should be there. But it is still 737 is good looking. What are Boeing going to do to replace the 73? Who knows? I think they'll go along the lines of the A320LE, the super long range one, XLR, and allegedly that's what the 797 will be. Now I know the Comet was the first commercial jet airliner, but what, Henry, was the Boeing what was Boeing's first commercial jet airliner? I know the Comet was the first commercial jet airliner. Everyone knows that. I'll rephrase it completely. What was Boeing's first commercial jet airliner? I'm upsetting a lot of people. Max should be one of the safest planes now, since Boeing do not want any more problems with it. I bet they rechecked everything to make it extra. Absolutely, Romeo. Oh, they wouldn't let it. There's no denying that the Max with MCAS in its previous form it wasn't right. It shouldn't have done what it did. I think in the second Max crash as well, where they did actually move the statuary switches to cut out, and then when they moved them back, it just continued to drive the nose. I think it actually crashed with the trim in the full nose down position or something. But yeah, as a Boeing operator, I'm very confident in the Max now, and I'm looking forward to flying it. Yeah, 707. That's what I was trying to say. Technically, the Boeing 360 and 780 was that based? Oh, I don't know. Still some 707s bombing around in some places. Look at the Sinai Peninsula here. Tony DeRolo's bought a classic Flight Deck Sim t-shirt. Thank you so much. I can't see that comment though. I'm sure it is humorous. Let me try and find it back here on YouTube. Thank you very much, Tony DeRolo. You've been watching the videos for quite some time, and I hope you enjoy watching the official Flight Deck to Sim, or wearing the official Flight Deck to Sim t-shirts. Very excited for you. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it. Mega. Let's try and read the comment. I'm actually had to bring up YouTube myself and play back the stream, because the comment on Streamlabs at the top there is so small it never comes out clearly. He said, oh, he didn't say anything. He just said Tony DeRolo bought a classic t-shirt. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Raver, I believe there are previous MCAS problems where pilots did what they were supposed to. Other airlines should have been warned it could happen. Maybe then there would have been no crash. Yeah. Well, Matthew, I hope you're doing well, buddy. He's exactly right. I didn't know it was American Airlines, but I knew the unions in the Ethiopian planes crash. They followed the guidance. They disabled MCAS, but I think it was because of the speed they were going. There was insufficient elevator authority, so they tried everything. I think they turned it back on to try and regain control of MCAS. But as soon as they popped it back on, MCAS kicked in. Boom! It fully drove the nose down. Now the new system with MCAS, if you essentially with the stab trip switches to cut out now, it won't activate. It also takes a screenshot in the event it activates and looks at the stab trim position, and it will limit the amount of stab trim it applies in. Previously, it will just fully keep trimming nose down. Now it actually won't put trim all the way nose down. It'll only go to a certain point and limit to that. So it ensures that in all situations we should, as pilots, have sufficient elevator authority. The problem is if you have a 737 and it's trimmed fully nose down, you won't be able to pull up. You imagine the whole stabilizer, the huge control force. If that's fully nose down, there's not enough elevator authority. So no matter how hard you pull, it won't pull up. I mean, I hate to think about it for those guys. They're doing everything they can, and the aircraft's doing that. But anyway, that's in the past. Boeing have paid heavily for it, reputation and costs and everything. I think they're moving forward. Yeah, I'm very confident they would never let that happen again. I mean, we can't say never. And unfortunately, in the future, one day there'll probably be another aviation incident. But that's what great thing about aviation, what makes it say safe, is it's so heavily regulated with regards to what airlines have to do, what we have to do as operators, as pilots, as engineers. Safety, it is so safety orientated now. What makes aviation so incredibly safe? These things don't happen. The aircraft are made so well, so much redundancy, and we're trained to deal with the most unlikely situations, and they're covered. And when they do happen, when an incident happens like that, it is thoroughly investigated to ensure that something like that never happen again. Well, I see your point there, Mr. Pratt. Yeah, I mean, it's not finished yet, is it? I mean, who's actually ultimately culpable? It's still not done there. But, yeah, obviously it's a very controversial topic, and killed in this. And I was careful what I say, but yeah, I speak as all my opinions are my own. You know, but like I said, I'm confident in the MAX of the future, and I'm genuinely looking forward to flying it. Everyone I know and spoken to have flown it have gone, that's wicked. Anyway, DC9798, what is your favourite emergency failure to practice in your real-life sim training sessions? Well, sim training is always stressful. There's always a bit of stress because you've got to perform to a minimum standard. But whenever we actually cover the most critical situations, we actually look at dual engine failure. It comes around every few years or something. We look at dual engine failure in several situations. There's some situations where it happens you have no choice but just to land straight ahead. So we look at some immediately have to take off, some sort of in a position where you talk about in your PPL how you never turn back, you never should do a turn back, you should land straight ahead, but there are situations in a commercial jet airliner where if you have an engine failure on the climb out, you could be in a situation to actually do a 180 turn and turn back. You know, in the 737 dual engine failure, you essentially need to get the APU up as soon as possible to get some AC power. 180, the airplane still flies without electrics anyway, no AC power, so backup systems on the standby system. So we look at that, air turn back landing with dual engine failure, also look at dual engine failure in the cruise, see if you can get down on it as well. So yeah, they're always quite exciting, and my operator, we have you have something called your check ride, which is like a standardised profile which you have to pass. And then we have a training which is also graded and assessed. We also have a training section where you are told that the following you are not assessed. Okay, because there is no right or wrong outcome. I mean, the ultimate outcome is you survive. Okay, but they are not assessed. You're not graded on it, and they are the most serious and critical situations, which would very unlikely happen. But you're exposed to them to see how it would look like. So we're talking like uncontrolled fires. And smoke, we actually have ability to put smoke into the cockpit. Abby, thank you very much, just put a cloth face mask. Not useful to keeping smoke off you, by the way. Not for that, but thank you very much for the support. That's awesome, thank you. So yeah, we look at dual engine failure, we fall into that category. Uncontained fire and smoke in the cockpit. Loss of both hydraulic systems. And it's great because we're exposed to that without knowing that we're being graded. We're assessed and told afterwards what we could have done better, what we could have done was great. But yeah, we look at that stuff each time. Thanks, Abby. I'll see your comment now and we can play the stream back. So annoying, I can't watch that live. Abby, here you go. He says you can't read this message. Cheers, Abby. I can if I play the stream back on my laptop in 1080p. But appreciate it, Abby. Great comment. Thank you very much for the support as well, and continued support as a member. Cheers, man. Home email, do I need to install Swift and Xpilot or only Swift? You just need Xpilot to use Vatsim on Xpilot. And vPilot for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I don't know what Prepared uses. Quiz over, no reheat. The quiz will be in an hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to have a break shortly. I'm just going to actually have a look at the Vatsim map because I need to have my lunch. And I'll probably have a 15-20 minute break, guys. But I think, looking at the Vatsim map, we're entering... Oh no, we have AC for the entire sector, actually. I might have my break now, actually. Because we shouldn't have much until we get to Greek airspace. Cairo's controlling a huge area. Might have another Cairo control frequency. I've got tuna pasta bake for lunch. Whack it in the microwave, job.
Thank you for saying goodbye. Emirates 87, contact Cairo control 127, goodbye. 127,
very cool.
Egypt 8734, Cairo. Cairo, Egypt 8734.
Uncontained fire is horrible. I saw a recent YouTube video from another undisclosed YouTuber where the poor pilots had no chance. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, Anon, uncontained fire. Statistically, you've got 12 minutes to get on the ground. So certainly, I think it's common in most training departments, but our training department, we sort of expose and discuss smoke, fire, and fumes. There's a checklist in the Boeing 737 how to deal with that. Essentially, it's a checklist with regards to how to find the source of the smoke. If the smoke becomes to a point where it's actually the greatest threat, we have the checklist then moves into trying to remove the smoke from the aircraft, and then it also discusses or also subjects you to the opinion of if any time you feel like the smoke is too much, divert. Now, the first thing that actually says on that checklist is step 1 of smoke, fire, fumes removal checklist: diversion may be necessary, diversion should be considered. So it's getting you in the mindset to get you to divert. Now, smoke, fire, fumes events occur, they do happen. Sometimes they're very minor, it could be, say, a personal electronic device that's caught fire. But if I was to ever actually find smoke that was coming through a panel or from behind a screen in the cockpit or something, I am diverting. There's no question about it. They don't happen that often, but if I was to have a smoke from a source which was unfound, unrecognised, I don't care. You know, we're amongst the opinion that I'm descending, I'm diverting, I'm getting this plane on the ground. Ask questions later. If it wasn't smoke, or certainly the smoke was found and it was something else, you know, far better to be on the ground, engines shut down and go, alright, that's not a problem, okay, get that fixed and go there, than actually having an uncontained fire and still being in the air. Horrible situation to be in. So yeah, I'm very much in the mindset, if I was to ever find myself in a situation where I've got smoke, fumes, or something from an uncontained source, fumes is different, but if people are falling ill, we divert. But yeah, if I've got smoke somewhere from a panel, we're going down. In a controlled fashion, yes. Amazon, what do you think of the Emirates incident where pilots retired entirely on flight directors on takeoff but didn't sit the altitude or pilot? I've heard about this, Hamza. Bit of a mistake. I believe the crew had the MCP altitude set, or not set, it was still showing 0 feet or something, so when they took off, the flight directors commanded a level off or something and they just followed it. You know, I can only speculate. Obviously, something majorly went wrong there. Don't know much more about it, but yeah, it shouldn't have happened. There's several safety nets to ensure those sort of things didn't happen. Unfortunately, they didn't capture any of the errors. Steve, I can see how safe aviation is, even for the manufacturer of blade and braking components. My job is to design some of the plant lines that offer surface treatment to these components. Procedures galore, yeah, exactly. I can imagine your industry is safe. Romeo, do we pass over the pyramids? We should do. I hope there's enough light. I don't think it'll be in 3D. Yeah, so here is Cairo. I think our routing... Let's actually bring up the navigraph, it's a little bit clearer. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. The pyramids, I think, are just west of Cairo? Where are they? There's Cairo International. I really don't know where they are, guys. I need a Google map.
Continue climb for flight level 380, thank you, 02. Cairo, good evening, Turkish 200 through flight level 142.
It'd be great if we could see it. Get the sun setting in live time. Pyramids.
Fly heading 34.
No, I don't want pyramids in the UK near me. The company's called Pyramids. I want Pyramids Egypt.
Right turn, heading 330, climb flight level 350, Turkish 200.
I'm fascinated by the pyramids. I'm more interested in history now I'm older. I love watching all the theories about the pyramids. The Great Pyramids of Giza are just around here. It's quite close, it's really close to the capital, isn't it? Wow, I didn't actually realise how close it is to the city now. I don't think I've ever looked at it like this. So, there's Cairo. Unfinished pyramid. Yeah, I'd love to go. Really would love to go. There's Giza. I'm just trying to picture it here. What's this road here? Oh, it's Arabic on Google Maps. I'm really struggling to find it on this map. I think it's about...
Walker 143
it's about here. I think it's here. This is where the pyramids are. So, how do we put that onto a map? Oh, so we're going to be flying a little bit, should be on our left-hand side, so that's where we are. Going to see them, and we're here, look. So we're going to have to look on the left-hand side when we're directly overhead. What waypoints have we got here? We've got Menley. And then Charlie, yeah, so when we look, we've got to wait until we're Charlie Victor Oscar. When we're overhead there, we're going to have to look left. To about here. So Charlie Victor Oscar is the key. We must find the pyramids. I just gotta hope there's enough light left. There's all the ortho. It's gonna be a race against the sun, guys. Everyday normal geek velocity is struggling right now. You can see aircraft behind me going back and forth at supersonic speeds. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, this is probably the first real stress test for it today, isn't it? This will be the biggest Vatsim event since it was released. So as soon as we've seen the pyramids, guys, we'll go and grab some lunch. Getting a bit peckish. Rohit, we're the alpacas worshipped here. They're probably the Egyptians didn't know what an alpaca was. I don't know if there's any alpacas in ancient Egypt. I just find ancient Egypt fascinating, because when were the pyramids built? How many BC? And you think about the Egyptian dynasty, how many hundreds of thousands of years they continued. It's huge. I played Assassin's Creed, which was the one set in Egypt. I can't remember what it's called, and it was really good because it actually went to the history of Egypt. So from a educational, historic point of view, a lot was covered in the game. It was just amazing.
Baltic 7772, turn left heading 300.
Light heading 300, Baltic 777 heavy. Arabia 106, request at level 36 here, please.
That's cool. Oh, guys, Don't forget to subscribe today if you've not subscribed. We're up to 76,976 subscribers. If we have 77,000 subscribers by the end of the stream, that'd be amazing. A Camel Airways friend or foe.
Oscar India 904, climb level 3. Correction, contact Nicosia.
Has anyone here actually been to the pyramids? Assassin's Creed Origins, that's it, Francois. Great game, actually. I haven't played all the Assassin's Creed games, but everyone I have played, I've actually really gotten into it. I played the original ones on Xbox 360, and then I didn't play any of them until I played Odyssey. I got that when I bought my Xbox One 3 or 4 years ago now, and it came with the game, and I just got around to flying it.
Can you confirm the frequency for
Lauren, yeah, I agree. The original ones are great. I kind of lost track with them because I heard they weren't that great because it wasn't a really continuous story. But Origin was actually really good.
And Airbus 6773, contact Nicosia 124 decimal to Dubai. Second, please frequency Air Baltic Tropical South.
Other Great Pyramids model and explain. I've got ortho, so there'll probably be a 3D and a 2D image. I don't think they'll be there in 3D. But it'll look 3D from here.
Turkish 2 Sierra Zulu is at flight level 250, request higher.
Edo, the game also has an educational mode for schools. I vaguely remember that, Edo, yeah. I remember there being like an educational mode which taught you about it. I didn't use it, I just played the game, but I think it's pretty cool.
And could you type the waypoint, please?
Chris, yes, wife and I went to Giza about 12 years ago. Fascinating, amazing. I'd love to go, Chris.
Correction, 380 cap at Turkish 2 Sierra Zulu.
Control, good day.
Hello, Club Bed Out 2008. Are there players in the games? What you hear are other people on the Vatsim network, yes. And you can hear controllers talking as well. Other pyramids are available.
Climb to 240 Air India 209. United 441, climb to level 3.
Aaron, I can't imagine there's many young airline pilots who haven't used a flight sim, considering how common they've been in the last 10 to 15 years. Would that be accurate? I'd say 50-50. Some guys just don't, they don't see the attraction and they just fly the airplanes. Certainly, current line pilots, I would say the majority don't. But I was surprised actually how many do as well. But certainly have they used a flight sim? Oh yeah, I'd say the majority have. 50-50 majority. 50-50 certainly during training, a lot use it. Line pilots not so much. But certainly at some point they have. Don't burn that tuna, Captain. It's a microwave jobby, Cap. Don't worry about it. Just gonna whack it in. Anyway, we are coming up to Cairo, ladies and gentlemen. Can't quite see it yet. Beautiful flight so far. 1 hour 37 minutes. A340 is just ticking along nicely.
Felix 5A, Cairo control, good day, radar contact. Alpha, go ahead.
I'll have to go in this view when we get there, but we are chasing the sunset. We should get there with enough light.
I had a report about an hour ago.
Beautiful.
Roger, thank you.
Matthew, you have an FO that controls on Vatsim on his overnight. It's one of my favourite FOs to fly with. Very cool. I've got a couple of colleagues who've contacted me by email, and they both work at Operator, and they both use Vatsim. They both control on Vatsim. They love it. Several. In my old base, when I became a captain, there was another FO who I speak to. He's just bought the Boeing TCAO. He's actually really enjoyed it as well.
At
the end of the day, there's not many pilots that don't like flying, so they all like flight simulators, especially during COVID lockdowns and stuff. A lot of people bought flight simulators as well, just for fun.
Samjet 62 Alpha Cairo control, good day, radar contact.
So we've got about 25 miles to run until we're overhead Cairo. Gotta see the pyramids. There's the city coming into view here. It's quite hard to see, but we'll try our best to find the pyramids. DC9798, have you ever considered having a go at ATC? I have considered trying Vatsim, but it'd be quite fun for each stream, but I know if I do, everyone's going to turn up at the airport and cause carnage.
Egypt Air 24, ما عنديش فكرة الصراحة. I don't have this information right now.
ما عندكش فلايت للليا؟
لا ما عنديش information للأرايفل في شرم دلوقتي عشان الدنيا عندي زحمة معلش.
So here comes Cairo.
شوية هبقى في شرم الشيخ ابروتش وبكلمه هناك.
ممكن تبص على الإيتس تاخد فكرة برضه.
Awesome.
شكرا Egypt Air 24.
Yeah, waiting list for UK is about 6 to 9 months to become a control. I know it's usually in demand. But what I love about Vatsim and Iveo, I mean, I haven't used Iveo, but I know it's the same principle. They do have a proper process you have to follow to make you control. It just means that the ATC is as good as it can be. If they didn't have that process, the ATC would not technically be up to the standard that you'd want to have, which is to have really realistic ATC. So it's annoying the times for training or the delays of training that are needed. It ensures that the network is as good as it can be. Sim 737 hitting C undocks your view. I know, I use it all the time. Bye. But yeah, we'll look into that getting a little bit closer.
7.7 Saudi 341, thanks for buying.
Right, so it should be coming up on our left here. I think we're going to struggle to see it. I'll get the map out so you guys can help me point it out. Let me just move Navigraph out of the way slightly so it's a bit smaller. So it's about here, isn't it? So there's the Nile. Oh no, this is the Nile, I think. Oh no, the Nile goes straight through the city. Oh, I'm going to struggle here to see it. Oh no. No, I'm looking for this motorway here. We said about there, didn't we? It's not going to be in that distance. It's going to be quite close to the city, isn't it? No, I thought that might have been it, but it's not. Oh, where? What's that here? So hard to see. So I'd say it's almost at our 9 o'clock now. Oh, I wouldn't be a very good tour guide, would I? Look for Giza on your map. So Giza's here. Making a right turn shortly. I will find it. Right, so we're turning right. Let me just go into that sea view quickly. No. Oh, we need more light, really. So it's pretty much at our 9 o'clock now. See, this is where Microsoft Flight Simulator would be very good, because it would be in 3D. This is a photo. I think I'm looking too far. I'm not looking at chat, you horrible people. Oh, damn it. Right, where's Giza? Right, let me just pop out of that view. So we've got all the roads. Right, look, it's right on the edge of the built-up area, isn't it? So here's the build. Is that it? I think I was looking at that earlier. And it's so dark.
Flight level 190.
Ridge at the end of the built-up area. I mean, I'd like to think it's that, but I cannot say conclusively. Oh, blast. Well, I'll have to get you to use your imagination, guys. Imagine you saw the buildings. It's going to be slightly behind us now. That's a shame. Well, there's Cairo International Airport, I can tell you that much. Beautiful. What a lovely view. I just couldn't find them. We're going to have to repeat the flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And then jump into a Cessna and do a community group flight around the pyramids. That would be cool. Well, I am sorry, but we know, I can tell you we are overhead Egypt.
Flight level 360.
Right. I'll reset this to a slightly bigger view. Cool, well I'm absolutely starving and I've been sat here for about 3 hours and I really would like to have a break if I'm honest. I'll ask ATC if we can have a 10 and 15 minute break. I know it's a long time. Let me have a look at the Vatsim map. Yeah, we're still in this FIR for a while, so I'll ask. Cairo Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. It's alright if we have a 10 minute break.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, April contact control 127 and advise them on that.
127.7 Wilco Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Thanks to the ATC. Bye bye.
Thank you for time. Have a great day. Goodbye.
Thanks. Excellent. So 127.7 is set. Excellent. Cairo Control Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, maintaining flight level 380 inbound to Menku.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, Cairo Control, hello sir, radar contact 340, correction 380.
Thank you. It's alright if I jump out for 10 minutes or so.
Prove your welcome back.
Thank you. Guys, I'm going to take this opportunity to turn down Vatsim there. I'm going to have a little break. I'll leave you in the external view. We're about to fly over Alexandria as well, with the map up as well. And I'll be back at about 25 past, half past. Going to go grab some lunch. And then when we get back, it'll be another 15 minutes to the quiz. Oh my god, I completely forgot about the quiz. Quiz will be at about half past, maybe a little bit delayed. But when we get back, I'll do the quiz, alright? I'll put a timer on as well. Thanks, guys. See you shortly. Wow, just realised someone's below us. So cool. Better tell ATC we're back there. Thanks a lot for that, guys. A little bit longer than I anticipated, but my tuna pasta bake came out the microwave. As I said in chat, the temperature of the sun. I think I've burnt my mouth to smithereens, but it's much better to have some food in me. Let's double check. All okay on the network. And then we'll do our quiz. At Cairo, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, we're back now. Thanks a lot for the break. Like, who are you?
Saudi 238, I'm back in cockpit.
They're 902 Cairo.
There's that traffic directly below that, 2,000 feet below. So cool.
They're 902 Cairo.
Kari's gone dead. Has Vatsim gone down? Voice issues or anything
The
like that?
236, that's approved report on that.
Thank you, loaded.
Taking a screenshot. And Cairo Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango back as well, thanks. There we go, perfect. So, look at that. Wow, 251 at 115 knots, so nice strong head slash crosswind there. That's going to be hurting our ETA. Our ETA, if you're interested, is 1818 UTC. It says 1820, so that's pretty close to what FlyLife says up here.
Cairo Control, good evening.
That's with the full arrival in as well.
585
So, yeah, 2.5 hours.
58 Cairo Control, hello sir.
About to do then. Quiz. Let me just get the quiz questions up, which I have pre-prepared. And next waypoint is actually 155 miles away, so we'll do a fuel check at Tanza. Actually, how long have we got to go here? Just reset Navigraph so it's an acceptable size again. So Tanza, I think, is this waypoint here. There we are. So right over the Mediterranean, and the next waypoint will be on the island of Crete, Amaxi. And then the rest of the routine is going to take us right over Greece, just to the west of Athens. Then Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia, Croatia, Slovenia.
425 contact Athena
There's Vienna.
127975.
Almost halfway. Anyway, let's turn off the background music here. And,
The 425 contact Athena
sounds here.
127975.
Get my quiz up.
87 contact Athena 127975.
Cross-land quiz is up and running. Oh, I need my soundboard as well. Hold on, guys.
5 contact Athena 127975.
127975, mean 95.
I've got my soundboard up. Where's my quiz
Athena
stinks? There we are.
127975.
So, guys, are you ready for the cross-the-land quiz? Here we go. Oh yes.
Yeah, 8454, confirm your next waypoint.
Welcome. It's been a long time since we've done a flight sim quiz, but this is the official cross-the-land quiz. For those who are new to the channel and unsure about how to enter the quiz, well, you don't have to do anything. All you've got to do is put the correct answer in chat. Alright, so there'll be 10 questions. Some of them are Airbus A340 based, some of them are general knowledge, some of them are aviation based. Yeah, it's just a bit of fun. And we're going to have 10 questions. Whoever answers the question first in chat will be the one that gets the answer correct, and I'll make a note of that. Do bear in mind this quiz is very unjust. Basically, it's based off your internet latency, where you are in the world. Some people will see quicker. You might think you posted quicker, but if you play the stream back later, you'll actually see who was first in chat as well. So there'll be 10 questions.
552, turn left, heading 250.
I'll make a note of every time the answers was made correctly by whoever it was first as well. And if after 10 questions we have a winner, that winner will be the claimant of a Flight Data Sim Flight Pint glass. I'll tell you how to get in contact with me there as well. If after 10 questions we have a tie with so many people with the correct right answer, first we'll do a bonus question as well. So, let me get my... I need to get my questions right here. So there, and then my soundboard. Gotta have the soundboard up here. So, whoever gets the answer correctly, I'll point that out, and they'll get a correct answer. There you are. If you get an absolutely absurd answer in chat, you'll get a,
That is not.
Yeah, 319.
or maybe even a official incorrect sound noise. So yes, yes. Is there a prize? The prize is the Flight Deck to Sim mug. Question 2, geezer, unbelievable. So let's get the quiz running. So nice, simple question to start with. Okay.
Okay, 6793 flight
Let
heading
Vatsim do
290.
his thing first. Who was the launch customer of the Airbus A340? Airbus A340, and we'll turn Vatsim down slightly as well, but I want to make sure you hear him. But can somebody tell me who was the launch customer of the Vatsim A340?
Yeah, 8454 Cairo.
George W.O. That was straight in there with the correct answer. Well done, George W.O. You said Lufthansa. That is indeed the correct answer. Oh, yes. Make a note of your name, sir. George W.O.
Walker 1443 Cairo Control, hello sir.
Lufthansa, the launch customer. They were also the largest operator of the Airbus A340. David Bromwich gets the most ridiculous answer. He said Loganair. Unbelievable. That's definitely incorrect. Virgin Atlantic had them, but Jojo said Moen. Danair, unbelievable. Well done though, George W.O. You got the first question correct. Let's now do question number 2, general knowledge one here. Okay. The Formula 1 season restarts end of March. Where is the opening race? Ah. Who's going to get that one correctly?
Okay.
Skywalker 1592, you are correct, answering Bahrain. That is indeed where the opening race will be, so congratulations to you, Skywalker 1592, sorry, Skywalker 1592. I love it. Where else have we got? Atomic Penguin, I was faster, or it's whoever I see first on the chat, you'll play the stream out later, you'll be able to say Moen said Croydon. That's not correct at all. Unbelievable. What a rubbish answer. Right, so after 2 questions, George W.O. has answered one correctly. Skywalker 1592 as well. Question number 3. Vatsim, short for the Virtual Air Traffic Simulation Network, was founded in what year? What year was Vatsim founded? On your bed. God. On your bed. Lars, I see what you're trying to do there. You thought the answer was velocity, went straight in, but Matthew Richardson, he is correct with saying 2001. That is the year Vatsim was founded. These are all new people answering quickly first here, so well done to you, Matthew Richardson. Let me make a note of that.
Yeah, 3171.
No doubt we'll have some ridiculous answers here in chat. Let's see what we have here. Leon Dehan went for 1815. We have some years 2077. ADS Legend said 20,001. They're all absolutely ridiculous. Soundboard, such a pro streamer, unbelievable. Right, let's do question number 4. So George W.O. Skywalker 1592 and Matthew Richardson each have one question correct each. Question number 4 for my American friends. Which American bomber has the nickname Buff? B-U-F-F. I will not repeat what it stands for. American bomber has the nickname Buff. Astrodew straight in there just before Lars again. Oh, it's the B-52. Well done to you, Astrodew. That is absolutely correct. No, that's the intro quiz. There we are. The B-52 Buff. Excellent. So well done to you, Astrodew. Please listen out for Vatsim as well, guys, whilst I'm quizzing. All my attention is going there. It is indeed the B-52. Oh, Burgess. The Love Shack? What on earth is this? That is not correct. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness me. Right, let's go for question number 5. So 4 questions. Only a unique answer first by 4 different people. No one's running ahead yet, so it could be anyone here. Question number 5. Which Iranian airline is the largest Airbus A340 operator in the Middle East and they currently have 12 currently in service. Which Iranian airline is the largest Airbus A340 operator in the Middle East, with 12 currently in service? Domino Mosina, you are correct. It is Mahan Air. Mahan Air. Very, very good. Straight. Domino Mosina, well done to you, sir. Emirates, Iran Air, these are all viable airlines. Yeah, Aaron Hastings, yeah, you got the first most ridiculous one. That is EasyJet. That, yeah, I don't think they have any A340s. Which one have I not done yet? I haven't done a...
I still can't believe it's not butter.
Well, that doesn't really count. Let's definitely do a... Unbelievable. Well done, Domino Mosini. Flight B, Air
Back at
France.
64 Charlie Tango, you're back.
Ava, we called back about 10 minutes ago. Here we go. Cairo, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango.
Charlie Tango, fly heading 360.
Heading 360 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Oops. Well, I definitely checked it.
The opposing traffic, he's AFK, so I can't do much with it.
Okay, we'll start the heading until there's a decent separation. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Got to fly the aeroplane first, guys. So he's on a bit of a... This is a separation issue.
3171.
Quite a large change. Look at that sunset as well. Beautiful.
Felix, Highway, can you let us go AFK for about 5 minutes?
Bye.
Quiz, aviate, communicate. That's it, Prince. Let's carry on. We'll listen out though, guys. And also that heading with that wind is going to be really pushing us off track. Got that green dash line, which is our course. Hopefully we'll get
5 in, go ahead.
heading back on track soon.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe we can actually go to 400. Stand by, guys. So, how do you find out in the A340 what the... don't mind that reducing thrust. What do you find the optimum level? So if we can go to 400, we can go... Oh, right, okay. So optimum's 375, we're actually still above it, but our maximum's 407. I mean...
Charlie Tango, direct Tango.
Doesn't matter anyway. Direct Tanser, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, thank you. Doesn't matter. Direct Tanser. Insert. There you go, let's create a nice gap for him. The colours, that's actually spectacular. That sky colour is really nice. Get these sort of purpley blue colours. There you go. I know we're halfway through the quiz, but you've got to enjoy the view. Excellent. Right, question number 5 was done then, so far 5 questions. Domino Mosini was correct about Mahan Air. And then we've had Astrodew, Matthew Richardson, Skywalker 1592 and George WO, each with one answer correct and also answering first in each case. Okay, so question number 6. Rolls-Royce power the Airbus A340 500 and 600 variants, but what is the name of the engine on the Airbus A340?
Negative, I just need the Lufthansa to be back from AFK and then unmanage.
Oh, the kitty system straight in there with Trent, very, very close. It was kitty system and then only planes immediate after us, but it was the kitty system who just got in there. Well done to you. The kitty system. We have no one that's had more than one correct yet, so well done to you. Named for the river, which is very close to the headquarters in Derby. Timmy Play said Rotax. I don't think they're powered by Rotax engines. That's absolutely ridiculous. Where's my Swift? Question number 7. Okay. Oh, I'm just making sure that ATC wasn't B because we're approaching Greek airspace.
3 Lima Charlie Cairo.
3 Lima Charlie. It's very hard to quiz in Vatsim. We've got quite a way to go, I think. Stand by as we navigate this busy part of Cairo airspace. So, Elias, Tasner is the boundary. Okay, so we've still got 69 miles, and then we'll get to contact the Greek there. Cool, so question number 7. What term describes how much water vapour is in the air? What is the word I'm looking for which describes how much water vapour is in the air? It's said to be at 100% this when the air is saturated. Ooh, it's Astrodew with humidity. He's already got one correct.
I'm a Parker 6793, go ahead.
And guess who was second?
Maintain flight level 400.
It was Kitty System as well. Then George WO was close. It's all the top guys at the best internet speeds. Well done, Astrodew. That's 2 for you. You're running away with this. You're quite right. Humidity best describes how much water vapour is in the air. Relative humidity, yes. For humidity, I'll accept. No ridiculous answers so far. All very sensible. Aaron Asing said Trent. You're a little bit behind there. Nothing ridiculous at all.
Yeah, 3-4. Yeah, 341 contact.
Okay, Prince said EGT. That's definitely not right. Unbelievable. Right, wow. After 7 questions, Astrodew said 2 correctly first. And Kitty System, Dono, Mosina, Matthew Richard, Skywalker, George W. I've got 1 each. So, looking good. Technically, yes. I was only looking for humidity. Unbelievable. Question number 8. Question number 8. Bit of general knowledge. The Winter Olympics are currently being held in which Chinese city?
Cairo, good evening.
Which Chinese city is the Winter Olympics currently taking place? Ooh, Kitty System was first just before Astrodew. It is Beijing. Oh my goodness me, he's getting close. Kitty System and Astrodew still on 2 each here. Getting close up top here. Definitely internet speeds because Astrodew was second. True question is Cross-Up Province. Alright, Moed, and I know you're there. Oh, do you organise, but technically they're calling it the Beijing Winter Olympics. Unbelievable. Most people are getting this all correct. Stoke-on-Trent. I don't think we'll see Stoke-on-Trent ever hosting the Olympics. That is unbelievable.
That is not correct.
Right. Okay, wow. Kitty System with 2. Astrodew with 2. Very close up top here. Okay, question number 9. Airbus industry was formally established by a government initiative between West Germany, France, and what other country? In 1970, I think it was. Airbus industry was formally established by a government initiative between West Germany, France, and which other country? Michael B. Coming quickly there with the UK. Well done, Michael B. You're absolutely correct. Welcome onto the board here. Going to probably have to do a bonus question here. I've got one ready. Just at the moment, Kitty System, Astrodew have 2 each. Michael B, Domino Mosina, Matthew Richardson, Skywalker 5092, George W on 1. And here is the last question. So, at the moment, any of the people have got 1 answer correctly. If they answer this firstly, it'll be a 3-way tie. We've still got the bonus question after this. If not, it'll be Astrodew and Kitty System that go to the bonus question. So, here comes question number 10. Alright. We talked about this very briefly earlier. As the Earth is spinning, winds cannot travel in a straight line. What is the effect called? What happens to the winds? They start to curve. Right, it's caused by the Earth spinning. What is that effect called? Oh, George W.O. He's put it there. Coriolis effect. That's 2 for you, is George W.O. Oh my goodness me, it's so tense. Well done to George W.O. Wow. I don't think we've had a 3-way tie before. Unbelievable. Lee Russell a fix for 3 people. Very impressive I managed to fix it like that. Well done to you. Most realistic or unrealistic answer. Terrible spelling. We'll accept terrible spellings and simple takeoffs. The Blowy McBlowy effect, said James Lewis.
Helicopter!
Yes, indeed. It is the Coriolis effect. So, wow, after 10 questions, we have a 3-way tie. We have George WO, who's answered 2 questions correctly. Kitty System has answered 2 questions correctly. And AstroJew has also answered 2 questions correctly. Absolutely unprecedented at the Flight Data Sim Quiz headquarters. Can't believe that's ever happened before. Anyway, we are going to have a bonus question, okay? And how this works is I'll ask a question, and all I ask is for the 3 people, so AstroJew, Kitty System, and for who else? For George WO, if you could answer. Guys, refrain from doing so. If you want to, feel free. I'll be able to fish it out there. But I'm looking for whoever's first here. George WO, Kitty System, or AstroJew. Make sure you're first here. I'm gonna put the tense music on as well. I've got tense music. There we are. And all I'm looking for is you to answer this question quickly. Okay, so here it is. Alpaca Airways' main rival is based on what Southern American camel?
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, Athena 127975.
127975, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Bye. Oh my goodness, so tense. I've got to put the tense music back on. I haven't even changed frequency yet. Who we got here? Stone, Inertia, Camping Music. Oh, it was Kitty System. Kitty System was first with Llama. You are absolutely correct. Well done to Kitty System. You are the winner of the giveaway. I noticed you're not a member anymore, so you have to get in contact via social media or anything like that. Congratulations to you. You are the winner of the quiz. Congratulations to you. Thanks for subscribing there. Leaf Headman as well. I need to contact him with the next controller as well. I've got to do the quiz winning sound though. Where is the quiz winner? Yes!
27975, so
Well done, Kitty System. You are the winner of the official Flight Deck to Sim pint glass. Get in contact with me via social media and we'll get that pint glass sent to you ASAP. Oh, that was so fun, so tense. Unbelievable. Congratulations. Unbelievable, Domino Mosina. Can somebody confirm that frequency for me? I have no idea what it was. I just said the numbers and didn't read it back. Oh my goodness. Professional pilot here, as ever. Pro streamer, I know Javelin. Yeah, Greek Air Force are coming for airspace. Oh my god, there's so many frequencies for Athens as well. I might have to confirm the frequency.
Waypoint Alpha November 10.
Rigged as always, I know. You think I was listening to the frequency, said George? Oh, unbelievable. Commiserations.
Station, go ahead.
It's so busy on this frequency as well. So I might have to go back and just confirm the frequency for me, as Jim would be. 127975. I see that frequency there.
102, that's not available, I'm afraid.
Thanks, Scottish. Or Skittish, I never could work out what your name was.
Yeah, 4621 Kyle.
Let's have a listen in here.
1290675, Lima November 29 Charlie. Bye-bye.
Saudi Air to report Mach number.
This is Helios. Good evening in Greek, I always forget that one. What's good evening? Helios, very good evening. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, maintaining flight level 380, inbound to Tansa.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, radar contact 380.
Perfect. So, we're all identified.
Report Mach number.
Astrid, welcome aboard as a member, buddy. Really appreciate it. He's probably claiming he's rigged. Was that for me for the Mac number? Hold on. Stand by, stand by. Don't have to worry about quiz hosting and live stream chats during a live stream. During flying in real life. I do have to worry about it in live stream. Ashley, welcome. Calispera. Oh, I always forget that. Ashley, thank you very much for becoming a member. I hope you will enjoy your time as a member as well. Enjoy using the customization chat. I hope you enjoy the Discord too. Commiserations on the quiz. He'll be chasing that up, saying, why was it rigged and why did I win? Thank you very much, Astrid. Cool. Anyway. Overhead Tansa, let's do our fuel check again. We are probably about halfway here. Yeah, we're pretty much exactly halfway, 2 hours 33 minutes. Tanser. Should be here after 2 hours 26. We're here after 2 hours 33. So running about 7 minutes behind schedule here. I think that heading we got plus these headwinds. The wind should be 252 at 103, so a little bit less than forecast. We should have 24.9 tons. We have 33, so we've still got extra fuel. 26.1 tons burned. Yeah, look, we've used a little bit of extra fuel now. So we're about 700 kilos up. We're now about 300 kilos off the burn. So it's very close to what we're expecting. We'll keep close on. Astro, long time watcher. I know I've seen you here for ages, commenting on videos for years. So thank you very much for coming. And yeah, looking forward to chatting with you on Discord. I hope you enjoy your time there. Any problems getting into Discord, send me an email, we'll get you all sorted. Sweet. If Good Evening Greek was a quiz question, I would have won. Very good. Awesome. It's been ages since we had a sunset. Yeah, I was saying earlier. The colours and X-Men are spot on. The sunset's really nice. The cabin's worse. It's quite a nice cabin. So FPS friendly, this aircraft. It's lovely. So this is the Alpaca Executive Suite. We currently have green screen for you. Silver toilets are based off female and male alpacas. Which is your choice. And also the emergency exits, I believe, are alpacas escaping this way. Joe, 23 months. Cheers, buddy. 2 Spanish firemen, a Jose and a Jose B. What? What, Joe? I don't understand. Is this some sort of dodgy joke? Thank you. 23 months, I must get in contact with you about the logos as well. I know you'll be busy and stuff, looking forward to it as well. There you go, look, so the no llama sign is on, so once that is on, no llamas allowed in the cabin. So that's our business class section. We have very comfortable seats in. It's premium economy. We have a 222 layout for premium economy. Fancy storage here. We have quite a few premium economy seats here on our A340. More premium economy, look, 222 is basically a luxurious option here. It's pretty much all like this. And then here's economy. We have a 232 layout here.
Control United 441.
Sounds as if I could just go further back. Now we're on 242.
United 441, Fina Radar contact 360.
Oh, look at that.
Whiskey, contact Athena 19675, bye-bye.
Got the flight exit logo and the headrests. You can hear the cabin shaking slightly. Well, that lovely author I downloaded, completely forgetting that someone actually sits at this point. This plane is huge, it sure is. And I think the A340 has downstairs toilets, if I... Yeah, downstairs toilets. I like how they have all like the cabin interior vibrating, so that's really cool. It's a Wi-Fi hotspot there. More economy seats here in the back. There's the Trent engines pushing us beautifully northbound, safely and reliably. I need to do something. Flights, especially if I've got a long standby, because generally if I'm on standby I try and stream because I'd be at work anyway, and this is great fun. I don't want to do super long, but I think, to be fair, it's more fun doing 2 sectors in that period of time. Shake it up a bit. Here we are, right at the back of the plane. There's a pencil and a half. We've been flying lots of the pencils, the 757-300 recently. And there's the rear galley. Shoof. Straight back into the business.
Control United 441 requesting 10 away for desperately needed coffee.
He needs his coffee.
441 approved, report back.
Germany member for 1 year, 11 months, 17 days, almost 2 years. Crazy. Thank you, and thank you for all the stuff you do on the channel, all the amazing liveries and stuff.
Generator,
Ah yes, personalised entertainment is the green screens. Yep. list on the side. It's first class, business, premium, and economy. Thanks, Scarlett, for the clarification. I don't even know what they are. My own airline. Attitude: the probability of clouds is proportional to how long you spend downloading your phone. Brilliant. It's pretty much like that. But yeah, well, it's quite nice for the Sinai Peninsula and Saudi Arabia and the coast on the Red Sea. It looked really cool earlier. But give it another 6 months, it'd still be sunny right now.
Mach 0.84.
Cucumber pilot, how long is this aeroplane? 70, 80 metres, I think? I don't know exactly. Daniel Williamson, more of a crayon this one compared to a pencil. Brilliant. Right, folks, can I see your head shake config, please?
Mach 0.8.
There you go.
Copy, Mach 0.8, Zodiac 2.
Remember disabling that one, because I think on certain aircraft it's really jumping around. Look ahead, I really don't like, so it's disabled.
November 214 Alpha Kilo, Athena radar contact, climb to flight level 36.
It's a free plugin, just makes it a little bit more realistic.
Contact 360, 214 Alpha Kilo.
341, contact Athena 133325.
God, you don't have 4 class layout on your 737.
13225, Sadia 341, thanks for your help, bye bye.
George, 74.77 metres, very good.
Good evening, Control Lufthansa 2040.
Matthew Air presses only one flying pencil, yeah, it's 75300. I mean, that just doesn't look right. Yeah, so I think ToLiss, they model up to, won't change it, I think it's up to 440 passengers, which would be an all-economy configuration for the A340, which, as David Smith was saying, I think that's how Japan Airlines have it. 359 is the seat capacity for the Iberia A340-600. So it's simulating that today with max load, and I think Lufthansa's even less than that. I think Lufthansa's 306, isn't it? 316. But I don't know if she actually went into the cabin in the ToLiss one and counted the seats. I don't actually know how many, based on the actual cabin, how many physical seats there are with this one. But yeah, you can obviously say whatever it is, have whatever you want. Carl, could you do a Concorde stream again soon? Like seeing you suffer a little. I don't struggle too badly in the Concorde. I'm not perfect though. Yeah, we could look at that. Last Concorde stream we did to Leeds Bradford, so yeah, I was definitely making myself suffer. We had to go around forever, I think. Laura says there is a Lufthansa layout, 286 seats, I believe. That's incredible. Like, they must have loads of business class seats then and stuff on the A340s and Lufthansa. Because you think about a Max or an XLR, they carry 220, 230 people. Well, the Max in all economy comes up to about 200 people. Max 10 I think is even more. Listen to me, what if all the passengers had a baby in their lap? Brilliant. I think there's some private A340s as well. BizJet versions too. Still got the aircraft directly below us. He seems to have conveniently caught up and doing the same speed. He's doing exactly the same speed. There he is. Well, no, he's actually going slow. Oh no, he's doing the same speed. Here you go.
508 is descent flight level 340.
Give me 40, there's something I'm doing.
That's cool. See, there's little judders in movement sometimes on velocity, but it's generally quite good. Some traffic in as well. France flight time left, let's have a look. Just under 1,000 miles, so 1824 touchdown, so it is 2 hours and 10 minutes. With no holding, which I am expecting. Prashnu, how do you not have 100,000 subs? Appreciate it. The channel's only 5 years old. One day we'll get there. I think we'll reach 77,000 subscribers today. I mean, it pops up when someone subscribes, but if you have your YouTube channel on private, it doesn't come up. Yeah, so last time I checked we were on 977, we're now at 987. We're only 13 subscribers away from reaching 77,000.
Free weather confirm Golf 601 further 340 inbound to India Tango.
R2KT, like the music in the background, it's relaxing. Yeah, I mean, in the cruise, it's nice to have just something in the background. Hello, Yara Linda Infant. Hello from the Republic of Dominican Republic. Good day to you. Tim Fraser, hope you're doing well. Just 3 hours into your flight now. This is harder than driving by truck. Abby, I remember when you hit 70,000 subs. That was about a year ago. Yeah, we did our charity stream. We're going to do another charity stream at 80,000, which isn't that far away. I'd say 3 months. And we'll do a whole day of stream there. We'll do a 7-8 hour stream for a good cause. ADS Legends, any more in-flight entertainment plans? No. No quizzes. I might fire up a bit of War Thunder, have a bit of fun playing War Thunder, because we've got 2 hours to kill. But I'm happy just to chill out here for now. Abby, I think when the PMDG 7.3 content channel subs will jump again. Yeah, I agree. I'll be a lot of popularity with that, and I'm looking forward to it only. But I'll remake some of the tutorials with the PMDG. Listerman, the largest jump up was when Microsoft Flight Sim launched, right? Yeah, absolutely. We went up by about 10,000 subs in about 3 weeks. It's very fortunate to get early access then. And yeah, man, that was a year and a half ago nearly now. Wow. City skylines of airport. Astro, I've got a dedicated stream coming to that soon, but I don't know how much of a city I could build in an hour and a half. I mean, I can fire it up and we can have a bit of fun. But I'd like to actually start a dedicated playlist on the Airline Pilot Plays channel, second YouTube channel.
Bye-bye.
I feel entertained. Brilliant.
India 2129, are you able to climb flight level 380?
Actually, you know what? I'm not under speed control. How far ahead is that traffic? I don't want to burn a lot more fuel because you speed up your fuel burn increases. What is that Echo Pilot?
India 2129er.
He's very conveniently staying exactly there. Is he in an A310? What's the A310 stop speed? What's this? I think this is really quicker. 60 FA fuel check. Yep, we'll do a fuel check at the next waypoint. Can't do it until then, really. Or we did just pass Vegas. We only did one 15 minutes ago. Bit heavy Glisterman for a cruise climb. I think we're at our optimum now. Just check the wind at a high level. Yeah, wind's stronger if we go higher as well. This has been like 245 at 80. It increases if we go higher. So it's sort of a slight crosswind headwind here. So if we go higher, we're going to have more of the headwind component. A lot of people, we do step climb generally, but if you're step climbing into a stronger headwind.
Charlie Tango, contact Casino 133325. Bye bye.
133325. I'm back at 64 Charlie Tango. Thanks to the ATC. Bye.
There 101, contact Athena 133325. Bye bye.
1333325. Perfect.
Over, Athena 153.
Athena Calispera Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, maintaining flight level 380 inbound to Dermy.
Alpaca 4 Charlie Tango.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, flight level 380 Dermy.
64 Charlie Tango, radar contact.
Thank you. Excellent. Oh, Daniel, the 0.84 for A310 according to Google. We'll probably keep up then. Prashly, won't your PC explode with 2 games running? No, it should be okay. On my old PC,
Athena, Juliana
we did cross the
1720,
pond and I was
yes,
playing War Thunder on my old one. This one should be fine, especially in this aircraft.
Lieutenant 1728.
I mean, remember I had my FPS locked at 60. If I didn't have it locked, it would be up at 120, 130. Let me just go to task manager. So processing performance. Right now, CPU utilization is 16%, and NVIDIA graphics card is 57%. So yeah, CPU is what I was limited on my old PC, is doing nothing right now.
Radar control, good evening, this is Resident 101 with you, flight level 320, and we're inbound, Jeremy.
101, say again your call sign.
I've written my call sign on the remarks, it's reindeer.
Reindeer 101.
Reindeer?
Radar contact.
Sure.
Love it. Zilitalia have it locked at 30 Hz, 30 FPS, beautifully smooth. Yeah, I've noticed as soon as I've capped it yesterday, some of the guys helped me tell me how to do that using Steam. It's stopped the stuttering. It's really smooth because I think
KLM 1848.
without X-Plane, just try and run as high as possible. And I was actually finding Windows was stuttering, I think, in the background, even though the utilization of the graphics card and CPU looked quite low. But yeah, it's locked at 60. It doesn't even stutter at all. I mean, I can pan around. It's just so smooth.
Beeline 515, do you copy?
Very nice.
Yeah, go ahead, Beeline 515.
Beeline 515.
Hi Manny, why don't you fly the PMDG 737? Sometimes I think, like, why did I get rid of it? But I had FSX when I started the channel and recorded all the first tutorials on it, and then I discovered X-Plane, the Zebra mod, and I was sort of blown away, and I sort of just dropped FSX. Now I know Prepared and PMDG and stuff is fully available, but it was around the same time I did that, then Microsoft Flight Simulator came available about 6 months later. I just got into that. Sort of everyone's been waiting for, PMDG to come out on Microsoft Flight Simulator, which has been a lot longer than people expected. So yeah, we're definitely flying again, and it's a good aircraft. The add-on's really good. I just like X-Plane as a sim.
Quality 4861, radar contact. do you copy? Yes, sir.
Didn't Norwegian have a call sign Red Nose? They did. It was long haul, I think.
EG205.
Control, Lufthansa 508, flight level 340.
Sorry, I was having a little nibble on a snack.
Saudi 3171 requesting 5 minutes out of cockpit.
I was saying hello, ADS sessions. This is by far the busiest event I've attended in my month of Vatsim. I've cancelled a group flight because that was a shambles for me. Oh, practice makes perfect. ADS sessions will be ready for the next one. Cat, 22 members as a member. Why is Peter Pan always flying? He never lands.
Other station calling with a request, go ahead.
Oh no. Cat, that's ridiculous. Unbelievable. Where's my soundboard for that one? Hold on. Cat, that was excellent usage of 22 months. Membership message. Unbelievable what we do well, man. Thank you.
And continuous pilot.
274 and continuous pilot, 9535.
Austrian 863, contact 132.375.
No words.
132.375, Austrian 863, see ya.
Bye. KLM 81848, are you with me?
Brilliant.
Good evening, control Lufthansa 2040 at 380.
Under 2040 radar contact.
Double checking my phone. Chances of me getting called off standby now is unlikely. I'm more afraid they have usually waves of departures, and most lanes sort of leave between sort of midday and 5, nearly up to 5 now, so
okay.
feeling a little bit more relaxed. As I was saying earlier,
Alpha, back in the cockpit.
winter it's far quieter.
Alpha
Athena radar, good day, Air India 2129 with you at flight level 360.
Air India 2129.
Now, I had a quick question. The fuel prediction here doesn't take into account, or haven't taken into account
radar, United 441.
alternate flight plan. Now, is that because I don't have alternate routing?
United 441.
Because this extra fuel here is the fuel I need to divert, which is this amount here, 4 tons, plus the extra fuel I took, which was 8.4. It's pretty much spot on. This calculation is very accurate. But how do I have to put the alternate routing in here to generate an alternate time? You just got to be careful that extra time isn't holding. That's to also divert and land.
Yes.
And this is your final 30 minutes, which you've got to protect 3.5 tons.
climb and maintain flight level 360.
JB Trip reports, has the quiz taken place yet? Yes, you've missed it by about half an hour or so there, buddy. You need to manually pop in your alternate flight plan. See, I remember in the tutorials and all the alternates. We don't do this in the 737, you don't put any alternate. Just put reserves fuel for it. So, I think, is it in it?
Alpha 3 Kilo Alpha, contact 129.67.
129.67, Alpha 3 Kilo Alpha, goodbye.
Goodbye. Lufthansa 16 Echo, contact 132.37.
Right.
Lufthansa 16 Echo, contact 132.37. 132.37.
So I'm Airbusing here. First the missed approach, and then end of flight plan. Then I have Graz is our alternate.
Cosine Laser Tech.
Now, does that now generate
Lodestar 669er, contact 132.37.
fuel?
Contacting 132.37, Lodestar 669er, Metzger.
Ah, nice. So that's just as the crow flies. But obviously, I should probably put my full routing in here. So ergots, then Rupits, then Rupit 2 Mike. That's cool. And that's taking it off the extra time. That's all I wanted really. That's really cool. So the fuel burn on this off the compared to the flight is very accurate. I took an hour's worth of extra fuel, so we've got a 30 minutes fin res, 3.9 tons or 16 minutes to our alternate, and then the extra fuel, 8.5 tons. But I guess you better put the full routing in. But in the 737, my operator, if we were to divert, we'd only put this in after we've decided to divert. So it only takes 30 seconds.
Confirmed flight level 360.
I don't want to.
Roger, make sure you
I don't want to start filling on braking because I don't exactly know how to do it. But yeah, we've got it alternate in there. But that's quite cool actually. I think it's just giving us the, as the crow flies figure to get from Vienna to Graz.
Thank you.
That's cool. Thanks for subscribing there, JM. Ribby?
I think so. Good afternoon, John 601 for 340 inbound to give us.
IDS Legends, that is not even not worthy recognising that joke. Awful.
I got a 601 request level 360. Contour 601, climb and maintain flight level 360. 601, climb level 360, thank you.
Oh, I just realised I still have the constraints button on. I probably should select airports, that's better. A bit better for situation awareness then. Elgav, that is Athens. We did a stream not too so long ago from Athens to Istanbul.
Like a higher level?
So Athens, if we had to divert, right now would be a good place to go to.
Sorry, say again for fraction 319er.
Fraction 319er, would you like a higher
Greg, have you tried making a shared stream with V1 simulations on Q8 pilots? Or,
yeah, we could take
others.
out to 380
I have been discussing with V1 a shared stream for about a year and a half. It's actually just getting the chance to sit down chatting with him and organising it. I did say we do something at some point, and then it's just getting around to doing it as well. Probably first thing we'll do is a group flight together. I'm doing a group flight with Flight Factor actually, if you are interested, a date for your diary. I'm on standby
Side
again.
341,
So
requesting flight level
50-50.
380.
Is it 26 or 27 for 2 weeks, basically? And Flight Factor organising this. I'll be streaming with QA pilots and XP72. We're taking 3 different Flight Factor aircraft. They've very kindly Flight Factor given us an aircraft to give away, and also an additional giveaway for everyone taking part in the group flight. You have to depart before us though, to make sure we can actually get ahead, but if you depart before us on the group flight, you can get automatically entered into this giveaway. But I'll posting about that about a week before the event. Just looking forward to. I'm taking the 757-300. QA pilot and XP72 are taking the 320 and the 76 between them.
Athena, good evening. Gravity 6087, flight level 360.
Gravity 6.
Yep, that's it, Lauren. Yep, the rule is you have to depart afterwards. That's correct. Otherwise, we'd never get away.
Southern Air 3470, flight level 360, Mach decimal 78.
Was that Southern Air?
Correct, sir. Southern Air.
Southern Air 470, radar contact.
Sorry, I was having a Kit Kat. Angie, if you do a shared flight V1, you should do something in neutral territory like the MDAG. None of you have a home advantage, that's a good idea. Yeah, I know, Lauren. I don't know how Flight Factor are saying they can do this, because they don't have any sort of booking system organised, so it's a bit of a free-for-all. I'm envisaging carnage. The thing is, we're not all doing the same route. I'm doing Heathrow, Helsinki, we're all quite spread out, so there'll be 3 groups for you to fly, from which I think will help, but I think Flight Factor did one already, didn't they? Because we did our group flight, coincidentally, it was the same time that XP72 was doing a group flight for Flight Factor as well, and they managed to manage our group flight and Flight Factor's group flight in Seattle, that was it. It was crazy though, really busy. A Kavik Lund is so much better than Kit Kat, I wouldn't have heard of that colour. I quite like Kit Kats. Liam beat me to it.
Southern Air 3470.
Break. Have a. Yes.
Oh, 3470.
Don't got a copyright strike me on it. But yeah, if you check out the Flight Factor Discord, look at the events, you'll see a bit more information about it. In fact, I can even bring it up myself.
This is Ocean 3 Echo, flight level 460 inbound and the traffic again.
393 Echo, you should call
so you should be able to see.
Hotel sector LGG/.
Oh, it's not coming up. Oh, it's just Discord's in streamer mode. So yeah, if you Saturday, February 26th, so 2 weeks today, 1700, 2200 Zelo, the Flight Factor February fly-in.
Athena radar, good evening.
Myself,
Alpaca 253 is with you, flight level 340,
QA
inbound
pilots,
Germany.
XP72 taking part. There's going to be documentation guidance for everyone taking part in the events. There'll be 3 giveaway. What is it? Yeah, 3 giveaways. One of it'll be 6 giveaways for the entire event. 3 products will be given away by Flight Factor to members of the Vatsim flights, and I'll also be giving away, or each stream will be giving away 1 product as well. So I should keep the aircraft there. So yeah, I mean they're giving away nearly $500 worth of products there, which is pretty cool. I'm very, very grateful for that. They asked for me to participate, which is pretty cool. And I'd encourage you all to join me in your Flight Factor aircraft as well.
Flight level 200. Flight level 200, quality 4861.
He's still there. Right.
Radar, good evening. Alpaca 253 is with you, flight level 340, inbound Germany.
Alpaca 253, good evening, squawk 7253.
253, Alpaca 253.
Saudi 341, contact 129.67.
Try and burn him off.
129.67, Saudi 341, thanks for your help, bye bye now.
Thank you, fraction 319er, contact 132.37.
Okay, 3237, fraction 319er. See ya.
He's keeping his... it's like he's matching us exactly.
Olympic 575, contact 127.97.
Collect descent now, get him out of the way.
Ready to make, yeah.
Second.
Abby, what does it mean when the pilot says their call sign is with you? Abby, that's just a bit of a common thing, which pilots say. They shouldn't be saying it's non-standard phraseology. I think everyone is guilty of it at some point during their flight training. And it's just something people say. They check in and go, oh, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango with you. Flight level 380 inbound Kilo Sorogo. They don't need to say that. It's just a thing that people say. I did it when I started my PPR. My instructor was
50,
very upset.
40, 30, 20, 10.
I mean, thanks for the pound. I don't think it'll read it because it's £2, I think's the thing. No, it would have been sounding really good if that was read out as well. I'll try my best to repeat it though, Bo. Thank you. Two Wimmels are talking, and one asks, "What's your favourite type of music?" And one says, "I'm a big metal fan." Replies the other. Just no time for these sort of jokes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Cheers, Mo. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for continued support as well.
Athena radar,
3 out of 10.
Aero 313, flight level 380.
Where's he gone? Bye. Oh no, I've got one of those things as well. That one's too quiet. Unbelievable. He's falling behind. Maybe he's had a tea break.
Athena radar, good evening.
Beluga, what do you do for the sky? Well, it's great night, but I use enhanced skyscapes.
What is your call sign?
Joe Dre just sounds so done, I know.
Itaro?
Itaro 313, yep.
Itaro 313.
ADS Legends. That's a bit better. Two cheese trucks crashed into each other. Debris was everywhere. Quite like that, actually.
Alpaca 253 is flight level 360 available.
That's quite good.
Itaro 313, disregard last message. Last text.
Can't go over the red bar. This is an Airbus. It won't let me, I should think. I bet I can't bug higher. Yeah, look.
Other station calling for level change.
Makes sense. There we are, right at MMO.
Is flight level 360 available?
Alpaca 253,
He gone.
affirmative 360 and 380 if you wish.
Type 360, Alpaca 253.
Alpaca 253, climb flight
Take
level
it back a little bit.
360. In flight level 360,
That probably wouldn't happen. Decimal 84 and it's pretty much brought it all the way back to idle. Thrust responsiveness at this height would be a lot slower in reality.
Alpaca 6793. Alpaca 6793.
It's not me at least.
Apologies, Alpaca 6793, go ahead.
6793.
Can't offer today. Can't, sorry. I can never say that now.
12967, Alpaca 6793.
Today, no, my luck is great. I landed 10 minutes ago and my power just went off. If that happened on final, yeah, I would have been fingers crossed for me then.
Olympic 535, start your descent and contact Athens approach 132.97.
Descent, contact approach 132.97.
This is unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
Captain Meow, the A340 was burning over 10 tons of fuel per hour. You can fly along for 4 hours on the A321neo. You can see why, regrettably, 4-engine aircraft are not the future.
Reindeer 101, contact 1.
A340, A380, 747, they're just not commercially viable with fuel costs and operating costs and As someone correctly said, yeah. 4 times as many engines, twice the amount of engines to maintain and look after.
101, contact 129.67.
It's twin engine jets are going to be the future for all flying. Commercial flying.
Athena, good evening, FedEx Flight Heavy Flight Level 380.
FedEx 58, radar contact.
Anyway, is that going to hurt our fuel burn by much? I don't know actually what we were burning before.
Athena radar, good evening, November 214 Alpha Kilo at Flight Level 360.
So right now...
November 214 Alpha Kilo, radar contact, Flight Level 359.
Fuel flow, oh, it's here, isn't it? 4488. Yeah, so about 9.5 tons an hour.
Sika 3004, climb flight level 410.
Oops, I accidentally knocked that. Does that upset anything? I'm still not engaged. Pashley, what do you think about the A320? So this is the aircraft that Airbus bought from... is it Bombardier? I can never remember. And then basically took it over and they rebranded it. And hey, it's a good aircraft, isn't it? Quite popular. See a lot in Europe now. 146, another 4 engines sadly leaving us. Yet there won't be many around in the near future. 146 is a great aircraft, very sturdy, but that literally did have 4 hair dryers attached to it.
Quality 4861.
Mr. Zumbo, does New Hot Start Challenger have working CPDLC? Not on the launch version I tried. I certainly know Dev said it'll be integrated. Whether it has been yet or not, I don't know. The best CPDLC model that have an X-Plane right now is Indie Builds. That's fully integrated with the FMS as well. And it works really well. Actually, it would have been really good to use today with CPDLC.
Alpha 4664, Charlie Tango, contact 129.675.
129S675, Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango. Have a lovely evening, bye.
Thank you. Austrian 2 Tango Yankee.
Wow, so many frequencies. Radar, Calispera, Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango, maintaining flight level 380, inbound to Kilo Oscar Romeo.
Thank you. Stand by.
Bombardier, sorry Lauren.
Cessina radar, good evening, Austrian 2 Tango, go through flight level 360, inbound 3 Max.
Stand by.
Colin, why not go fast? You have plenty of fuel.
64 Charlie Tango Heavy, enter radar. I'm sorry, Den's radar. Welcome aboard. What's up, flight deck?
Thank you.
Lieutenant Control, hello, Saudi 2 flight level 400.
Saudi 2.
Yes, Colin, I've got plenty of fuel, but that's fuel I'd like to use while holding.
Thank you, and Saudi 2, can we increase our indicated airspeed to Mach 0.84?
Saudi 2, I'm sorry, please repeat.
Can we increase our indicated airspeed to Mach 0.84?
Is that the aircraft behind me?
Saudi 2 Heavy approved.
Thank you, Saudi.
Usher 2 Tango Yankee Heavy. Welcome aboard.
Was that one? I think it might be this one. He's trying to catch up.
515, contact Andrea, control on 130.75.
Going to 130.75, line 515, thank you, bye bye.
Bye.
Bon dia, Captain. Hello, DFW HVAC. Hope you're doing well. Just assume straight in, possibly Carla. Fingers crossed. You never know with these events. Last Vatsim across the land we did, I think there was no issue. We got straight in. And first cross the pod we did was crazy, really busy. Nick Osana, did you ever fly the Grand Caravan? Nope, never flown any turboprop. I've only flown in my entire career 5 different types of aircraft. Cessna 150, 172, which classes 1 really. Warrior, Seneca, 737, 4. I've flown in other aircraft, but not as PIC really. Guys, I'm almost at 5,000 hours. I've realised that next week I will surpass total flying time of 5,000 hours. I'm going to Canaries tomorrow, which will be 8 hours each way, and then I'm going to Poland, and I'll fly my 5,000th hour going to Poland, I think. Right now I have 4,988 hours and 2 minutes flight time in my logbook. So yeah, 5,000 hours by the end of February. Very cool. Hello, Lane123 CO45. Hello from Athens, Kalispera. Always find you in my airspace. Yeah, I'll be around Greece quite a bit. And there is Greece below.
Bucket 6793, heavy climb level 4.
Oh, we've just passed Athens, look.
Climb side level 400, bucket
see it.
6793.
That'll be it there, look. That's Athens over there. We've been trucking.
6793, heavy.
Don't forget we started here, look.
Mark point 85. Yeah, I think we can get the F5 on Bucket 6793, we'll give it a go. Thanks. You hit pier 205, contact Andrea.
Carlin, you'll be promoted to Commandeer then. Yeah, I'll have like 20 medals and one of those epaulets that covers the entire shoulder with like the thing. What do you call it on the end of it? Those things that old army generals had. It looked like what you find underneath old curtains from the 60s and 70s. Frilly bits. Get one of those. Cheers, Bert fella. It's not a shed don't want to see it. Dan envious since 1969. I've only 2,750 hours. Well, that's pretty good going. Is that all recreational, Dan? If not, that's quite a lot. Pre-COVID, I'm doing plus 800 hours. It would be a lot higher if it wasn't for COVID, and also I spent 2 years as an SFI, an instructor, and in those 2 years I did less than 100 hours each year flying. So I was in the civil time.
975, wind north, 711, thank you, buddy.
DFWH, in fact, do you like long haul flights or prefer regional flights? Really depends on several factors. Yeah, if the weather's nice, I quite enjoy doing the short days, but if the weather's rubbish, that means you're going to be exposed to that more, and I'd rather do a longer flight. Same applies, like, do you like earlies or late shifts? I prefer earlies overall, but I like the mix-up. If I did earlies all the time, I wouldn't enjoy that because I could be pretty tired. But I like the variety. I'm going to Canaries tomorrow, and I've done a few Canaries recently, so it's a bit more like 4 hours there, 4 hours back, 4.5 hours there, then back. That's a bit like, it can be a bit samey, and sometimes I'd rather do 4 sectors, especially if the weather's good and the airport's quite fun. But no, I like the variety.
Worker 1443, heavy contact, Malta control.
Dan, only civil aviation, recreational, PA28, little Cessna time, Beach Bonanza, Duchess to it. That's really cool, Dan, but that's a lot of hours you've acquired in all that time for just flying recreationally. That's really cool.
The pilot of the 236 is back with you.
There you go.
Austrian,
Carlin, how much fuel do you use to the Canaries? In the 737, trip fuel, about 10 tons in the 73.
Austrian 2 Tanky Yankee,
in 4.5 hours, typically. Very much depends on the load, but put in perspective, today we burnt 32 tons. We've only been airbound for 3 hours. So Canaries runs about 4.5 hours. This thing's burning about 8.5 tons an hour.
In the radar, speed burn 32, Lima X-ray, flight level 360.
IVARS M, what logbook software do you use? Company's one, or do you have any favourites? I use MCC Pilot Log. It's the original one from 10 years ago, which doesn't actually require any subscription. I think they keep trying to get me to upgrade for the subscription service, which is X amount per month, but all I use my logbook for is for log my hours. You can still put what approach type it was, how much fuel you have and stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's available now to purchase. They don't update this version anymore, but it's just a simple program. And it still works your mobile phone, so what I do, I put my hours in on my phone, and then you can sync it with the software. I can hear my own voice.
101, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, that's all I could afford. Yeah, that's a lot of flying you've done in GA. BX7 iOS, you take care of Jack whilst you're flying. A lot of friends, neighbours have very much love dogs. They don't have a dog themselves, they have a young child, but he always takes Jack in, it's great. He always asks, like, oh, yeah, tell me when you're flying so I can look after Jack. So I've got, they have a key, and one of my best friends has a key as well.
It's in 7311, you're gonna come today.
Yeah, going forward, yeah, 731, thank you for the service. Have a good night.
Disregard that approach just came online. Give him a call on 132.975.
He gone already.
That's approach 132.975, thank you.
Colin, can you do the Singapore to New York? Only around 18 hours. My goodness me. I mean, living the longest flight I think I've ever done is about 8 hours on a stream, and that was pretty tiring. For me now, we've been streaming nearly 5 hours. When I started, if I did a stream this long, I think I'd have been absolutely floored. But now I'm very relaxed during streams, just chilling out here. And I mean, what else would I have been doing on standby? I'd have to be around home. So yeah, it's cool. Lots of whoop whoops going off in chat as well. I thought I'm going to attempt to sing that or play it.
So the 239 heavy at the radar rock board.
Ah, look, it's doing its little transfer.
Atenas control,
something crossfeed.
Takes off at about 340.
Goodness knows.
The 319
Yes, Joe. Beautiful views this evening over Greece.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
I recognise this controller's voice. I think we've definitely had him before.
So the 238 approved. Skip. 239, also the 10. So the 239 have approved.
Athena Kalisberg, gravity 6087, flight level 360.
something crossfeed. It's Airbus, so I've got a huge amount of flight time left, guys. Hour and 40 minutes. Descent's only about an hour away. Top of descent's 1750. Yeah, 1 hour till top of descent. That's actually gone really quickly.
Austrian 2 Tango Yankee Heavy flighting 360 for higher. 360 for higher, also to 10 seconds.
Yeah, after a 5-hour flight from Frankfurt to Dubai, I was very tired. I can't imagine doing 18 hours. Yeah, wow.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, same Mach number.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango decimal 85. What would you like?
854 trim.
Thank you. Perfect. He's trying to keep separation for building up there. So we'll stay at 85. It's only burning more fuel over time, just helping our ETA as well. Is there a way of programming? I think I've asked this before, but I don't fly this aircraft enough. Obviously, I've got the speed window open, and I'm telling it 85. But is there a way of I can actually push the window in to go into manage mode and tell it I want to do 85 in the FMS?
Heavy climb level 30.
Second, what's the ranking?
Climb level 30.
Yeah. Is there a way to change manage to 85? That's really cool. So you've got managed. It's going to be 53. We're going to be there 3 minutes earlier. Look, with the selected speed. That's really cool. Don't get that in the NG. Both of them. I like that. Andy, are you enjoying airbusing today? Yeah, I'm loving Airbus at the moment. It's great. Great choice voted by the community.
Yeah, I was pretty much back in the cockpit. Welcome back.
Daniel, miss the event, live stream to my grandma passing away. We had to go to church and stuff. We've got to go now. Good luck. Oh, Daniel, very sorry to hear that. Your grandmother passed away. Hope you have a nice remembrance for your grandmother. And thank you very much for popping in, regardless. And we'll see you around. Cheers. I think you can only change it via cost index and list them in. Just don't on that page, maybe. I think I've done that before. Daniel doesn't accept it. Airbus is best then, no. Henry Yandel, expecting butter to say, I found it the ToLiss A340. It's really hard to butter. I was just very. What's the word I'm looking for? Lucky. Well, not lucky. It was a bit. I don't remember the word is, but yeah, when we last flew it, we landed into Moscow, and I got like a minus 50 or 40. It was a complete fluke. It was very fluky. I don't think we're getting that today.
Saudi 34 back with you.
Asturo. Before reaching cruise stage, you need to hard tune the cruise speed for it to be managed. Got you. Oh, we'll just leave the speed window open. In the FMS and the 73, it's easy to just type it in on the cruise page and execute. Airbus knows best. Henry, not that bad. Just close those throttles until it says retard. Oh, I knew that much. That's all the Airbuses, though, isn't it? It's going to be fun. And I practiced a go around yesterday in the A340, so I could do missed approach. It's so easy. You just put the thrust lever in go around. You just raise the gear and the flaps. That's all I had to do. Did everything for me. And Brashny, do you think the A320 is easy to fly with the 738? Yes, I think it is. If you were to get into a 738, I mean, I've said it so many times, you disconnect the autopilot auto throttle in the 737-800, it is you flying the aeroplane. There is nothing in between you and the flight controls. No fly-by-wire, no other system like that. I've only hand-flown this aircraft in the sim, and with this, it's like it's basically like permanent control wheel steering that you get in the NG. So it just holds the attitude, holds the bank. It just feels very, very strange. Oh, I haven't done my Airbus video. If anyone that's new to the channel, you'll enjoy this. I have a sort of funny relationship with Airbus. I despise them. Oh, I was climbing so. I've literally got my nose full down. Again, I'm no Airbus guy. I hate Airbus. I'm going to skip another Airbus one because I don't like Airbus. Here we go. In an Airbus. Fantastic. Great. Wonderful. It's an Airbus, it shouldn't let me bank over a certain point anyway. Oh no! Go on! Checked. Come full up. Oh! You overstressed the aircraft and caused critical damage. That's it. I'm done. No more Airbus. Right. Let's try the Airbus again. Oh, gosh, the Airbus feels very strange. Come on, bus. I can do Airbus. Look, I'll put it in climb. No. And now it should maintain the speed, shouldn't it? No. Unbelievable.
Athens radar, Southern Air, 3470, flight level 380, Mach decimal 78.
Classic. Never gets old. Cheers, I in Paris who made that. One of the members. It's crazy. PX7OS, what is meant by fly-by-wire? An aircraft like a 737, it's a conventional flight control system. Fly-by-wire is basically like computers, electronics. You make the input on a joystick, it sends an electrical signal, which then sends it to the flight controls, so you don't really get much feel. But very good system. They're very reliable. Works great. Oh, I see. Just joined and thought you crashed. I did crash. That was one of the early Microsoft Flight Simulator streams. Actually, my favourite moment. It's an Airbus. It won't let me bank over a certain point. Oh no! That was the default Microsoft Flight Sim Airbus, not the fly-by-wire version, which I think is a bit unrealistic. Well, I remember that. Auto throttle off, wide no speed maintain. I put it in climb, the climb position. Then it just started going off. I was like, what are you doing?
Control 130.75.
Now for an I Love Airbus version. Yeah, maybe someone could make a clip of all the bits where I said, I actually like this plane. With some romantic music and love hearts.
Saudi 341, Athens radar.
Scandinavia 031 radio.
Martin, it's like listening to a CPR track. The pilot trying to figure out what the plane's doing. Yeah, pretty much it when I'm in that Airbus.
Reindeer 101 heavy, contact.
BX70S, have you had any emergencies in real life? No, not full-blown emergencies. I've had to have assistance and stuff, but never had to declare Mayday or ban. Touch wood.
Roger. Reindeer 101 heavy, Athens radar.
I do like this speed though, decimal 85. Can't do that in an NG. There's that traffic ahead I can just see.
341, Athens radar.
341, 130.75, sorry about that. And
See,
bye-bye.
that's what's quite cool with velocity. Like, you see that aircraft's turning ahead at the waypoint ahead, I think on the same routing. Look how smooth that movement is.
101, we're back. Reindeer 101, Athens, Nigeria, control on 1.
Not even a bird strike. Oh, I've had bird strikes, loads of you, Marte, but not a bird strike's not a non-emergency really, unless it gets ingested and damages the engine. But bird strikes I've had.
Athens radar 7 Air 3470, request to leave the cockpit for 10 minutes.
Southern Air 3470, approved.
3470.
What's max speed in the NG? 340 knots indicated or decimal 8.
Alpaca 67983, having contact control on 120.75.
120.75.
So both in that turn there, that's super cool.
Thanks to the ATC, have a good day.
Good night. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango Heavy, enter control 130.75. See you Friday.
130.75, I'm back at 64 Charlie, Tango ATC, can I say?
Alright. Saudi 2 Heavy.
Excellent. Through to yeah, what did I change over? 130.75.
Thanks for your company.
I'm not very good at listening to the frequencies today. I think that was it.
That's control, very good evening, Austrian to Tango Yankee, but monsieur flight level 380 inbound, DMIS. Runway 5 Mike, Golf, hello, Austria, you're at the
Good ATC coming today. Yeah, I know, Colin. I mean, the entire event we've had ATC. If you look at the Vatsim map, it's everywhere. It's great.
Adria control, good evening, Saudi 2.
Saudi 2, hello, Adria, identified 400, continue.
Continue, Saudi 2.
Adria, very good evening. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, flight level 380 to Dimis decimal 84 or greater.
Lufthansa 2 Lima X-ray.
2 Lima X-ray, go ahead.
Vienna next, 129, 125, have a nice flight, bye-bye.
129, 125, 2 Lima X-ray, thank you, bye-bye.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, hello, Adria, you're identified 30, continue.
That's cleared up, like a 64 Charlie Tango. Perfect.
Adria control, Austrian to Tango with your flight level 380.
It don't sound like a windshield noise on that frequency. Yeah, I don't know what the controller had. Probably some sort of traffic identifying noise of some sort.
1856, Brindisi 132450, have a nice flight, bye bye.
So overhead Albania now.
Brindisi on 132.450 with 185, bye bye.
Austria 2 Tango Yankee, identified 380, continue.
Dimis in 10 miles.
Tokyo radar box 509, flight level 350.
The flight plan route today was actually instructed by the event coordinators. So I think it was just to ensure the separation between all the different groups. There we are, Dimis. So Tirana. And 6 miles away from Dimmer, so pretty much there. 3 hours 28 minutes. We should have been airborne. 3 hours 32. So it's coming back only 4 minutes. Remember it was 7, but because we're travelling faster, our en route time is going to catch up. The fuel burn might have gone up a bit. So we should have burned 33,590. Oh yeah, look, our fuel burn now. Look, 34,370. So we've burnt an extra 700 kilos, and that should probably be down to the fact we've cranked the speed up. It really does increase your fuel burn quite a lot. So we're going to be doing 0.80 here, and we're doing 8.5. So our fuel burn is, yeah, look, we're burning 10 tonnes an hour. 10 tonnes an hour at this thrust, and we should be burning about 8.3, so we're burning about an extra ton and a half an hour because we're travelling that much faster. It's going to be less holding for us. Looks all that extra parasitic drag. It makes a big difference flying faster on a long flight on your fuel burn.
Indian 52 Papa, switching to 129.125, thank you, service.
No tailwind, we've got a slight tailwind now. 217.32.
Please try to scope 1306.
1306, per Michael.
Austria to Rack, request. Go ahead.
Guys, we're up to 76,993 subscribers, so if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. We reach 77,000 subscribers with 7 more. It'll be very cool.
Austria radar, Lufthansa 242 is back in cockpit.
Lufthansa 242, welcome back, continue. 383.
Midcon 383, go ahead.
Midcon 383, Budapest 120.375. Have a nice flight, bye-bye.
It's not too far away from Vienna.
120.375, good night.
I think this guy's covering quite a large area of airspace. Wow, Vatsim Europe is full today. Let's have a look at the Vatsim map.
Adria,
oh wow. Yeah, there's not many places which don't have ATC, especially in the upper airspace. Actually, Vatsim UK is quite quiet.
Yeah, we had TCAS R8 there with an aircraft, I believe, around 3 o'clock. You have contact with the traffic?
Very professional, this guy. Ask him if he had a TCAS R8.
Control the Lufthansa 508 at flight level 365.
That speed is good, yeah, 500 knots.
Roger, not so that's the simulator plane. Thank you very much.
Thanks for subscribing, Sledgehammer. Welcome aboard, buddy. A BX7OS, why don't you rely on indicated airspeed at high altitudes but Mach number? Well, as you climb, an airspeed indicator becomes less reliable because the air becomes less dense. So the fact that we're actually saying doing 270 knots, we're not, are we? We're doing a true airspeed of 487. So that's the actual speed, you know, through the air, let's say. And then what becomes limiting is Mach number, your speed, installation speed of sound. So we measure speed typically above 25,000 feet on a Mach. So ground speed is basically true airspeed plus any headwind tailwind component. So looking at that, you can tell you've got a tailwind component of about 12 knots or so. So not much.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Nightbot about the quiz, guys. The quiz already has been completed. I do need to update that.
120.375 Austrian 85 Tower, Voila,
I need to change that in the Nightbot settings.
Alpaca 125, Vienna 129, 125. Have a nice flight, bye-bye.
Over to Vienna 129, 125. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, Alpaca 125.
Listen, how's Mach measured though? Not via the same pitot tubes. Yeah, the information still comes through the pitot tube, but the information is then processed and decided into a Mach number.
Jordanian 002.
Jordanian 002, go ahead.
Budapest frequency 133.2.
Brady, is it a quiz to win the aircraft? What you had, or is it only a giveaway? So the quiz was for the flight deck to sim pint glass, which you've already completed, but the giveaway is no quiz, it's just you need to be here at the end after landing in Vienna.
Outside travel 4119, hello.
We just changed live on now, just to talk about the giveaway after landing.
4119. Absence for Mike Delta is ready for descent.
So...
Hi, good evening. So 425 level 400.
Top Swiss 4 Mike Delta, descent flight level 190.
Descent flight level 190, top Swiss 4 Mike Delta.
Traffic calling, call sign only.
Distance 425.
There we are, so I've updated night bots.
Lufthansa 425, go ahead.
Flight level 400, so 425.
425, roger that, 50.
Hey, Driver, good evening.
Excellent.
Sun Express 50 Whiskey, flight level 350 with you.
Sun Express 50 Whiskey, hello, Austria, identify 350, continue.
Hello NJ, got a decent bonus this year. I'm thinking about finally starting my PPR. Excellent. I don't know whereabouts in the world you are, but that's the first footsteps into getting into aviation. Best of luck with that. Very nice. There we go. We'll start planning out descent soon. Listen, how is Mac measured though? Not via the same pitot tube. So basically, I'm only talking about the 737. Yeah, the airspeed is generated from information from pitot tubes and static air, and that goes via a system called the ADIRU, which takes all this information and converts it into all the information we need. So it'll give us indicated airspeed, true airspeed, ground speed, Mach number. But yeah, the source of the airspeed information only comes from pitot.
508 approved, call back.
Hello, Lustre Keep as well. The strip is still going on. Well, it is a 4.5 hour flight. A little bit delayed going out of Saudi, but yeah, it's a long one today. What was that? I think you got some idiot on frequency making animal noises, just like in real life. Special sort of people fall into that category. Listen, how is Mach number more reliable than indicated airspeed then? I mean, Mach number, if you look at indicated airspeed, we're not flying 270 knots. Mach number, as we fly faster. Mach is just the speed in relation to the speed of sound. It's just the way aircraft speed is measured at a higher level. A more definitive answer would require me to refresh all my knowledge in ATPL. The Mach number is very dependent on temperature, so as the temperature changes, your Mach number changes as well. Well, it's only dependent on temperature, if I remember rightly. But yeah, an indicated airspeed indicator. What should an indicated airspeed indicator do? It should be telling you your speed. But we're not doing 270 knots. We're doing 488 knots through the air.
KLM 1848.
Practically, isn't ground speed and Mach number the same? No, yes, it's ground speed. That's your speed, just speed over the ground, which takes your actual speed, any headwind, tailwind component as well. BX7OS, why does the 737 yaw to the left on takeoff from OEJN aircraft? That's a single engine aircraft. It's to do with several factors: the speed, the direction of the propeller spinning, the torque, and the prop shaft as well. There you go, Alex's mean dump. It's probably a far more academic answer than my knowledge. Pitot-static systems rely on differential pressure higher in altitude to get less differential pressure. You get into atmospheric thinning out, less air density basically. Back on the circumnavigates this. There you go. Malaga civil airspace very calm, having full ATC coverage makes a huge difference. Well, absolutely. I mean, that's how it works in real life. Can you imagine
I'm proceeding direct
Vatsim,
Golf Uniform Bravo Oscar Kilo Gubok, and then I'm proceeding direct Lancy after that because Ubuntu is not showing up on my flight deck. For some reason on my MCDU, it's I don't know what's wrong with it, but is that a right direct Gubok and then
I have the same problem, buddy, in the Airbus. So.
that should be fine. Go book that last.
But yeah, on Vatsim, if you get one controller,
Good evening, Speedbird.
trying to do the job of several controllers. That's why it can sometimes feel a little bit chaotic. But they do an incredible job most of the time.
3 to Lima X-ray, hello, Austria, and if I continue. Continue, 3 to Lima X-ray.
There's at least 3 planes in front of us. Yes.
Charlie, Vienna, frequency,
This is the guy who was right below us for ages. We're nearly 10 miles ahead of him now.
That's 135.
Burning all that extra gas.
Charlie, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, enter 161 is on Barrett.
Top percent 1822, 50 minutes.
Alpha 46 whiskey. 46 whiskey, Vienna, 129, 125, have a nice flight, bye bye.
Vienna on 129.
Oh wow, you're going over to Vienna. So he's with this guy.
Send level 300 Alpha Customer Mix. Lufthansa 814. Lufthansa 814. Vienna 129, 125. Go to Vienna 129, 125. Thanks for help. Good night.
GHG 4261, what is cost index? It's just simply a number that you can enter into a flight management computer. And basically, it's a number which sort of it sort of divides the cost of maintaining the aircraft, or the cost of running the parts in the place against fuel burn. So essentially, the higher the cost index, the more fuel you'll burn.
I really want to start simming. Realistically, how much is it going to cost from scratch?
Many ATC here. Laura Stripper, thank you very much for the £4.49. Very kind. I'll get back to the cost index question shortly if I don't forget. Appreciate the donation. Really want to start simming. Realistically, how much is it going to cost from scratch? Well, Laura Stripper, I mean, it's like any of these hobbies. You could spend an indefinite amount of money into making it as good as you want, but if you wanted to, say, start out flying light aircraft or GA, then just a stock simulator and a joystick and some rudder pedals as a bare minimum, you could spend less than £100 or €100. If you got yourself X-Plane 11, the default Cessnas and things are not that bad, but then aircraft like the Zemu mod, completely free to download. So PC aside, taking into account you have a PC already, Laura Straper, that can run the sims, buying a simulator and the peripherals, you need the bare minimum, yeah, easily under £100. That's what I'd say. But obviously you need to get yourself a PC that's capable of running a simulator. Bare minimum, you probably want to spend £600-700. Appreciate the donation. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, cost index. So yeah, it's just basically a number that you put in the FMS.
Okay, thank you.
Lower cost index, the slower you fly, but you burn a lot less fuel. But obviously engine parts will be running for longer, so there's a maintenance cost associated with that. If you have a higher cost index, you'll burn more fuel, but you'll spend less time in the air. Now generally, because fuel is getting more and more expensive again, airlines will be flying a lower speed or a lower cost index. But they've got to take into account the scheduled flight times, things like that. Good question. Oh, Lawrence Stripper with no PC, yeah, so you're going to want to be spending, I don't know if you've got a PC and a monitor, and one that can bear, run the flight sim, not the bare minimum, but okay, yeah, £600-700 probably. Yeah, that's what you need. But, I'm not the best expert. My old PC, which I got rid of and upgraded with this one, was more than capable of running the sim however I wanted to. Obviously when I stream it uses a few more bits then. I should think with the graphics card that has the same power now, you can spend a UPC 7X £600-700 on that. That's just what I'd say.
Alpaca 782 Vienna, next frequency 135-625. Switching to 135-625 Alpaca 782, thank you. Bye.
Full home built flight deck, yeah, 20,000 and then some, list them in if you want all of it. Avish, do you align yourself with the runway manually, or do you use ATC? So, yeah, when we're getting radar vectored, they'll put us on an intercept heading to capture the final approach to begin ILS, so it's a localizer, or if it's a non-precision approach to establish yourself on the final approach track. But landing on the runway is completely pilot controlled with regards to any crosswind component. You have to, or the autopilot will have to position the aircraft to allow for any crowd.
135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625. 135, 625.
Lars, remember cost index operating cost of having a crew working for longer is included in the calculation. Yeah, of course, you can take that into account. And that wouldn't work at my operator because we're paid on the scheduled flight time. So if you fly longer, you get paid extra. Our pay is based off scheduled flight times. That wouldn't work for us. Onat just joined the stream. Quick PA as to where we are, estimated time en route. I won't do a full-blown PA, but where are we? We're just overhead Albania. We've flown from Saudi Arabia along the Red Sea, Sinai Peninsula, Cairo, Mediterranean, Athens, now overhead Albania, and then we're flying over the rest of the Baltic countries to Vienna, which is Wien in Austria.
How do you control Saudi Arabia?
Where is it? Graz. There we are. That's where we're going. Right at the corner of the Alps.
We just want to let you know that if you needed, we are able to climb flight level 420.
So that's it. Starting our descent in about 45 minutes. And what was our time? We're running a bit late. Based off the Vatsim event, I think I was meant to land at 17:55, so about 30 minutes behind schedule. Not too bad.
Reasonable speed, so did.
BX7 iOS, why do you use flat 5 on the 737 90% of the time? More like 100% at my operator. Flap 5 is just like an all-round good flap setting. Good climb performance, good short field performance. Flap 1 is meant to be a little bit efficient, a bit more efficient, but it does increase the risk of a tail strike considerably, especially on the 800 and 900. Whereas a higher flap setting in flap 5, so you can use 10, 15 and even 25 for takeoff, is better for very short takeoff performance, but you have very poor or not as great climb performance. In the event of an engine failure, it could be an issue. But yeah, flap 5 is sort of a good climb, good short field performance, good tail clearance. Flap settings, that's what we use. Alias Legends, will you slow down please? You can overtake me soon. This is, hey, we're assigned decimal 84 or greater. I'm only following ATC's instructions.
That's for Riley 1745.
Captain Lex, when you will be back in the 7-3 again, that'll be next stream. Next stream we'll back in Zero Mod, 2 sector. 1 sector, maybe technical problem. With Yoga Cam, and that'll probably be on Tuesday or Wednesday.
123.2 right now, 3845.
What am I doing? What are those days I'm doing? Sort of.
Adria Radar, good evening, Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey, climbing flight level 360, direct Midno.
Yeah, can't do Thursday next week.
Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey, hello Adria, identified, continue, break, Kuwait 52, Vienna 129, 125.
AstroTube, is higher flap takeoff generally preferred to engine bleed off takeoff? Great question. Yes. Prior to perhaps going for an engine bleeds off takeoff, which is not dangerous. It just opens up for potential errors because we're using APU to keep the aircraft pressurised, so the air conditioning panel's misconfigured for normal flight. Taking off bleeds off does give you quite a bit of extra takeoff performance, so you usually can lift an extra ton or so. But a higher flap setting will help you in the short field performance case. A lower flap setting will help you off the climb obstacle performance case. So I would try a different flap setting first before trying a bleeds off takeoff.
Travel 4119, 129, 125. Have a nice flight. Bye bye. 129, 125. Bye, travel 4119. Thank you. Bye.
Good questions. Romulo, how long until top of descent? We'll be starting our top of descent at 1822. No, we're not. 1750. So 30 minutes. 30 minutes away. Not bad. We've been ticking along here for nearly 4 hours. It's gone very quickly, guys.
Red DC radar on 132.425 to Speedbird 32 Lima X-ray. Many thanks, Lily.
It's got a little bit cloudy here. Is there a way of getting weather here in the ToLiss FMS? Can we fetch 80s or anything? I know I've never actually got something down here, really.
Alpaca 15 Delta Vienna, frequency 129, 125. Have a nice flight, bye bye.
Vienna 129.125, I'll back up 15 Delta. Thank you, sir.
Work in progress.
Clear radar, today 127, flight level 380.
Don't want to press anything, I'm going to crash it.
Starry 137, hello, Austria, identify 380.
Maybe stuff's modelled.
Adria radar, hello,
How do I get back?
54, Zulu uniform, level 390.
Oh, not implemented yet. Oh, okay. I'll have to rely on my METAR.
Westphalia 54, Zulu uniform.
If you could pick one thing from the Airbus to put in the NG, what would it be, excluding tray table? Oh, damn. The big flight deck, Daniel, the space.
United 9, contact
Oh, it's lovely evening, Vienna. Surface wind 120 at 7, so I should think they're landing on 11, departing on 16, using the easterly configuration. A few clouds of 4,000, 4 degrees, 1031 ice. It's lovely in Austria, the weather. There's only 2 lines on the TAF, that's always a good sign. Where it's like 10 plus lines, you know, the weather's not going to be great. Diego, flying at night is so dark in real life. Yes, without a full moon, it's very dark, very difficult to distinguish between the horizon and the clouds, whereas a full moon, you can actually see quite a bit. I don't think X-Plane really models the brightness of the moon. It's always dark.
135-625 for KLM 1848. Thank you so much for your service. Have a good day.
Have a little look at the Vatsim map, see if there's any holding. So many of us.
Adria radar, good day, India 229 with you, flight level 380.
Wow. It's so busy in Vienna. Oh no, I'm not looking at Vienna, I'm looking at Munich. Busy there too. Vienna looks quiet.
Air India 229 requesting 10 minutes off deck.
2129 approved, call the deck.
I can't see any aircraft holding.
360 Mark decimal 82.
Oh, it's so busy in Europe, there's so many aircraft. 1,700 people online almost 300 controllers. Most popular airports on Vatsim, Munich, 126 arrivals. Gatwick is number 2, always busy at Gatwick though. Then Brussels, Dubai, then Vienna, 74 arrivals to Vienna, the 5th busiest airport. BX7 iOS, what's your alternate? It's Graz. Is it Graz in Austria? I don't know how it's pronounced. G-R-A-Z. Python 360, what's the monitor screen to use your PC? I use a 27-inch curved Samsung monitor. It's 1920. It's great. That's basically a massive multiplayer game. I wonder if it's more people playing on Vatsim than there is on what's that massive MMORPG, the classic one that everyone played years ago. Anyway, we should probably start thinking about setting up for this approach, ladies and gentlemen. We have 390 miles to run, top of descent, 1750, so it's 25 minutes away. Probably a little bit early to start out descent planning, but take our time over this because it's an aircraft we're unfamiliar with. So, find my page here. So during the cruise it talks about periodically checking all the systems. We'll be doing fuel checks, it's been how we expecting it. Burning a little bit more fuel than planned because we've been flying faster. But that's taken into account. We've got plenty of extra fuel to allow for at least 30 minutes holding before we need to start thinking about can we actually get on the ground. But looking ahead at the traffic, might be okay there. So set preparation, check landing elevation is set to auto, and you have the elevation set. So we've got auto 600 feet. The elevation in Vienna is 600 feet exactly, so that is good. Go to the lateral vision page and check the arrival and check the routing. So we'll do that now. So let's bring our charts up. So arrival, the Booty 1 Whiskey.
Step out of the cockpit for 5 minutes.
8734 approved.
And then select the RNAV transition via Ballad. So we're looking for a Ballad 3 kilo. I'm thinking runway 11 in use. Is it Ballad 3 kilo? Yes, Ballad 3 kilo. Ballad for Mike. Many arrivals.
Brindisi 132450. Have a nice flight. Bye bye.
Ballad 3 kilo.
Welcome.
Turkish 26.
Thanks for subscribing there.
Vienna 129
To Vibes Lamo Vibes Lamo Racing. I'll go with that. Thanks, buddy. Welcome aboard. Might want to subscribe after I messed up your name. Ooh, 76,998 subscribers. Wonderful. Selected the arrival, didn't we? Approach -11. We'll grab airport charts. And also taxi charts, parking stands. Perfect. So, if you're interested, I'm going to read some of the stuff from my operator's brief documentation about this airport. So it discusses some of the threats and things you want to be aware of in Vienna. So, very noise sensitive for departures and ADP2. Descent planning. After being cleared to a waypoint in transition, follow specific transitions unless cleared from ATC for shortcuts. For descent planning, you might expect a base turn sooner. So,
I'll try right off.
if you have a look at these RNAV arrivals,
we are back up to
discussed it plenty of times before. This full arrival takes you quite far out. It's sort of saying at the planning stage, you know, expect a shortcut from there, maybe to a point there on approach there, and I think it will say it on the charts. There you go, look, descent planning, expect base turn normally have been 10 to 15 miles, so probably you want to modify one of the altitudes to ensure, if you leave it as it is and then get an early turn, you'll be very high, so you might want to change it slightly. Oh, it's the Boulder to Lima for runway 16. Oh, they're using runway 16. Ah, thanks, guys. Yeah, they usually land on 11 though. And I mean, the easterly configuration of Vienna is landing on 11, departing on 16. But no, alright, if they're going off that, I believe you guys. So what? I guess they're landing and departing from 16.
Flight level 190.
Okay, let's have a look at 16 then.
161.
I'll just close all these. So, what's arrival? Oh no, we're still in a Booty 1 Whiskey. Be a different transition. Appreciate the heads up. Booty 1 Whiskey. And then the RNAV arrival 16 is via Ballad. Ballad 5 Lima. Definitely using 16, cool. That's what I'd like to hear. So, this terminates at Ballad, this arrival, so we're looking for Ballad 5 Lima. There you are. Cool.
It will be runway 32. Thank you.
Sweet. So, starting at OPT, we need to reselect the arrivals in here. So I think I'll go all the way to Vienna. We're now going to select 16. And the arrival of Booty 1 Whiskey. The transition now is the Ballad 5 Lima. Insert. And I think it just... check heading track first. Uh-oh.
Claudia 42 Delta, contact Vienna 1291, correction, 129, 125, have a nice flight, bye-bye.
129, 125,
It's Airbusing at me.
Radar, I'll pack a 253 with
That
you,
looks
flight
okay.
level 360. We just reconnected as we had to go out for some time.
Select heading track first. Guys, help me out here. Damn Airbus. So, we've got 1-1 selected. The arrival is exactly the same, except we're doing ILS 16.
Alpaca 253, hello. You can continue.
It's the same arrival at Booty 1 Whiskey.
I'll pack a 253 cancel up.
And the transition is from Ballad. It's this one here. It's the Ballad Fine Lima, which takes us all the way to final. Maybe I have to select another transition.
773, reporting back.
Ah,
773, welcome back.
I've already selected.
3 Kilo Alpha, request to leave for 5 minutes.
It's not letting me select it.
3 Kilo Alpha, approve, call me back.
Go.
Why is it not letting me do that?
And
Select heading track first. It's only called V1.
Landing, bye bye.
Oh my goodness me, what's going on here? Select heading mode before executing. Well, I want to execute it now, so if I...
Lufthansa 6 Alpha, that is lower station, so no
Oh.
skip it at this one.
No, I won't let me pull it. Oh, no.
It's arrow 3135 low 30.
I'm pushing it in, why? Take it, accept, I don't want to be on a heading. Push, push, take it, pull, push, I'm pushing it, look.
Continue 313.
Why won't it go into nav mode now? I'm pushing the heading, push, push, and it's stuck in heading. Is it a bug? Oh, now go direct where you want to go. Oh yes, and I can force it in, can't I? Direct to Booty. I think that's the rest of my routing. Oh my goodness me. I got truly airbust. Yes, we should be going direct to a Booty anyway. Yes, Gamco, I think we passed it. Insert that. Hopefully that forced it in. Yes, I airbust. Excellent.
All stations, Adria will be AFK shortly. All requests via text, please.
Oh, good luck. You know what he's having. Right, I've airbust successfully. Let's go through that arrival again. It's a good job we started early. So, coming via a Booty 130 above. Look at that, we're going to be at 28,300. There's the restriction, 130 above. Whiskey 411, we're going to be at 130 above. We're going to be at 195. Nixie 180 or below, or about 80. I think it's placing us here at 130 exactly. It's good between the two, and then it's inbound to Ballad. Ballad, there's no height restriction. 8,000 feet or above, actually. Sorry, that says 80 above. That's fine. Onto the RNAV transition via Ballad, 8,000 or above to Whiskey 686, 5,000 feet or above. Checks. Whiskey 684, checks. And then Whiskey 682. That also checks. Now, this is where we've got to think about tactical shortcuts. So, like before, look, expect base turn normally aim at 10 to 15 miles from final. Now, I think I made a note here on how to make a fix ring, which is good for identifying points at which turn final. So insert fix ring, select any waypoint
Adria, good evening.
left, select fix info, and then type in the airport code and runway. More airbusing for you. I might even taught an Airbus pilot today something like how to put fix rings in. Need to go to plan mode. Let's have a look here at how we can modify our routing. There's plan. Oh, why doesn't my 10-mile ring show? Oh, I need to put the ring in first, don't I? Okay. This fix info 10. Oh, look at that. So, look here. The 10-mile ring is there. So I expect maybe 678 direct to 671.
Zero radar, United 441.
So what I'm going to do is 678 but hard level. Because at the moment, if we don't do anything, we're going to be at 678 at above 50. But you can see, look, afterwards at 676, which shows we're going to be at 10,000 feet. Now, 678, which is this turn onto final, I want to be a bit lower. I'd say here, turning onto base, what's the elevation? 600 feet? I want to be at about 5,000 feet max, really. So what I'm going to do at 678 is put a hard altitude of, instead of 50 above, to comply with that ATRA above restriction. How do I put it? Just level, is it just 50? No problem. Airbus any day of the week. 50, put that as a hard insert. And then hopefully the VNAV equivalents will put me at 50 there. There you go, look, 7250, and I'll be able to accept a base turn. So we've sort of accommodated for that shortcut. Descent planning says expect a base turn, normally at 10 to 15 miles. We've accommodated that and put us on a profile which will put us at the right height to accept that base turn. Happy days. Otherwise, we've got the rest of the points in here. We'll just be level at 5,000 if we have to stay all the way around. Down we go. There we go.
Okay, 138 for Turkish to Bravo Foxtrot, and thanks for showing me the way. Bye bye.
It's always reassuring to hear. I just landed in Vienna. They're doing vectors going from Jeddah. Very cool. Getting vectors even better. We could just update the information. So, descent preparation. We've checked the routing of the arrival. Enter destination information next. So, select perf approach. QNH. Punch that in as well. So perf. No, it's not. It's in it. No, it's not. Destination in the perf approach page. Next phase. Next phase. That's what I wanted. So QNH in Vienna 1031. Very high pressure. High pressure generally means settled, calm weather conditions. Which is what we have. Temperature in Vienna is 3 degrees. It's clear skies. The surface wind is 120 at 6 knots.
Zero Center, United 441 to flight level 380.
Transition level into Vienna is 10,000 feet, so we need to increase that.
441, thanks.
0. The approach will be 149. We're going to use full flaps, MDA, based on TILS once we get it. We don't need to tune any frequencies. Courses, it's an Airbus, does it all automatically. Minimum 797. MDA. Done. Config 3 we're not using, we're going to use full flaps on the descent page. Line select key, any waypoint behind. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, ahead.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, turn right by 15 degrees, 15 degrees.
Yeah, right, 15 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So that's a pull. And 15 degrees to the right is going to be 340. What else was I going to say? Descent winds, that's what it needs to do. So yeah, I think how do I put descent winds in? Is it that one? Access wind data, descent winds. So it does say wind request, but I don't know how it works. I mean, how do I put 3 different winds in? But yeah, it's very fortunate that the fact that the descent winds are very light. So, oh look at that, 310 1 knot. 216. I'm not going to bother. It's less than 10 knots on average, so it's going to be very little difference. So we'll imagine that's in. Wind data's done. That's it. So ILS just to cover detail. 16 ILS vectors by the sounds of it. High terrain to the southwest, 4,500. ILS platforms 5,000 at 13 miles. Down we need to go around, just climb straight ahead. We'll put the flaps in toga, and then we'll is it flap 2? Set ground thrust, and then that's it. Just raise the gear, retract the flaps. 10 miles off the VOR, left turn to Foxtrot Delta. To hold at 5,000.
Scanner 111. Frequency 130.0, direct Papa Oscar Delta.
Landing on 16 then. 3,600 metres. We'll do our best to make one of the high speeds at Bravo 8 or Bravo 10, vacate at Echo, and then parking on the stands. Had the Gaia simulations for you, really nice scenery. Looks epic.
Unicom 122, this on 8, box 579. Thank you very much, and bye bye.
We're not doing bus or go around today. We've covered everything. Landing performance. I don't know if there's any landing performance calculator on this add-on or not, but going to go, order brake 2, reverse thrust, first high speed to airport wind goes into the perf page. I think I did that. Yeah, that's the surface wind. But it's December. How far to the top of the 6? Where am I heading? But, about 60 miles? We're getting there. Beautiful. So 4.95 miles right of track. That's really cool. I like this Airbus. It's nice. Is this a round trip stream? Oh goodness me. Imagine. It's enough flight time, easy.
Beaver radar, Walker 951, flight level 320, climbing flight level 370.
You have a transition level of 11,000 on the MCDU. Yes, I set that manually because I believe on the approach charts.
Identified climb 370, Walker 951.
Transition altitude is 10,000, so just 710. Until we get it ATIS to confirm the transition level, we'll leave it at that. Have you tried flat foot? I think that's all I've ever landed with. Arturo.
253 is back in the cockpit.
53, welcome back.
There you go, you see the anti-coal light flashing on the Trent.
Alpaca 64, Charlie Tango to the left, heading 350.
We're currently on a heading of 340, 350 be our right turn. Just confirm the heading again.
64, Charlie Tango, my apologies. Left turn, heading 330.
Left turn, heading 330. Back at 64, Charlie Tango. Probably looking at the tracker to the heading, but there we are. Back. It's good for us. Back towards the direction we should be flying.
Raider, do we have a approach procedure for Egypt Area 734, or will it be Vector?
8734, I'm not covering Vienna, so I have no idea what you can expect there. It's a bit messy, so I assume it will be some kind of Vector.
Quite true. BX7 iOS. What engines are those? Trents. 700, 600s? I don't know. Rolls Royce. I'm not an expert. For fuel saving, different heading, yeah. Well, that extra fuel we're burning through is going to cost us something. At the moment, we're going to land with 14 tons. Now, our alternate to divert. To make a note of the final reserve, actually. Oh, there we are. Trent 556Bs. There you go. We need 8 tons to divert, so just make a note of that. 8 tons to get to Graz. That's minimum. We're arriving at 14.7, so it's about 40 minutes holding fuel at the moment. Big ones, absolutely ADS legends. God, I keep getting these. I was just looking on YouTube. I watched this one video on YouTube of a bobbit worm. You heard about these horrible bobbit worms? They basically bury. I don't know where this conversation's going. They bury in the sand and then they grab their fish or their prey. And I now keep getting recommended videos of bobbit worms. they got like 30 million views on YouTube. They're the most horrific animals. You have just type in YouTube bobbit worm. They're something from hell. Like they're like a long worm. They're about, I don't know, 4 foot long. They bury in the sand and then they capture fish close to the ground. It's been pretty horrific. Bobbit worm, B-O-B-B-I-T.
515 Vienna, 129, 125. Have a nice flight. Bye bye.
Yeah, just having a look here. They're all like recommended videos. Bobbit worm this, bobbit worm eating.
Thank you for the service. Bye.
I'll show you quickly. This is sort of random stuff that comes up on my YouTube all the time. This is something which is absolutely horrific. Let me just bring this up.
133.8, Alpha 3 Kilo Alpha, thanks for ATC, bye bye.
Adria radar officer 390 kilo, good night, on flight level 320.
Look at this thing's horrible.
Deep on the ocean floor, the Sandstrikers with multiple mouth parts displayed, bone-hard grappling hooks, poised to pierce and immobilize prey.
It's horrible. Did you ever think that coming into watching these streams you'd be learning about bobbit worms?
As long as an arm. And some specimens grow to twice the length of a man.
Just needs a hug. Look at this thing.
As night falls, many sand strikers emerge to feast.
I love watching videos like this, that's really interesting. You imagine like putting your foot in there.
To hang out in.
Unsubscribe. Nope. Oh, look at
but
that.
Fish are fast, and the sand strikers are feeding blind. They don't have eyes or
So what is it? I don't understand what this
react
is.
only if one of their antennae is triggered.
It's like a goldfish
or
there, look.
if a shadow lingers.
Flight deck to swim.
Patience.
Look at its trap. Look. It's like that thing off Star Wars, absolutely. Yeah, this is Alpaca onboard cinema. This is what we're showing all our passengers. Here's an unlucky one, look. Oh, gone.
Gotcha.
And then it just goes. It's horrible.
And the sand strikers are just getting started.
Look at the size of this one.
For the main course.
Yeah, the Sarlacc pit on Star Wars is exactly the same. We probably got the inspiration from that.
Alpaca 6793, request descent.
Look at that.
Alpaca 679, 3D, 10 flight level 3.
I think that's enough. But yeah, that keeps
flight level 300, Alpaca 6793.
coming up on my recommended bobbit worm videos. Oh my days. So strange. This is what Airbus pilots get to the cruise, yeah, 18 plus. Yeah, that's all we show. On-screen entertainment is just basically showing bobbit worm videos. We don't want fish and chips for tea now. What is longer, the bobbit worm or the A340-600? That would have been a great quiz question. Right, anyway, we're on our beam track here. We should probably start our descent, even though we're on the heading. So, top of descent in chat, ladies and gentlemen. After being airborne for 4 hours 20 minutes, we're on commencing our descent into Vienna. Wonderful. Let me just get all my volumes all sorted. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango on the heading. Request descent, please.
64 Charlie Tango, descent 320.
Descent flight level 320, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So I'm going to actually push this in now.
301 Vienna,
320, and we're going to give it a push. Or is it a push or a pull?
Vienna 1238,
Any Airbus questions still? No, so it's a pull then, isn't it? So that's... I don't want OP descent though, I want just steady descent.
descent.
It's a push. It's a pull. Don't start. I'll push it again.
300 Saudi 341.
So I'm pushing it in and it's doing nothing. It's just saying throttle idle. OP descent
30,
heading, even with a
20,
push.
10.
Cheers, no, thanks for the $5.
Contact control, good evening.
Thanks
Delta
for
Alpha
triggering
Charlie.
everyone's PTSD, Cap.
Oh no.
Delta 5
Sorry, Noah. Yeah, everyone's going to be having nightmares of bobbit worms now. Cheers, buddy. Push it, pull it, bop it. How about just using vertical speed? Actually, that's a good idea.
Radar, Austrian 940, request away from cockpit, 5 minutes. Austrian 2940, that is approved.
Yeah, it's 1500 feet per minute. Love it.
Monitoring equal 1.
Aaron Hastings.
Okay, unit
You can't use managed descent.
Radar FM1, I had an autopilot issue, reduced my altitude to 350. I'll be returning to flight level 370 momentarily.
Gutters. Yeah, that makes sense. But on the 737, you can use VNAV if you're off the magenta lines. That's probably what I was trying to think here. But no, we'll use VS. VS is the same as VNAV, 1,000 feet per minute, whatever you want.
India 153, flight level 360, inbound to Marble.
Pilots on the streets are very loud.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango from present position, direct MIXD and contact Vienna, frequency 123.8, have a nice flight, bye-bye.
123.8 and direct to MIGD. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, bye. So, direct to
Charlie Tango just
MIGD.
confirmed MIXD, November India Golf Sierra India.
Sorry, don't Nixie Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, thanks. That's a big
Alpaca
D.
6793, Vienna.
There are, there's Nixie, and nav's engaged, and now I can push it in for managed descent. There we are. I'm airbusing, and we'll contact departures. Alright, it was 1238. That American was loud.
Claudia 3171, contact
It's
Vienna,
running themes,
frequency
dude.
129, correction, 129, 125.
I love my American friends, really.
Contact Vienna. 34675, bye.
Wind tower to Jet 236. Last station, second contact. To Jet 236. 236.
So yeah, minus 150 feet off profile. Perfect. Vienna, good evening. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, descending flight level 320 inbound to Nixie.
Confirm our ground frequency, this is Wind Tower.
Ah, my bad. Oops, tower?
135.278 into
23.8. That was the frequency it told me. Radar, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. That frequency 1238 was Veen Tower. Have you got another frequency? That's the frequency it gave me.
For Charlie Tango, which frequency you switch for? It should be 133.8.
I went for 123.8. My bad. Cheerio. Oops. Get your A-yarps out.
Claudia 341, here.
Oh dear, real pilot. Yeah, blah blah. Not looking at chat for the next 1 minute and 25 seconds. Unbelievable. Vienna, very good evening. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, just leveling flight level 320 inbound. Nixie, request further descent.
64 Charlie Tango, Wien radar contact, descent level 180.
Descent flight level 180, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. 180 set, and I pushed it.
And Wien radar, schönen Abend.
So now, it'll automatically accelerate
340,
to recapture the profile.
87 miles out of Rasta.
Push VNAV.
3171, radar contact 340, contact
So we're not under any speed control. Turn back to Jeddah, sir. Hi Tim, how you doing? Well, here we go, revert to time.
Vienna, hello, good evening, sorry, you too.
Yeah, this is great, this managed mode. So it's like basically capturing the dot, which is our profile, and it'll allow the speed to accelerate. That's great.
Mach point 845.
We have 2 reduced 0.74 or less, cleared of OT 1 whiskey.
Reduce Mach
The lazy man's
7 or
feed now
less,
looks like that, yeah, I don't have to do anything.
7, 4 or less.
In 737, they've recently had a logic change to VNAV as well with the FMS update. So if it gets high, it stays in VNAV speed. You don't have to actually physically increase the speed, otherwise it just fly parallel above the profile.
6793, radar contact descent level 180, turn left, heading 320.
Left heading 320 and down to flight level 180, Alpaca 6793.
Yeah, approach Philadelphia 341 with you, flight level 300.
Many with yous.
So DO2, please confirm we'll put you in whiskey.
41 radar contact level 300, turn left heading 320.
So I'm about to that Nixie point, going to be between 180 and 80.
320,
so maybe we're on a
descent
vector
180, side 341.
Alpaca 6793, descent level 180.
Descent level 180, Alpaca 6793.
So DO2, request descent.
We have 2 descent level 300, turn left heading 300.
Bright in here.
Let's say 300, descent 300, so DO2.
Do you like that, guys? Or with the dome on? This or
134-675.
I think that was probably more realistic.
Yeah, 15. Camp level.
Seems you've got traffic ahead. Yeah, he's on our left here. It's ATC's job to make sure there's separation. I'll just let Airbus do its VNAV thing. Dome on, personally speaking. Turn off the lights. 50-50. Don't make me poll it. It's just the lights. Lights off, dome off, turn off. Second option. No, dome light. Darken down, cockpit should be. Yeah, it should be. I mean, this is where it should be. Yeah, you can have some additional lighting somehow.
Hello, this is Inferno 856.
There's a foot warmer. A little console light down there.
856, radar contact 310.
I like the look of the cockpit. It's very sleek yet very nice. But that's whole Airbus philosophy and Boeing's, to be fair. Keep it all roughly the same. I think if you fly the 320, getting a type rating onto this isn't going to be a huge amount of difference. It's quite cool this night approach as well. Obviously you can't enjoy the scenery, but it's very peaceful, very tranquil. Are you out of course? So we were on a vector before Yamato, which took us off the arrival, and then we were cleared direct to Nixie. That's very common.
Radar low quality 4349.
Nixie told to descend to 180, which is the pattern low level for Nixie. So it's not really doing an efficient descent. We've got thrust on here, but I know that's sort of the Airbus way. Someone told me
direct.
Speed 290 directly to Alpaca 6783.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, speed 310 greater.
310 greater, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So I think all you got to do is simply open the speed window. We're doing it already. So I'll just bug.
341 direct, Nixie, speed 290.
So AT's happy, we're going speed.
Direct Nixie and speed 290, Saudi 341.
Gregor, how far from top of descent do you start doing your before top of descent checklist? Good question. We try and start our briefing, my operator, at 100 miles prior to top of descent, with the idea that the briefing is complete prior to top of descent. And as soon as the briefing is complete, we'll start with descent checklist. Sometimes briefing can take longer, or it might be runway changes. You might even have to brief in the descent. Not desirable, but you have to do it. And so you might have to do the descent checklist after you've started descending. So long as you've done it, which can only be completed after the briefing, that's all that matters. So look at this, down at 220.
Charlie Tango, direct Ballard.
Direct Ballard, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So direct to Ballard, insert. Excellent, that's going to change that profile because it's no longer going to try to be 180 at that restriction. It's actually going to put us, yeah, look at this, 120 miles till touchdown, but we're very low, but that is completely normal because there's that restriction. Look at Nixie to be at below 180. And remember that total distance is based on that really long RNAV arrival. That's probably adding another 30-40 miles onto our total distance, which is unlikely we're going to fly unless it's very busy. Caleb, didn't he say or greater? Yeah, so the speed restriction was 310 knots or greater, so 310 is the slowest we can go. ADS Legends, he's literally letting you overtake me. Not complaining. See ya. Yeah, that was SV82. These guys are with us. There's Saudi too, look. He was trying to. It was a guy behind me the whole time. He's about 30 miles behind now. Gutted. Look at the arrivals going in here. What's that aircraft doing? I think that's Vatsim Velocity doing its thing. Just confirm, so 134675. With a speed at 134675, I'm back at 64 Charlie. Tango bye. Excellent. Veen radar, hello, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, and setting flight level 180 inbound Ballad, speed 310 knots or greater.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, we know identified information to let expect ILS 16, cleared Ballad 5 Lima transition.
Ballad 5 Lima transition, expecting runway 16, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So Ballad 5 Lima, that's,
heading 670, you are not
that's the
following
one we selected, so we can double check that.
left heading 040, stop descent 8000.
Arrival, Ballad 5 Lima, there we go.
Descent 8000, left heading 040.
So that massive shortcut is pretty quite low on profile. There's nothing we could have done about that. Got 17 tons of fuel on board, that's good. And then once we're at Ballad, let's get rid of our arrival chart, we'll be flying this transition.
Descent flight level 130, faction 11. Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, descent 8000
So it looks like
QNH 1031.
it's just doing a very gentle 100 feet per minute descent right here.
QNH 1031, Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha.
Profile's coming up, look, 600 feet.
Static 670, contact lean director 119, das will late calls and only. Thank you, sir.
Matthew, that's like IAD. Can't remember what airport that is. I literally spent the last 40 miles on 4,000 feet getting a ticket. There's a lot of airports in Europe like that, they just simply get you down and low. There's an airport you fly into, I won't say where. Why is it not capturing the pink dot? Do I need to push that in again? Assistance required. Why is it not capturing the profile? Oh wait, is it doing it now? Oh, it's a bit late. Did I do something wrong there, guys? It went straight through the profile, and now it's 500. Now it's 500 feet high. Yeah, there's some airports we fly to. We've got to be down at like flight level 100, and we're 60 miles away. Speed mode may not capture the profile. But if I push it in, let's just. I'll keep it in. Look, because that is actually commanding a higher speed.
Kilo Alpha, contact Vienna, 129,050, bye-bye.
129.050, Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, bye.
Frequencies here. It's great.
Vienna, hello. Sadia 34.
There we are, back on profile, back in speed, so it's commanding 320, that's fine, so complying with the restriction.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, descent flight level 120.
Descent flight level 120, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. It's doing the Airbus beeping sounds.
Alpaca 679.
I think it's just telling me that it went to vertical speed because it was in outer choir. Next question. Dreamboy, why did you enter MDA instead of a DA? We're flying down to protect the kids, decision altitude, but actually that's a good point, because I thought that would be treated as decision height. It doesn't matter, we get the right score with the correct.
16 and cleared Palad transition, Sadia 341.
Yeah,
descending level 170.
Seatbelt sign on.
6 Golf, identified information, Charlie, expect ILS 16, cleared near.
Oh, look, you see that Vatsim velocity plate? Look at him go, can you see that?
Charlie, Nadu 6 with ILS 16, Golf. Skyway 764, contact Vienna, arrival 119, das will late calls and only.
119, destination, Skyway 764.
I'm out, on the arrival. Ballad 5 Lima. Inbound whiskey, 666.
612, descent flight level 120.
120, Ocean check Golf.
UFO. Just realised I've got the Bobbit Worm video open still. Unbelievable. Vatsim velocity, including brand new
Papa 64
UFOs.
Charlie Tango, turn left heading 340 vectors for approach.
Left heading 340 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Spicy. So heading select. Oh, it's gone to vertical speed
Papa
automatically.
679 turn left heading 340.
Heading. Oh, is he vectoring us right hand downwind? Nah, that's going to hurt my brain.
Adia 341, request quick frequency change for ATIS.
Saudia 341, negative, descent flight level 120.
So I might just leave it in VS here because
One
there's
to
no
VS,
point.
Adia 341.
Oh no, I remember now. Yes, you can't stay in managed mode, so that's why it went to VS. I see what it's doing. Vanguard, he said vectors for the iOS. I think he might have said the iOS.
Vienna Radar, hello, good evening, Saudia 2.
Yeah, it's right hand downwind. We'll send
indicated
that way.
speed,
Okay.
Mach .734.
So, what shall we do here? This is where, in a 737 boom, I'll be like, blah blah blah, put something in the FMS, but really? No, I did.
Papa 64 Charlie Tango, descent 7,000 feet, QNH 1031.
Descent 7,000 feet, QNH 1031. I'm 64 Charlie Tango. 7,000.
Papa 64 Charlie Tango, when passing 10,000, the speed 240 knots.
Passing 10,000 feet, reduce speed 240 knots. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So 7,000.
Alpaca 6793, descent 8,000.
That is set. QNH 1031, 13,300 for 7,000. Standby altimeter is set. Okay, so this little blue arrow, please confirm, ladies and gentlemen. That's where I reach 7,000 feet, isn't it? Yes, I can see if I can change that. Okay, so if I aim to be at about 5,000 feet there, we'll be in business. So actually, I want to increase the rate of descent. I want to do I want to do level change. So what I'm going to do is open the speed. No, let's pull this one out. How do I do level change again? Pull, and now I'm going to bug 250. No, that's it. Is this level change now? I'm just going to keep it in VS. I understand what it's trying to do there. Ah, but it's not in VS. I've got minus 1900, but it says open descent.
Charlie Tango, turn left by 20 degrees.
Left 20 degrees. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango.
6793, when passing 10,000.
I'm confused now. Why have I got a vertical speed minus 1900, but in open descent? Shouldn't it be in vertical speed? There we are.
Saudia 341, descent 8,000 feet, QNH 1031.
2,000 feet per minute. Right, he wants 240 knots as well. That is heading.
Saudia 341, descent 8,000 feet, QNH 1031.
Right, 240.
8,000 feet, QNH 1031.
Set the vertical speed here just to minus 200 feet per minute. That's going to help us slow down. All under control here. You don't need speed brake. We're fine. Definitely don't need speed brake. Look, 10,000 feet. We're not doing 250 below 100. Look.
119 is made close and only friction 11. Bye bye.
Post cruise checks. Fuel enough. Lights on. Pressurization is an Airbus. It's doing it for me. Seat buzz. There's nothing on my ECAM. Checks complete. Tom, it's a bug. You pull the altitude and then pull the speed you want. Yeah, because I understand. I had vertical speed window open, but it didn't say VS. Oh, another Vatsim velocity aircraft. He went flying past. Did you see that? There he went. Of course, he really wants to slow down slowly. Yeah. Wow. It's very slippy. I've still got the bright white window wipers. Right, and how do I go to level change again? But we're good on profile. Look how far away we are from there. We're going to go direct to a waypoint soon. I'm happy. I'm sort of happy with what we're doing.
12950 for Saudi F341. Thanks for your help, bye.
Right, so if I now pull this, open descent. Right, please descend at 240. Yes, I think I'm doing it. I am Airbusing. There's another one. Did you see him? Look.
Also 2 Tango Yankee Vienna radar identified information Charlie.
It's like a shooting star.
16, cleared Bala 5 Lima transition.
Ballard 5 Lima for ILS 16 and we check Charlie also.
Profiles based on the flight plan. So, oh yeah, I know the profile. The pink dot I'm ignoring completely. I'm just going old school. How high I should think I should be.
116 Vienna radar identified information Charlie. Expect ILS 16 cleared near to 6 Lima transition.
I knew I need to sequence the MCDU, but if I do that, it's going to start turning and stuff, isn't it? I want to wait until I get a direct or something or other.
And expect ILS runway 16.
Tell you what, I'll redirect to Whiskey 673 and then go back into
64 Charlie Tango speed 220 knots.
220 knots, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango.
Alpaca 679 speed 220.
So what I'm going to do is just route direct to this point, and then I have to go back into heading select, and automatically does its thing, doesn't it?
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, turn right heading 340.
Heading 340 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. There we are. So I've routed direct to that point, so I've updated the FMS, and now I'm on a heading. So I'm happy with where we are and the height. If anything, we're very low on profile. That's why I didn't want to use speed brake, look, because we're still 40 miles away. So when Laura says speed brake, yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, we're very low on profile, so vertical speed, and we're just going to do 500 feet per minute. Try and do a bit of a CDA. If you hit direct, that will re-engage nav. I know, Joseph, that's why I went on to heading with the heading 340. If that didn't get that heading, I was just going to pull the window again. Oh, so right at our up speed now, aren't we? Green dot is the up speed.
Say again, Saudi 2. Saudi 2, speed 220 knots. Speed 220, Saudi 2.
Oh yeah, localize the scale button, there we go.
116.
Oscar Echo Zulu, that's good, I think that's the ILS.
Descent level 120, Austria 116.
This Airbusing is done on it automatically. I'm okay compared to my first Airbus.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, turn right heading 140.
Riding 140 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. There she is.
6 Golf, contact Vienna arrival 119 at Osmalite, course on only Papa.
Yeah, we're massively low here. 40 miles, we want to be around 12,000 feet with 77, so let's just do 300 feet.
Saudi 2, contact Wien, radar 129 at Osmalite 050 Papa.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you update the nav, like FMS, without it engaging into nav mode? So every time you execute it, it automatically goes into LNAV. So on that heading, I'm going to go direct to...
Also, 112 being radar identified information, Charlie expect ILS 16,
let's go direct to Whiskey 671 for now. And then back into the heading, so the heading is 140. So I do that, and then I have to pull the heading again to go
679 turn right heading 070.
back onto the heading.
Turn right heading 070 degrees.
Ah, what was the heading? What was the heading? I think it was one.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, contact Wien arrival 119 at Osmalite, course at only.
119 at Decimal 8, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Hi. What was the heading again? There's no way, you have to pull the heading. Oh, that's annoying.
Vienna approach, fraction 319 with you, 6000.
Fraction 319, Vienna arrival, good day, identified.
Almost on a CDA. Vienna arrival, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, Vienna arrival, good day. Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, turn left heading 19.
There's traffic just below us, look, going from right to left.
Left heading 190, cleared LS 16, Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, descent 4,000 feet.
FO's localized scales, folks.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, speed 200.
Confirm speed 200 again, Alpaca 3
So I'm going to have to go flaps if I want to get slower speed, aren't I? Because I don't want to go below the green dot clean.
Speed 200, 3 Kilo Alpha.
That's Vienna over there. Fuel wise 16 tons, that's good. We need 8 tons to divert, so we at least got 45 minutes. Very important when you've got ATC like this, you comply with the speed restriction exactly.
Parker 2 to Golf, contact tower 123 decimal 8, bye-bye.
Background music's off, sorry.
123 decimal 8, ciao. Then 261, speed 1.
No, well, 7000, didn't quite manage CDA, but still.
Speed 160 knots or 761? Fraction 11, speed 160 knots. Speed 160, fraction 11.
So I think I've got all the modes as I can have it really. I want to do the speed by ATC.
Arrival Hirsch, Dia 341.
I don't want to use managed or
Dia 341,
magic modes, do I?
Fraction 315 is in 5000.
Down to 5,000, fraction 319er.
Parker 64 Charlie Tango, turn left heading 010.
Left heading 010 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So yeah, that's sort of heading me, it's not really a hold, but you're going to go back in this direction. I'll keep Whiskey 671 as the active one. Updating again shortly.
802 hotel, speed 200 for the time. Good. Bucket 3 Kilo Alpha, clear the LS 16.
Clear the LS 16, Alpha.
Yeah, I forgot the airport charts for Jefferson, Jeppy charts. This isn't a Navigraph thing, it's just Jep charts. They're rubbish for taxi. I mean, look at that, there's just no information on it. The only one I think has is the parking stands one.
Good day, identified.
We're a bit challenged to taxiing here. Our operator has Napoli charts, so much clearer.
Fraction 11, cleared ILS 16.
So see where he slots us in, probably with all this traffic here.
Then 6 Golf, turn right heading 070.
I need to activate approach mode.
Okay. From the 802 hotel, contact tower 1238, bye-bye.
I think I'm already in approach phase.
Contact tower,
yeah.
on, please say the frequency
yeah, it's
again.
already in, isn't it?
123 decimal 8. 78.
Stefan, you've been like live all day. We have been. We've been airbusing all day.
Parker 3 Kilo Alpha, speed 180 on out until 6.
Speed 180 until 6, Parker 3 Kilo Alpha.
1, speed 180 on out until 6.
180 until 6, fraction 11.
Oh, Matthew.
6 Golf, turn right.
You tried to switch Napoli, you hated it. Napoli was great. So much clearer than Jefferson.
130, right 10, clear for
Jefferson's
left
just
1,
a bit bluff
6,
with information sometimes. We used to have Jefferson before.
Parker 679 3, turn left
much
heading
cleaner.
040.
Left heading 040, Parker 6793.
Parker 64 Charlie Tango, turn left heading 340.
Left heading 340 degrees, Alpaca 61 Charlie Tango. So it looks like he's slotting us in behind this traffic. So all that lovely high speed, then we lost it all.
Turn 6 Golf, speed 200.
Where was the aircraft changing? He was above us, no, he was below us on the TCAS.
Parker 679 3, speed 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, Parker 6793.
Parker 679 3, turn right heading 130.
Right heading 130.
Hamish, can you see the runway? Somebody's got you behind us.
319er, speed 180 knots.
That's the airport over there.
20 knots, 319er.
Parker 3 Kilo Alpha, contact tower 123.
Someone got us to remove their microphone from their throat this evening. Some people do, they have their microphone lips. Because my mic is very far away from my mouth. If I was to actually... There you go, that's what it would be like if I was talking with it in my mouth. It'd be unreadable. When I started streaming, that's what I did, and a lot of people were like, ah, my ears! Traffic controlling is crazy. No clue how he does it. I sometimes wonder that. They're doing it. So you see what he's doing with us now. He's slotting us behind all this traffic on final.
116, being arrival, good day, identified.
Don't eat the mic. Yeah, well that's what some people do on Vatsim. They have that mic. My mic's about 2 inches from my mouth and off to the left, not in front of it. Some people need to realise that on Vatsim. That was scary.
Right, heading 130, cleared ILS 16.
What's that for me? Too busy paint beams.
Paka 6793, turn right, heading 190, cleared ILS 16.
Turn right, heading 190, cleared ILS, runway. Climb over the runway, clear the ILS runway.
What's going on in the background there? It's like yesterday.
Section 11, complex tower, 123, decimal 8, bye.
123, decimal 8,
So 30 miles out from the airport, perfect height really, if we get a turn.
Complex tower, 123, decimal 8, bye.
123, decimal 8, Austrian 261.
6 golf, speed 180 now, turn to 6.
180 on to 6, Russia, Jacob. Clear India to 129.
Canada 2129, being arrival, good day identified. Paka 6793, turn
come
right,
on, where's our turn?
correction 250.
Red heading 250, Paka
He was in an
6793.
internet cafe. He sounded-
Paka 67 Charlie Tango, turn right, heading 070.
so I just confirmed Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango.
For Charlie Tango, right, heading 070.
Right, and 070 degrees, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. There we are.
Audio 341, turn left, heading 190, cleared ILS 16.
Left 190, clear ILS 16, Saudi 341.
All the way out here. I think we're even out of range of the GME here, can't even pick anything. Is there a way of extending the centre line in the Airbus?
Vienna arrival, Austria 112, good evening.
Ausland 112, being arrival, that was identified.
How?
Yeah, it's the 2129, turn right, heading 010.
Fix info
Right, heading
and
010.
Paka 6793, turn right, heading 360.
Right, heading 360, Alpaca 6792, and we have traffic coming on our left side.
Ausland 112, turn left, heading 290.
Do I have to put the reciprocal
They're also on.
or the final approach track? No, it's the reciprocal, isn't it? So what's it going to be? 339. Ooh, I did an Airbus. I Airbused. Look at the reciprocal. I've got an extended centre line.
Entry 19, contact
just
tower 123.
Hand me my type rating now, please. Pretty extended centre line then, and we're going to be intercepting.
Control Alpaca 6793, reach 7 RA at the time, avoid the traffic.
15 tonnes of fuel. We're currently burning
Paka 6793, roger. Been clear of traffic.
7.4 tonnes now, just
Yes,
not
under
lots, but
7
at least 40 minutes or so.
Ausland 116, descent 4000.
Fuel's fine, Yamato.
Descent 4000.
What, you sound happy about it? I am. I'm enthralled.
Saudi 2, request 5000 to intercept. Saudi 2, maintain 6000, speed 180 knots. Maintain 6000, speed 180, Saudi 2. Paka 64 Charlie Tango, turn right heading 180, descend 5000 feet.
Right heading 180 degrees and 5,000 feet. South Paka 64 Charlie Tango. So 180, 5,000 feet. We're very far out from the airport still, so we're just going to do VS. Just 200 feet per minute. Well, 300, and it looks like we're descending something. Oh, I should have been playing the hold, waiting to get
Ausland 116 cleared, ILS.
vectors onto the approach. I've got some holding music. It's this one, I think.
ILS runway 16, 200 feet, Australia 16. Saudi 2, resume 16 knots. City speed 160, Saudi 2.
So on that heading, let's redirect to
Paka 64 Charlie Tango, turn right heading 190, cleared ILS 16.
heading 190 degrees on that heading, cleared ILS 16, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Let's go direct to 671 again. So, direct 671. Don't forget the heading 190. Insert.
Right heading 050.
Heading.
Right heading 050, heading 129.
Perfect.
Alpaca 679 turn right heading 070.
Not reducing speed to 200 knots. Was I told to fly 200 knots? Have I completely missed that?
Boston 102 turn right heading 070.
Heading 070, Boston 1. First radio check.
Love that blue dash line. Who does a radio check on it?
Egypt 8734 Wien, arrival identified, turn right heading 340.
340. Egypt 874.
Boston arrival 34, my mistake, turn right heading 010.
010.
So I haven't got any ILS identified yet. Might have to. Should we get? Should pick it up by the time we get onto the localizer.
Tango Yankee Wien arrival, safe speed 200.
Speed 200.
See, our last assigned speed was 220.
Alpaca 64. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, descent 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000 feet, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Any speed for us?
Also 6 Golf, contact tower
He's
119.4.
busy. Unless he really wants me to stay there, I'll stay at 220.
So be a 25000.
19er, contact tower 119.4.
Very busy, this guy. So I'm on the speed brake.
Saudi 341, speed 180 knots until 6.
180 knots until 6.
So 26 miles.
341.
Got DME now.
341, contact tower 119.4.
119.4 is Saudi 341.
Alpaca 679 turn right heading 190, cleared ILS 16. Turn right heading 290, cleared ILS
Oh, don't do that thing explain. Give me the ILS, please. It's going to be sometimes so close to the airport for it to pick up.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, maintain speed 200 until established, thereafter 180 knots until 6.
200 knots, then we'll establish 180 knots till 6. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, thank you. I mean, yesterday I intercepted the localizer at 30 miles. ATC said cleared approach, you were 30 miles. We're 24 miles away and I haven't got any... I've got the ident, but I've got no localizer or glide slope info. It's so late. Need arm approach mode for the autopilot, I know, but aircraft gamer, but unfortunately I've got no ILS identified yet, so there's not much point arming approach if there's no ILS. I've got no localizer or glide slope information, so I might have to just turn manually to intercept it.
29er, turn left heading 240.
So if I zoom in on the closest gun 10 miles, I don't get the extended centre line.
Boston 102, turn right heading 130, descend 4,000.
200 knots, yeah, that's my bad. Flaps on.
Do you to establish?
Flaps to just below the target speed.
94, so do you
There's
to
180 knots. So no, I've got no localizer information unless I've... Yeah, it's going to do its classic X-plane thing of just basically bring it to me at 15 miles. So what I'm going to do is intercept the localizer manually. I've got no deviation information. Yeah, there's no point hitting the approach button though, is there? Look, approach, but there's no ILS information. I've got no localizer glide slope, so what's the point of hitting approach? Unless I'm missing something about the Airbus, clearly. It's fine, I'm going to do it manually.
Egypt 8734, turn left heading 230.
230, Egypt 1034.
I just want to see at what point the localizer and glide slope arrives. So look at this, we're now at 19 miles. I have no localizer or glide slope information. There we go. It just came up there. See, that's at 19 miles. Boom. It came up here. That is just so late. It should do that. So now I can arm localizer. Localizer capture. Don't need to set the heading because it's an Airbus. A glide slope's alive. Right. So you can see where I was coming from. There's no point arming approach if I have no localizer or glide slope information. It's not going to pick up anything. So 180 knots now until 6, and I can now close the speed window. No, I don't want to close the speed window because it's going to do 160, so I keep the speed window open, correct? Otherwise it's going to come out 160. I'll then close the window later. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango localizer established 180 knots.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, thank you. Contact tower 123.8, bye-bye.
123.8, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, bye. Yeah, I saw there was no localizer or glide information, 20 miles, about 19, I just missed it, but the localizer or glide slope came up without localizer or glide slope. There's no point arming approach. Anyway, we'll leave the speed window open, I think, because we're told to maintain 180 till 6, and that way it'll do it, because I think if I saw when I closed it, it commanded 160, which is too slow. Right, so within 1 dot now I can arm approach. That's operator SOP. So approach is now armed. We'll check in the tower. Vienna Tower. Hello, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Just coming established. ILS 16. Just past 15 miles, 180 knots.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Good afternoon. Continue approach number 4.
Continue approach. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Excellent.
Southern 111, contact Wien radar 134.
So as soon as we get glide slope capture, we'll arm the second order pilot, because apparently that's what everything is the Airbus way. So glide slope
134.675.
glide slope capture, so autopilot 1 and 2, and missed approach altitude is 5,000 feet, which is set.
Okay, 341, make a right onto
Airbus
Delta,
all the way.
contact ground 11.6. Scan 116, your winds 140 degrees, 6 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Sweet.
Southern 2077,
So we have traffic.
6 knots, runway 29,
Yeah, 7 miles ahead there. It's going to be tight. Don't be much closer. So landing checklist, landing gear, ground spot is already armed. Order brake set to 2. Select gear down, then flap 3, I think it is.
It's 134.675.
So much backseat pilotage going on. Oh, Matthew, I know.
I will put it in.
Very useful though. Are we auto landing? No, but I think we still are both order pilots on the Airbus anyway.
15 miles, runway 16.
But we're looking good.
First Alpaca 67903, good evening, continue
Just keeping an eye on that traffic ahead, 5 miles. He's okay.
Approach Alpaca 67903.
Good rule of thumb on a 3-degree ILS. When we're in 1,000 feet, and the traffic is around 3-4 miles too tight, so he's 2,000. Yeah, he's okay. There should be sufficient separation. He looks like he's slowing down, maybe a little bit too soon. I know I was told too soon. I was told to maintain 160 till 180 till 6. So he's okay. Just make sure these lights are on. That's a takeoff.
Southern 2077, roger, contact Wien radar 134.675.
So approaching 8 miles. So what I'm going to do is push this in. It's now going to do the speed thing automatically.
Uniform,
So
line up
start
away,
bringing speed back to
160.
160. Flap 3, I need to be doing 206 knots. Approaching 6 miles, gear down. And I can go flap to 3.
Oh, yeah. 2 winds,
let
140 degrees.
Airbus do its speed thing.
Land.
Landing checklist. And I need to do the cabin ding.
116, make a right onto Delta, contact ground 11.6.
It's Airbusing. I don't need to do anything. It's that GS Mini, isn't it? So it controls the final approach speed automatically. What a machine. Gear, 4 green lights, flaps full, fully established.
Tower Egypt, your 734 is on the ILS 416.
149 knots.
Egypt Air
149 knots.
8734, good evening, continue approach number 4.
Airbus.
Approach number
No
4,
problem
Egypt
at all.
Air
I'm just going to make myself a coffee, guys. I'll get back to you when we're on stand, and then we'll do the giveaway, okay? Does taxi, doesn't it? Wizardry. Auto brake set, yes. We have auto brake set to 2, I believe. The plan is to vacate at one of the high speeds, so whichever one we come to first. Bravo 8 probably. So wait for landing clearance.
We have 3 Victor uniform, winds 140 degrees, 8 knots, runway 29, clear to take off.
Someone's just been cleared to take off runway 29er, which doesn't affect us at all. And the aircraft is vacating. We're looking good. As soon as we get landing clearance, I'll disconnect, and then I'll wait until retard to close my thrust levers.
64 Charlie Tango, winds 140 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Runway 16 clear to land, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Landing check speed clear to land.
To Vienna, make a right onto Delta, contact ground 12.6.
All ready to go then, here we go. So yeah, I'll disconnect all the pilot.
1000.
Many Airbus noises, and I'll leave the thrust lever where it is, which is, every time I fly it, incredibly alien. The fact that you just leave it and climb right until it says retard, just very... Right, we've disconnected. So I've noticed I'm making little inputs here, the flight director in roll is very sensitive. So notice if I make a slight turn to right, look, it's immediately moving left and right. The roll flight director, very sensitive.
$500.
Checked.
Three Tower Servos, the Austrian to Tango Yankee on ILS 16.
Looking
400.
lovely. Land, it says land. We've got no blue.
Afternoon, continue approach.
A landing inhibit.
300.
The off station calling.
100 about.
Checked. That's 3 miles.
Austrian to Tango Yankee, establish on ILS 16.
200.
Just watch
Tango
out
Yankee,
what
Minimum.
continue approach
Continue.
number 5.
100.
Checked. A little bit high, that's okay.
50. 40.
Check.
30, 20.
Close.
Retard. 10.
It was a little bit aggressive there in the flare. Oh, great landing. Well, not a butter. Watch the nose. Oh, I had full back on the nose there, but the nose still slammed down. Oh, it felt a bit funny. Oh dear. No butter. Everyone's going to be upset. Speed breaks up. 100. 80. Can't take that one. Manual braking. And 60 knots. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vienna. A great landing, but still... You guys are savage. Ouch, my back, no. Right, stowing the reverses. It felt weird. I pitched, and then it felt very sensitive. And then when we touched down, the nose slammed down. I went full back on the stick, and the nose, I couldn't really control the rate of deceleration on the nose. It's quite tough. Anyway, there we are. We're down safely. All that matters is in the A340s or any Airbus is getting it from A to B. Beautiful. Well, we'll just vacate here and make a right turn onto Delta. Well, not all the way. I just want to get off the active runway. We'll sort of stop here, and then it'll give us the options from ATC. Now back at 64 Charlie, Tango vacated.
Alpaca 6793. 6793, go ahead. 6793, winds 140 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Land runway 16,
Alpaca 6793. Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, welcome to Vienna. Make a right onto Delta, contact ground 121.6.
121.6, OCATC, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, bye. So vacate onto Delta, so we'll carry on going forward, and we'll go towards Delta, which is the first right here. So I didn't want to go all the way forward. See all the look at all the aircraft on final. Absolutely superb. Thank you, Anon, who's bought the official flight deck sim mug. Really appreciate that, buddy. Thank you very much, and for the continued support as well. And we'll head over to Vienna ground. There's no point putting the taxi camera on because at night time it's just green and hazy. Look at that. How epic is that? The timing and spacing, impeccable from Vienna ATC. Absolutely superb. Right, best contact ground. Ground, good evening, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango is vacated runway 16 on the Delta taxiway. Very quiet on this frequency. Many A340s. 121.6, I think. Are they having issues as well? Vienna ground, hello, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. Not much luck here, guys. It's definitely 121.6. I can see that on the Vatsim client. It's 121.6. So I'm just going to keep going forward until I get to here, because after that we just need to confirm the taxi instructions. Vienna ground, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. How do you read? Oh, 6. Flipping radio.
Exit 22, whiskey, and then right to taxi network 6.
Alright, Western if it's
so I had 605 because of the longitude tuning power.
Thank you very much for your support. Ground Alpaca 6793 is making a right on Delta from Bravo.
Unbelievable, 605. Real pilot, yeah, any more? Keep coming in. We'll do a giveaway as soon as you eventually get to stand, ladies and gentlemen.
Kilo 47 and Delta, exit 31 and exit.
Oh, give over, you lot.
Taxi to stand, Kilo 47 by Delta 31 and Echo, Alpaca 6783.
Oh, got parking brakes set. Going all over the place. Ground, good evening, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. We vacated 16 on the Delta taxiway just short of Mike.
Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango, wing ground, lower to Vienna, taxi to stand, taxi to gate, Delta 27 via Delta Lima.
Standing to taxi to gate Delta 27 via Delta and Lima, Alpaca 64 Charlie Tango. So Delta Lima. And then start 27. Right on the corner there. That's lovely. So second left for Lima. We can take off the landing light now. We'll get the master switch on for the APU. Press start. Cool, yeah, we're accelerating quickly there. And this left there is Mike. Next left is Lima. Lima left here.
Ground Egypt there, 8734 is with you on Delta.
Egypt 8734.
Great ATC. What a fantastic event organised by Vatsim across the team. Really good. Really enjoyed that. Nervous now, Captain. Always nervous when it comes to taxiing with you guys watching. Often get lost. Delta 27, can't get lost now, it's just going to be a straight line unless I miss the stand-up. Right, let's do the rest of the clean-up then. After landing, strobe lights I turn off, so that can go over to the auto position. Weather radar can come off, which is down here. So off, and predictive wind shear system can also come off, engine mode selected to normal. APU start. Jet brake temperatures.
So just confirm that you say stand Kilo 47 for Alpaca 6783.
So
Alpaca 6793 second.
Temperature of wheels, right, 230 degrees. Okay, it's quite warm. I don't think we're brake fans. Normal temperatures. And that's it. Delta 27 is right on the corner of the first here, Pier East.
Come on to being ground, low, say again, the request again.
Beautiful. Is there any engines I can shut down taxiing in here? I mean, I'm quite heavy to be fair. Carl, thanks for a great stream, cheers. TCAS, yep, very good, that should be on standby. Well, out off. Standby. Beautiful. This scenery, Gaia Simulations, guys, really nice scenery as well. Posted it a while back. I'm quite happy with my airbusing skills today. Taxi cam, Daniel, it doesn't work. Well, it does work at night, but you can't see anything. You jested there. Ready for our turn soon. So Delta 27, there's Delta 28, so it should be next right. APU's available. Delta 27 didn't get lost. So, looks like the air bridge has already sort of moved. There's Alpaca Airways. Taxi light off. Now we do have some guidance. It says A340-6. It also says stop. Oh, there we are. Coming out a little bit hot to stand here. Ah, look at that. Perfection. Right. Parking brake is set, and we've got the AP available. It's an Airbus. All I need to do is turn the All I need to do is turn the engines off, don't I? 4, or 3, 2, 1, 4. Absolutely beautiful. We'll take the anti-collision light off a bit early just to get the bridge attached. Hopefully, I think they've got... yes, I forgot to mention, Vienna has that very famous 747 monument, which basically stands vertical on one of the stands. Beautiful. Here comes the air bridge. Maximum realism. Ooh, lights off as well. Nose off. That looks ridiculous. Yes, I forgot. So you've got to pay extra Alpaca Airways to actually have the air bridge lowered to your height. Otherwise, you actually have to climb. You know, use your strength in your upper arm to crawl up to the air bridge. Otherwise, we're here, all down in one piece. Oh my goodness, what an event! I'm knackered, but it was great fun. I have been called off standby very unlikely now, which is great news. Brilliant. X-Men 11 FS Extreme Edition, unbelievable. The Leaning Tower of Vienna, unbelievable. I think it's something wrong, yes. The shooting Vatsim's having a bit of a wobbly. Nice job. Whoa, everyone said. Lol said Yamato. Excellent. Stack the banks right, brilliant. We have to climb up to the exit. Absolutely, we do. Great stream sound, thanks. But felt like you're doing well, bud. Interesting, said Joe Drage. Wonderful. Well, before we go, of course, on these sort of long special edition streams, I like to give something back to all you guys for all the beautiful support you show and all the generosity given. So I'd like to actually give one of you the opportunity to win this aircraft. Because I get this from the X-Plane 11 store, the aircraft's worth about $90. I will send you a $100 X-Plane gift store card. That way you get a little bit of change if you want to get something towards a scenery or something else to enjoy the ToLiss A340 as well. And it's a very simple giveaway, guys. You don't have to do anything special. You just have to put a keyword in chat, okay? Only enter the giveaway, of course, if you are going to have X-Plane 11. Otherwise, you won't be able to claim the X-Plane 11 gift store card or use it. Not in this case, but in the past I have actually had someone try to sell it. Please don't do that. It's just very disrespectful for everyone taking part, and also, yeah, just don't. Just only take part if you want this ToLiss A340. Right, so I just need to set this up in the background. Just turn this noise down here slightly. There we go. Might be able to hear me a little bit clearer. Let me just go to the quiz, find my keyword, because I can't remember what I was doing. Ah, yes, I remember. So, let me just set this up here in the background. Nightbot, giveaway, keyword is putting in. So, you can put this word in chat, okay? It is lowercase or uppercase, does not make any difference. Listen carefully, only put it in chat once. If you do it more than once, so have anti-spam enabled. If you put the correct answer in more than once, you will not be eligible to win. Just stops people spamming it as well. So just put the correct word in once, lowercase, uppercase, it doesn't matter. But the Airbus is often referred to as what by Boeing pilots, beginning with S, ending in E, then bus. Oh, I'll just say it. Just type in Scarebus in chat. I'm tired. No, ignore, do not put keyword in, guys. No, don't be fooled. Just put Scarebus in there. Oh, I cannot remember. When we had that massive Airbus stream and I gave away a copy, and then everyone started saying uppercase, lowercase, or sensitive. I said the word is case sensitive, and everyone started putting sensitive, and then 1,000 people watching all put sensitive in chat, but it's not. Just put Scarebus in. Unbelievable. That was fun today. Hey, Jack. Nearly done, buddy. Aaron, check your spelling. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but I'll give it a couple more minutes as well, just in case there's a bit of a lag with anyone else watching the stream in other parts of the world. Brilliant. Pure and fun stream. Thank you. You're most welcome. Thanks for popping in, buddy. Motley, I already own this great airliner. Yes, if you already own it, it's not much point entering the giveaway. I mean, you could if you really want to, but I don't work directly with ToLiss. I mean, if I give you the $100 X-Plane gift store card, technically give you what you want with it, but it is an amount to allow you to get the ToLiss A340. That's why I quite like working with any builds, because they'll actually give me a key, as opposed to actually doing like a generic gift card or something. But this is the easiest way of doing it. Peter Walsh, nice stream today. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Doing very well. And I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Hope you're doing well too, buddy. That's Jack's tail whacking on the table. Excellent. So I think that'll do. We've had enough people enter the word Airbus. 187 people, in fact, entered the correct word here, which is great. Oh, there's still a few more coming in. I can still see it increasing as well. 188 now. Give it another 30 seconds or so. Oh, guys, we should have reached 77,000 subscribers. 77,012. Amazing. 77,000. Thanks, guys, for all the support you show me. Appreciate it a lot. You can get the A340 from the Indie Build store as well. Ah, interesting. Maybe I should have liaised with the Indie team. Yeah, you can get it from a few stores, I think, the A340. But getting the X-Plane gift store card's very easy. I just need the email address and I can send it your way. Excellent. So let's now roll the giveaway. So the winner of the ToLiss Airbus A340, aka via $100 X-Plane gift store card is... Where's my roll it button? Lionel. Just Lionel. Congratulations, you've been subscribed on the channel since the 14th of August 2020, so over 2 years. A regular subscriber, so definitely not rigged. Lionel, are you still here? Nightbot should have come up saying Lionel has won the giveaway. It's Lionel with a blue logo with the letter L. If you could say hello. He goes, yay, thank you. Thank you very much, Lionel. Thanks for confirming you are here. So, Lionel, listen carefully. If you could do me a massive favour, show me, or email me, or send a message via social media. So, all my social media pages on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter are Flight Deck to Sim. Or you could email me at flightdecktosim@gmail.com. And all you need to do, Lionel, is show me your YouTube logout screen with your little logo in blue, with your name, with the logout screen. That just confirms it's you. I have had a case where, very rarely, it's only happened a couple of times where people have claimed it was them. It was never them. So that's all you need to do. He goes, yay, thank you. Yes, I am, Lionel. You're most welcome. So yeah, as I mentioned, social media, email, whatever's easiest, whatever you have. And then we'll get that all sent out for you. Fantastic. Lovely. Right. Guys, that's it for today. What a successful event. Vatsim Cross the Land, that's the second Vatsim Cross the Land I've done. I've done 2 Cross the Pond, so it's a 4th big mega stream. Amazing. Flight time was about 5 hours. Great ATC throughout, great routing, great banter. I've had a fantastic day. Oh, I forgot to do the giveaway winner jingle. Hold on. Well done, Lionel. Amazing, there we are, all very good. Unfortunately, I didn't...
I still can't believe it's not butter.
It's been a while since we've had a butter. We'll try again next time. The A340 is pretty hard for me to land, but it's been great fun. We'll log off of Vatsim there. That is all done, and cue the funky replay music if I can find it. I meant to smoothly transition at that point, but let's turn that one down. Oh, why is that not playing? Oh, I've had the funky music replayed on loop the whole stream, just muted. There we go, excellent. So it is night. We'll see what we can see. X-Plane, excellent job. Beautifully stable all day. Performance has been great. Sometimes it just works perfectly. I love it. Right, let's have a look at this landing then. Crank up the sound slightly. 3, 2, 1, funk, you've got it. Great stream on the odd bird. Well done, Captain. Cheers, Darren A. Thanks for being a member for 2 years as well. Crazy. Right, let's see us coming in. Beautiful. Listen to that noise. There was the check. Oh, really? Are you joking? That was a minus 250. Look at that. I mean, that was lies. Look at that. Oh, pfft, that was just... If it was 2 feet higher... I mean, come on, really? Slow motion there. Oh no, that is just outrageous. I buttered the back wheels, that's for sure. That was going to be a -4. I think the butter calculator's rigged. I think that's probably what it detected, maybe the main gear or the middle gear. More time from that view. Outrageous. I reckon it was that main gear. So when I buttered on the outer gear, then on the central gear, that's what it registered. That's rigged. Yeah. I override the butter calculator today. It looks really good at night. Look at that lighting as well. Yeah, it's definitely, that's what it registered, that bit there. Nice. I was robbed, absolutely by permission. Lazy. Let's have a look here from the tower view. Might not quite hear the sounds, but just about. Such a long plane. Look at the main gear, look. That was buttered on with the main gear. Oh. Definitely robbed. Recount. Amazing. Right, let's go. Yeah, it's got to be the 2-engine view, isn't it? Alright then, guys. Well, that's it for today. Thank you so much for everyone's participation. Some of you have been here the entire length of the stream as well, so thank you so much for your commitment. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did streaming it. As ever, to everyone that donated, thank you very much for your generosity. Never ever required, but appreciate it nonetheless. To all the members, thank you very much for your continued support. Really much appreciated. To all the regular viewers and subscribers, thank you so much for tuning in as well. It's been a great fun stream. If you'd like to like the video on your way out, subscribe if you want to stay up to date with the latest content, that would be great. We're up to 77,000 subscribers. Absolutely crazy. Never dream of this amount of people being interested in this channel when I started it. Excellent. I'm flying tomorrow and standby on Monday, but I have got plans. I might do something on the gaming channel. I always say might. Just basically keep up to date by subscribing. I always try and post on the community post and on the social media pages as well. Excellent. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys, and I'll see you all very soon. Cheerio.
Connection terminated.